All right, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to see my new model? In 3, 2, 1. Ta-da! Welcome everybody. Welcome to the new me. Hi! Look at it! I got a new Fubo model! It's gonna be perfect. I kind of struggled with the toggles, which is why I was late. Yeah, new year, new me, baby. New year, new me. I can't figure out how to make her legs not spread. I am a Funko Pop now. Uh-huh. Where are the Opie? Oh, they're gone for now. I'm so sorry. So sorry, Charlie. I'm so sorry. Look, I got so many toggles. I got... Whoops. I got Burger King. I finally set up my new Steam Deck. I did so much today. Like, I finally added things that I've been meaning to add to my setup for a while. Ta-da! I am a Burger Queen. I got this. Oh. I'm in a bottle. I'm in a bottle, guys. I got a cheese. A WhatsApp call. A Pringles. It'd be cool if I could manage to link it up to something chat could trigger. That'd be cool. Yeah, I'm a glowy. I'm a glowy when I have the WhatsApp. I got this, which is my tennis shoes. I kind of look like I have the Gachi Akuda feet here. Oh, that's how you close her legs. Okay, I figured it out. I couldn't figure out how. I was stuck on this for so long. You guys better behave. Behave. I'm on Aruba. Aruba? It's cool, right? True, Namons. My arm gets triggered here. I'm not sure what it's supposed to do, but yeah, this model's been made by Becco. Becco's also a member of the Discord, and she's a great artist. Thank you so much, Becco. You did such a great job with this model. And the mods gifted it to me. It was a gift from the mods. Thank you so much, mod. Thank you, council team. Kawaii. Sparkles. I love the heart one. The heart toggle is my favorite so far. And what else? What else I got? I got this. Oh, no, sorry. This one's nothing. Oh yeah, and I got this. I probably have a Paul Rira. What's up, chat? How's it going? I'm the Rizzler. That's my true form. Oh, is this TOS? Oh no! Yeah, so what happened while I was late is because I went bald mode and I couldn't figure out how to turn her back to normal, and I was stuck on this for so long. But I figured it out now. The bald face? Yeah, I do. It's true. It is a Powerpuff Girl. I do look like a Powerpuff Girl. I should have wrote new model reveal in my title, I just realized. New reveal. I feel so silly. Oh wait, Twitch chat. I didn't have you popped out, so I couldn't see you. I'm so sorry. Let's see. New reveal. Zatsu. Pop out chat. Okay. Oh, I'm so happy I can finally use this. This is gonna be so great for reacts and stuff. This is perfect for the stream today. First stream of 2026! Let's go! Let's go, she hates us. No, I don't. Fantastic. I love you guys. Stay with me, please. Please don't turn off the tab. Oh, I've got a chat in 2 instance. Okay. All right, I see Kick, I see Twitch, I see YouTube twice. I closed that. We're good. There's so many great YouTube videos that have come out during the holidays, and I want to do everything on stream now, so I haven't been able to watch them because I figured we'll watch them together. Mary Raid, Mary Q, no way, Mary. Mary, thank you so much for the raid! Thank you! Yo, what's up, guys? Mary, you got such a cute model. I love it. I love it. I love it. I was just revealing my new Fumo model. Look at me! Look! Look, I have a bunch of toggles. I'm a burger queen. I can have a cheese. Welcome, everybody! Go check out Mary's channel. She's a great VTuber. I hope you guys had fun on your stream. What did you guys do? I can also become a Pringle. This is one of my favorite for sure. And I can have hearts. I love chips. Just in time for the Year of the Horse. I know! What is this on my screen? It's my new model, Spirits. It's my new model. I also have, what else do I have? Oh yeah, I like this one. Oh, I can be a Pringle on top of Aruba? I didn't even know I could do that. I'm moving. I'm moving. I have a Roomba at home. I just never use it. Hell yeah. There is no glue toggle. There is no oh boy. No, the hearts are for you, chat. You wish. You wish, Charlie. Pew pew pew. We don't use this room enough. This room setup. Because we're always watching something. Such a cool room though. It's very purple. Alright, how do I turn this off? Gosh. Remove this. Okay, we're good. Can you be in the Pringles and the bottle at the same time? Wait, we're cooking here. Oh my god, I can! Whoa, it's hard to breathe in there. The 4-hour collab I did yesterday made me want to stream again. I forgot how fun it was to stream with these two goobers. Can I add the cheese on top? Oh my god, I can. I think I can add everything. And the Roomba. Oh. What is even going on? Could you fix the issue remind? Yeah, I think I did. I think I did. What? This is where all the world domination planning happens. Also, I haven't been cheating while you were gone. Well, good, Charlie, good. Good grief, she's naked. She's got nothing. Got nothing going on down there. So, okay. Should we get started? Hey, babe, Todd says we should bet on Haru Urara. Hey, hey, that's so cool. I like to play Uma again. I want to finish watching more horse documentaries on the Uma Musume stuff. The owner of the channel from the videos that we watched last time actually commented, and he said he's a fan of the channel. Isn't that cool? I'm breaching containment, guys. Not just VTuber fans watch me now. I get a lot of comments that are like, I have no clue what the fuck is a VTuber, but I love these videos, and now I want to become a VTuber. Yeah, I am a gremlin today. Alright, so, by the way, chat, we are 70%... Okay, I'm gonna need to fix my overlay so my big-ass head can fit on it. We are now 70% into the market pledge for the t-shirt. We're so close. We're so close to having it done. We only need 9 more pledges, 9 more backers. Put in your $2 now, and then you pay for it later. Very cute Acid Watch t-shirt. Side effect, may cause gooning. Just be aware. And also we got this cute pin. And if you don't have the mouse pads from the last merch drop, they're really great. I also love the blanket. I use it so often. The price is here in Canadian, but it's gonna be in your currency. I also love the pin here. I love the little image. The design. I think the artist did such a great job. Yeah, there's also a new Muujin video I think we could watch. You put in a pledge yesterday. Let's go, monkey. Thank you. Do a horse react to a horse? Yeah, I will. There's well, there's a couple things. There's the clavicular video from Turkey Tom that apparently is really, really good. Like, really good. I've heard great things about it. The first mouse... Dude, I have all the... Like, I have all my merch displayed in my gaming room. And my mouse pads are, like, displayed in my... In, like, one of my shelf displays. And it's just, like... My entire room is just shit of me. I look kind of narcissistic. But when people come in, and I don't know I'm a VTuber, they're just like... You have an interesting room. Like, my dad was, like, eyeing the mouse pads when he came in, because he had to fix some stuff. Oh my, he was like, I was like, just putting them down, you know, don't worry about it, Dad. Nothing you gotta worry about. The law figurine is, you know, I've angled it so it looks at the mouse pads. Just tell him that's your waifu. True. Dad wanted a free mouse pad. No! No. Alright, do you guys know about Clavicular? He's this guy that recently was in a controversy because he ran over this this stalker, but it turns out that stalker is like a TikToker or an influencer himself, and everybody thought he was dead, but I suppose he's not dead. I'm like not too sure what happened with that. But ever since that incident that happened over the holidays, I think it was on Christmas or the day after Christmas, he's everywhere. He's into interviews, his clips are going more viral, but he was always popular. And you know what's crazy is that every day I see some of these flesh streamers. And they, every single day I see new flesh streamers say some unhinged stuff or have some clips going viral for like weird shit they say, and I'm like, where do these people come from? Like, these people aren't real. I've never seen them before. There's no way. How could they become so popular? And none of us have probably ever heard of them unless they do something crazy like this. Anyways, Clavicular is this guy that's all about looks masking. Maxing? Looks maxing. That's why there's been a big talk about looks maxing on Twitter lately. He's very, very into appearances. A lot of people have been calling him like American Psycho because he's like not displaying a lot of emotions, kind of stoic. I don't know how true that is. I guess we'll find out with this Turkey Tom video. But like he's injecting fillers on his girlfriend on stream, like live on stream. I'm surprised you can even do that without like a doctor license. Just anyways, but apparently he used to look very different before. So that's quite interesting. As a gym bro, looks maxing is super cringe, but like there's this trend where you kind of like bruise your cheeks, bone structure bones with a hammer. And apparently he promotes that. He promotes a... Wait, I bookmarked a post about it yesterday. He promotes a bunch of like really unhealthy behavior, I believe. I'm not sure if I can find it. Yeah, I may not have bookmarked it. But Turkey Tom videos, I mean, they're often well researched. I'm curious to see what he's gonna pull up. Dallas Blue! Welcome to the Cute Squad! Thank you, thank you! Yeah, that's basically self-harm. That shit is the whole reason as to why I don't use Twitter now. Oh, that reminds me. Another video that we could watch is something about this phenomenon about like dead internet theories and the advent of bots on Twitter. That's really becoming a problem and an issue. And I've seen people literally go back and forth in conversation with bots, and they don't realize that these bots are very advanced. They're very advanced bots that are programmed to look like real internet users. Anyhow, that's a topic for another video. For now, let's look at Clavicular. I'm gonna turn off the music.
Blogging, looks maxing. These are all terms we take for granted as part of popular internet Zoomer lexicon. But not too long ago, these terms were reserved for a few niche boards on websites that the general public had no knowledge of. And these ideas have only become more popular with the rise of a new figure, Clavicular, a 19-year-old streamer whose entire philosophy—
Wait, he's 19? Bro, he's 19. He looks way older. That's another thing I've noticed is that teens don't look like teens anymore. They look like just full-blown adults. But from the way that they, they groom themselves, the aesthetics that they use, like girls put a shit ton of makeup. They like cake it up. He looks 30, for real. Bro, it's like when we watched Blue Lock and there was that one guy that was supposed to be 19 and he looked 45. He looks like an anime 19.
rests on the idea that looks matter, and if you're not using his methods, you're gonna be left behind. Clav is definitely an interesting guy, and his popularity is more reflective of the culture that created him rather—
Oh, he's a TikTok star. Ah, okay, it all makes sense now.
than his own personal successes or shortcomings. At the same time, he probably needs some serious help. And while on one hand I do feel bad for him, and on another he's pretty funny, how much sympathy can be extended to someone who tells his fans that steroids and meth are the way to ascend?
Oh yes, I read that. He also tells his fan he like takes meth every day to lose weight. I don't know if he like microdoses it or if this is a euphemism for like some kind of meds that he's taking, or if it's just straight meth, but that is crazy. That's crazy. I'm sure the video will dive more into it. That's crazy.
This is the story of Clav, the world's most popular looks maxer.
He did not used to look like that.
He was born in December of 2005 to a wealthy family in the northeastern United States. Instead of public school, he attended an all-boys private high school, which just goes to show that his upbringing already set him apart from the average person. But even among his peers, his interests would diverge completely from the typical student. While most kids were studying and playing Call of Duty, Clav was getting into looks maxing. As its name suggests, looks maxing is the idea of improving your looks.
No way.
The origins of this term are somewhat difficult to place, but today the term is most commonly attributed to looksmax.org. Clav began browsing the site while in high school.
That's what he used to look like. Steroids make you age quicker. Oh, okay, well that makes sense why he looks like older, I guess.
Supposedly coming to a personal epiphany. Looks matter above all else. If you don't have friends, it's because you're not good looking. Want to succeed in relationships? You need to be good looking. You want a dream job? Well, you also need to be good looking for that.
God.
Some basic methods for looks maxing are pretty typical. Go to the gym, eat a balanced diet, get some sunlight so you don't look like you just rolled out of a coffin. But these are all things that people have been doing anyway. Your dad probably told you to go to the gym instead of playing Halo all night. Or maybe that was just me. But some looks maxers are in favor of using more drastic methods. Clav claims that he was just 14 years old when he ordered testosterone off the internet for the first time. Obviously, testosterone is a naturally occurring hormone in all of us, but Clav was taking it to accelerate his progress in the gym. Or, as he puts it, I started roids about 2 weeks after I started lifting. Why? Because natty gains are slow and gay.
What's up? I just want to give a comprehensive overview of SARMs, or selective androgen receptor modules, what I think about them, my experience with them, and if you should take them. Now, SARMs are not as researched as anabolic steroids, so we don't currently know the long-term side effects, so that risk is already present.
To make things simple, SARMs are essentially gourmet
SARMs?
steroids. They're marketed as having less side effects than the stuff bodybuilders used to put up their butts, but at the same time, they do suppress natural testosterone production, which can have some pretty noticeable side effects on your body. If you've ever seen a male bodybuilder develop fleshy man boobs, it's because they took steroids for some period of time.
Fleshy man boobs. What the? Saggy boobs? You get saggy boobs from taking roids?
Up their hormones. But most bodybuilders are taking these performance enhancers after puberty has ended.
Yes.
Clav was starting them before he was even halfway through his natural development as a man.
Oh my
Based on
God.
his video, he's well aware of the risks, but it's a trade-off he was comfortable with because he claims to have gained 55 pounds of muscle in 12 weeks. It's also worth noting that this video is partially his own personal experiences, but it's also a promotion of these substances to anyone who stumbled across it. He recommends what to take if you're fat and want to lose weight, what to take if you're skinny and want to gain muscle, and how to do it most effectively.
Now, there is a bit of an increased libido, like you might catch yourself, going on Tinder at 12 a.m. You know, there's been times when I was on SARMs where I'd be on Tinder at 12 p.m., swiping on these ugly ass, let's not get into that, but
These videos are from 2022 and were seemingly recorded on the same day. During the rest of that year and 2023, there doesn't seem to be any significant online activity from him, but that doesn't mean he was leaving internet life behind. You've probably heard at least one term like mogging, mewing, beta, alpha, and sigma male.
How do you do mewing? I've heard about that, but I don't know what it's supposed to do. I've heard these terms too. I've heard all these terms before. I just don't know how to do the mewing.
Red, blue, and black pills, Virgin, Stacy, and Chad, among many
Yeah,
others.
I still don't
What
get
you
it.
Probably don't
Apparently, you're supposed to mew when you take good photos, but I don't know how to take good photos.
know is that, like pretty much everything online nowadays, these terms originated in mostly right-wing forums and image boards from over a decade ago. Before Looksmax was popular, it had 3 spiritual predecessors. PUAHate.com.
Mewing is when you raise up your hand like a paw and go, nya. All right, I'll take this for my next family photo. Nya. I know, Mew is a Pokemon. Does that count? Maybe you're supposed to shout Mew whenever somebody snaps a photo of you.
An anti-pickup artist forum, which mass shooter Elliot Rodger was active in.
Oh,
Sluthate.com,
yes!
which was later renamed Red Pill Talk, and was once directly addressed by the inventor of mewing himself, Dr. Mike Mew.
The first response came from Incel Executioner.
What?
I do love some of the names you've got here.
And lookism.net.
Bro, the names!
The latest and least relevant out of all of these. Many similar sites went the way of the dodo as their users found a more reliable place with faster servers that could host their discussions. Reddit. But in 2017, social media companies led a massive crackdown on anything that was deemed online extremism. Among the many casualties was the shutdown of the subreddit r/incels. On one hand, you had people saying that these communities were dangerous.
Wait, it's gone from Reddit? I thought it was there. How does Sean had Sorcerer videos then?
And needed to be purged from the web. But the opposing argument, apart from being in favor of freedom of speech generally, also had a foreboding warning. The idea that banning these communities from the general internet would cause a pressure cooker effect, where the people using them would just gather on more extreme platforms.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Indeed, they did. The shutdown of r/incels instantly led to the creation of
Needs.net.
4 different websites. Incels.is, which is a general forum for incels. Neats.net, created for people who are not in employment, education, or training. Sanctioned Death, a site that allegedly provides instructions on how to
Oh no.
And finally, looksmax.org. It's during 2024 that most of Clav's posts on this forum take place. One of the earliest posts I found is him replying to someone named Big Black Oily Booty, who claimed to be 15 years old. Clav replied to him saying, "Log out of this site and play with your friends. Don't ruin your mental development with autism." Unfortunately, this is advice that he himself did not take. 1 month or so after his 18th birthday, he made a post saying he had already gone on 4 steroid cycles, with doses as high as 550 milligrams of testosterone weekly. For reference, the testosterone they give middle-aged men to get their T levels healthy tops out at 200. In the same post, he also notes that taking substances in the past had seriously affected his liver health, but this didn't seem to be a major concern for him. By age 16, he was spending
Wait. At 16, you've already seriously affected your liver health? Jesus.
$100 per steroid cycle. But somewhat ironically, his drug use ranked pretty low in terms of bizarre methods he was using to supposedly improve his looks. While looksmaxers believe that your body is an important part of improving your looks, equally important is your face. Having a strong jawline, high cheekbones, and hunter eyes are heralded as the pinnacles of looksmaxing.
Everyone talks about getting hunter eyes, and everyone talks
What the fuck is a hunter eyes?
about a positive canthal tilt, but
Stop.
no one tells the truth. Here's the full guide on how to actually get hunter eyes.
According to Clav, one of the methods he used was called thumb pulling, which entailed pulling the roof of his mouth outwards to widen his jaw. He also chewed gum, which supposedly helped his jawline as well.
Wait,
All
is
of
that
these are
true?
obvious-
Is that true? I gotta buy gum. My friend, what does she do so you don't get a double chin? And apparently it works. Is you can buy these mouth tapes, and she's been trying to convince me to buy them. She's a friend I went on vacation with. She buys this mouth tape. There's a little hole for you to breathe through it, but it keeps your mouth shut while you sleep, so you don't open your mouth and become like a mouth breather when you sleep. And apparently it makes your your chin skin tighter. It's just so fucking funny. And she sleeps with everything. She sleeps with this whole setup. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. She has like a full-on face mask, you know, for the skin. She's got this cap for her hair, and then she's got the mouth tape. I'm like, damn, that's really sexy. Oh shit, it keeps your mouth shut. I think that's why your friend wants you to get it, Rima. Darn it, do I yap too much? Yeah, they need those apex predator eyes. What is TMJ? Chewing gum is very good for getting teeth. Well, I already grind my teeth while I sleep, so I don't think chewing gum will really help more. I don't need to chew more. I already do that. I've even cracked some teeth because I've grinded it so much, apparently. That's what my dentist tells me. I would tell her this stuff doesn't work.
Unconventional, but the strangest method is bone smashing. The idea that by lightly
That's
hitting your
weird.
face with a hammer or other object, you can create microfractures that, when healed, supposedly enlarge or strengthen the bones underneath.
I know it hurts, but that means it's working. That's the only indication. You have to push past the pain. Look at me.
While he acknowledges that the effects of bone smashing are most likely not permanent, he still claims that it swells up his face and makes him look more defined. Although I'm not sure I see much of a difference in this before and after, other than lighting. Now,
I don't see it. And also, like, that's temporary, no? What's the point of that? There's some legitimacy to that. Look at how Muff Briefer jaws are deteriorated. I swear to God, fantastic. And then she made me meet another one of her friend who also swore that it worked. And they really wanted me to try it. But I'm afraid. I'm like, what if I stop breathing at that? I'm too scared for that. I can't do it. I'm too scared.
one question you're probably asking after seeing all of this is why? Clav was already a reasonably attractive person before any of this, and it was all due to genetics. Were the steroids, strange techniques, and thousands of dollars spent really worth it? I would argue no, especially since two major things he was seemingly ignoring were his mental well-being and his general social skills. In one post, he states that he dreads going to get haircuts because, as he puts it, I'd rather look homeless than have to talk to someone for 30 minutes straight.
You don't need to talk.
I want to rope Max. He even went as far as making an entire thread about his crippling social anxiety. I dread talking to people in real life, even if it's for 30 seconds. I'd do anything to avoid those awkward, meaningless exchanges. Here's how I say 50 words or less per day. I wake up 30 minutes earlier than I have to, so I don't have to see my parents in the morning. I get up at 6 a.m. for school, even though I don't start for like 2 hours after that. I just sit in my car and wait for it to start. Don't walk into class first or last, both of which draw attention, which I don't want. I just walk in the middle of the pack so no one notices.
In the middle of the pack?
Room. Sitting in the back may cause the teacher to cold call you to try to catch you not paying attention. Sitting in the middle has allowed me to never get called on for a question the entire year. Keep eye contact with the teacher and divert your attention whenever she looks at you to another person. Also, never use your phone when
Stare down the teacher. It has to do with being born rich? Wait, which part, Charlie?
you're not supposed to. She will go out of her way to embarrass you. Don't follow anyone on Instagram. This will make it awkward to walk by them. Am I supposed to greet this person now? I don't want to talk to you.
Wait,
Don't
kinda
try to make small
true.
talk. Then,
That's a
it is
good point.
custom to greet people the next day. Just ignore everyone.
Wait, but do people follow each other on Instagram if they go to college together? It's like, you're in the class together. Why do you also need to be added on socials?
Never participate in class discussions.
Start counting your words. You shouldn't be saying more
I was the only one talking in class. Like, I would always raise my hands to answer the teacher. I wanted to be the smartass. Oh, hey, Jerry Miles. I'm glad it's the first time you're catching the live stream. I hope I don't traumatize you too much.
than 50 to 100 words per day.
Shut
I've
up,
gone
Spirit.
entire days without speaking before. This should be your goal. When walking into a room, don't make eye contact with
Dude, that sounds like torture for a VTuber. Go on an entire day without speaking? I couldn't do it. I couldn't go 30 seconds without speaking, probably.
anyone.
If I need to, just give them a nod and walk the other way. During lunch, I always sit in the library and fast, so that I don't have to go through the shame of eating lunch alone. This will cause social stigma. Don't be this kid. Just go somewhere else. When I get home, I try to go straight to my room without seeing my parents. I always greet my dog though, because I love her. This is the only female I will ever feel a connection to. I care greatly for my dog because she gets so happy when I come home from school. When I go to have my pre-workout meal, I eat it at an obscure time to avoid overlapping dinner with the rest of my family who are always home. At the gym, I always wear a hoodie and sweatpants, dark colors to be unapproachable. This is ideal. Never wear deodorant to the gym.
What?
No one asks you to work in, ever, if you smell really bad. Only do this at the gym, not anywhere else because it draws attention. When I get home, I go straight to my room to come on looksmax.org or incels.is for the rest of the night. Sometimes I watch a movie. I recommend you try to go an entire day doing your normal regime without talking.
He's literally this meme.
Whenever I talk, I give away my blue pill and reveal my mental issues. I used to have a therapist, but stopped going because of how dreadful it is. They constantly try to blue pill you and warp your sense of reality. On one hand, I think some of this post is exaggerated to get attention.
I feel like it's exaggerated. There's no way he actually, like, he's trying to be cool and edgy, which is, I mean, when you're a teen, you try like very hard to find a personality and a group that you belong to. That's a little out of the ordinary because now everybody wants to be different. Nobody wants to be a sheeple, part of the sheeple.
From other people on the forum. One user would even reply simply stating, "This is what people on this website do," and then they complain they get no attention from women. At the same time, social anxiety might be something that affects him. In one post, he claims that in real life he's generally perceived as a pretty normal guy. He says he has no problem speaking to girls or giving class presentations. But whenever he posts on the forum, people immediately sense his social awkwardness. It almost seems like he cares more about users on this website liking him than people in his real life. On that same note, one strange pattern—
You don't say. I feel like that sounds like a lot of us, like a lot of people online would do. Allison, thank you so much for the 9 months. Welcome back to the cute squad. That model is so cute. Cuteness, aggression deployed. Thank you.
I notice with his posts are the complete contradictions. For example, he ends this one post with this sentence: "You guys who bang and jerk off multiple times a week disgust me." Okay, fair enough, I guess. In the same post, he says that he pumps and dumps girls bi-weekly, which I assume means he was having casual hookups with women every other week. But in another post just 2 days after, he says, "I wind up gooning once every couple of days." Obviously, these posts are in complete conflict with each other. On one hand, he hates people who have sex and goon. On the other, he also does both of these things. Clav was trying his best to make it out of the hood at this point in his life. While he was attending high school and college, his academic pursuits seemed far less interesting to him than what was happening on—
Wait, but they didn't tell us how to get the hunter eyes, and we skipped a step in the tutorial there. I'm still stuck on that. How do I get the hunter eyes? Because right now I just got the droopy eyes.
line, which—
Look at my model. Her eyes are very, very droopy. Do you think that'll help me pick up women, chat?
To be honest, is one thing I definitely relate to him on. He had already started a TikTok account to show his transformations to the world and generate a little bit of conversation online about it. But he was still trying to create some—
I mean, to be fair, my eyes will be good at staring down the teacher, that's for sure. The teacher cannot look away from these purple orbs. There's no way this guy get chicks. Well, he's got a girlfriend. I think he just broke up with her. Hunt squirrels in your backyard for 2 hours a day to achieve hunter eyes.
Separation between his real life and what was happening online. At one point, he shared his list of things to never talk about with normies. This includes seed oils and food dyes, asking for food to be cooked in grass-fed butter, JFK assassination, tap water filled with estrogen, COVID vaccines, Michelle Obama's gender, Volkswagen Tiguan, Hollywood pedophiles, women's right to vote, how epic 05 Tacomas are, saying the catchphrase based and red pilled, Holocaust death count, crime statistics, homosexuals, Kanye West, weightlifting and macros, car modding, the word kek, race relations, and finally, Queen Cleopatra's race. Now, you may have some questions about many of these things,
Yes!
but if you're wondering about the Volkswagen Tiguan specifically, he says, I took a true Stacy on a date and ranted about how much I hate the Volkswagen Tiguan, which apparently dried her pussy out. Don't recommend talking about that. But
What? Well, so I learned what a Stacy is yesterday, and apparently that's a mean girl. I don't know why they picked Stacy as a name for it. Maybe it's because of that song. Stacy's mom has got it going on. I don't remember what the name of that song is. I just know these were the lyrics.
as time passed, the line between his online activity and his normal life began to blur. In one post, he talks about how some girl he was talking to looked up his TikTok handle and from there found his account on Looksmax, along with the post where he talked about his dick size. On the forum,
God.
Clab's struggles with online dating are pretty well documented. He can be seen asking for help on what kind of pictures to put on his profile to get better matches, while also complaining about how incapable he is of holding any kind of conversation with the women he does end up matching with. This would be a persistent issue for him, to the point where he made a YouTube video about it.
My biggest point of contention recently has been online dating. I don't know where I'm going wrong, which is why it's so frustrating. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. And there's just no real way to be logical. And when you're texting these girls, there's no feedback system. They'll just stop texting you out of nowhere. Like, you'll just be texting a girl, having a normal conversation, just no reply. Casper the Ghost. At that point, it's not like, okay, well, this is what it's not like a game where you could go and do some like game film after the fact and say, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that, maybe I pushed it over the line. Just be a perfectly normal conversation. Well, I could be, what did I do? How about that? How about you do me the courtesy of, after all these conversations and text messages that I don't even want to, you think I want to talk about your hobbies? Bitch, I want to get in your pants, goddammit. And I want to convince you that I'm not trying to you, which is why I'm having the conversation.
And to be honest, I think some of this experience is probably relatable to a lot of guys. What hopefully isn't relatable is that in some of his other posts, his conclusion was basically to give up on dating altogether. This really comes to a head with one thread simply titled, Masturbating Mog's Sex with Girls. I'd rather goon 24/7 than have to cope and jester on dating apps or cold approach a dumb girl. Conversing with low IQ primitive women is insanely difficult for me.
Damn.
And I can't fake the interaction for over 5 minutes. Pussy doesn't feel as good as my hand death gripping my cock on my
Death
triple monitor setup.
gripping.
Girls give you AIDS and take your money.
We were making fun of that yesterday with Kanata. You know, her grip strength is like 60 kilograms or something. And that's like higher than the top 10% of males from like 25 to 30. That collab was really funny.
Plus, when I jerk off, I can sit on my hand till it's numb and pretend a blonde Stacy is jerking me. How poetic.
God, I'm gooning.
It's probably
Oh,
worth noting
no,
here that
Tom.
taking steroids can also screw up your sex drive, with some drugs causing it to go through the roof, while others will cause it to plummet to the point where erections are basically impossible.
Oh,
By this
God.
point, it's clear that his looks maxing had very little to do with being successful with women, and instead, it had warped into some strange mixture of vanity and personal obsession, and his methods would once again become increasingly bizarre.
I guess it's some kind of way to take control over your life, over your body. It's very extreme. Whatever happened to just living an active lifestyle? Going to what I like, and I think I've mentioned that before, I like hobby maxing. I figured if you like going to the gym, that's totally fine. I figured out that I don't like going to the gym. I would always like subscribe, get a gym subscription, never go, only go a couple of times. It never really stuck with me. And I just realized I'm the kind of person that likes learning new things. So instead, what I've decided to do is to sign up for activities that teach that are active, like that teach me how to do new things. Like I kind of want to try fencing now. My problem is that I keep picking activities that have no use in day-to-day life. One day I'll pick something useful. But then, you know, when you do that, you can meet other people with your hobbies. First of all, you can make new friends, be a little social, and you can learn something new, a new skill that you feel like you can improve in. And on top of that, you do exercise and you don't feel it. It's not just a checklist. It's not just a core. You're like excited to go. That is true. You never know when somebody challenges you to a duel, and when they do, I'll be fucking ready. I joined the stream and my friend just tell me about this clavicular dude and how insane he is. Apparently this is a really good video on it, and it's been recommended to me a lot, so stick around. Turkey Tom does great videos. I know. Oh my god, that's such a good idea. Combine horse riding and fencing, and then you get jousting. Yes. I should go to some medieval fairs or some shit. I know. I rounded it up to 60, but that's so high. That's a death grip. She must yank it hard.
He began taking an interest in plastic surgery. Some posts detail him dropping some money on small things like cyst removals, while others had him asking other forum users how he could perform surgery on himself. And depending on what you qualify as plastic surgery, he's actually done it on himself multiple times. While I can't show it on YouTube, there's multiple videos of him injecting himself with something called lemon bottle, which is a controversial substance that supposedly dissolves fat in your body. In time, this became a regular part of his regimen, along with another method, using PDO threads. From what I can tell, PDO threads are basically the temporary tattoo equivalent of facelifts. Small, dissolvable strings that go under your skin and stimulate collagen production while making your face look tighter. I can't speak as to how risky or effective they are, but I also don't think it's good to do it as much as Clav does.
We're probably gonna do 4 more to get maximum hunter eyes.
And these methods also don't just stop at improving his face card. He claims to have injected lemon bottle into the base of his shaft, as well as sticking PDO threads into it. I did 8 threads in total today. I only went about a 1/4 inch in to mog the BBCs on the forum. I don't think anyone has ever written something like that before in all of human history, so I guess I have to give him points for being original. Even other people on the site told him this was a horrible idea, as basically
What the fuck is wrong with you? Also, lol, at that PFP, it looks like the memes, guys, of the Giga chats. Like, it's almost comical.
every reply is calling him stupid or mourning the loss of his penile
What the
function.
fuck is wrong with you?
Since we're on the topic, he also does dick ups, which are exactly what they sound like. You awaken the ancient one, and you flex it up as hard as possible for 4 sets of 12. And to progress the exercise, you can add a hand towel on top of it. According to Clav, he was up to 4 hand towels and had gained ½ an inch of girth. Of course, the looks maxing journey never ends, and even this stuff is really just the tip of the iceberg. Clav made several posts about wanting to get some more serious plastic surgeries. He explored getting an ollerplasty, which alters the appearance of your nostrils.
Wait, what's an ollerplasty? Oh, it's like a smaller...
A rhinoplasty, which changes the bridge of your nose, and of course, Botox insertions. As for Botox, he didn't want to get it done by a doctor. Instead, he was interested in doing it himself, asking members of the forum where he could get it online. But eventually, he went and had it done by a professional, safe. Which is why his face now has kind of a stiff, emotionless appearance. It's at this point that we begin to see the line being crossed, as Clav goes from exclusively effective...
Oh my god, it's true. The upper... Guys, look at the upper... his face does not move. Only his mouth moves. Only his mouth is moving.
Himself with his antics to potentially affecting other people in a variety of
Oh, his eyebrows moved just a little bit just now.
ways. One of his biggest threads from this era features him taking pride in banging a girl who is in a relationship. What's funnier, or more strange about it, depending on how you look at it, is that he recorded audio of her crying about it afterwards to own her. Besides this, he frequently expressed his pride about purposely tricking people on TikTok into doing fake looks maxing techniques. This would be taken to the next level when, after enrolling in college, Clav was outright planning to start doing Botox injections for other students to make a quick buck. Funnily enough, before he expressed his intention to do this, he was concerned about being kicked out if the college ever found his social media accounts, only to turn around and make plans to run a plastic surgery operation out of his dorm. He also made some other thread announcing that he won't be paying taxes. I guess that one is kind of based, I can't lie. Whether true or not, it seems like his concern about being kicked out of college is performative. If anything, it seemed he was looking forward to it, as it would give him an excuse to completely give up on trying to live a normal life so that he can go all in on being an online personality, as he was already trying to do at this point through his TikTok and YouTube. Clav found himself not being invited out by anyone, and even when he did get with a woman, he had to be on multiple drugs to be able to perform due to his severe erectile dysfunction, because of course he had ED. He was also posting TikToks during this time period with captions like, 99% of people are utterly repulsive to even look at. They should be grateful when I'm in their presence. I'll make a brief detour here to cover one of the stranger oddities in Clav's story. I lean toward it not being true, but given that he later walked back and edited the thread to erase it, I honestly can't be sure. Fortunately for us, the original thread was maintained via a quote in one of the replies, and although the overall details aren't really important, the story basically goes that a girl he liked started dating a Chad. So his response was to wait for her outside her house and literally flash her naked in a trench coat. The girl was startled and dropped her phone as she ran away, which Clav proceeded to pick up, post a picture of his balls to her Snapchat, and then Venmo himself $250. Again, this is what Clav is claiming in the post. It could easily be a tall tale.
I don't believe this. It ain't true.
But in any case, that's simultaneously hilarious and horrifying. At this point, Clav had already soured so much on the idea of college that he began to make threads recommending that instead of spending $250,000 on education, it's better to take that money and spend it all on plastic surgeries to be an influencer, which is basically a projection of his own aspirations.
This is our next generation. This is our future, guys. Everybody wants to be an influencer. I probably should, like, I know how contradictory it is that I am one, and I think it's cringe that other people want to be. But I'm telling you, not everybody's meant to be that. I'm telling you right now.
As he was already saving for a
Sparkshot! Yo, what's up, homie? Thank you so much for the Twitch resub. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, influencer's the new Hollywood actor. I mean, I wish people wanted to become Hollywood actors again. That required talent and craft, and a lot of dedication too. Some influencers have talents and craft too. Not me, but others. And certainly not all of them. And thank you for the YouTube membership on top of that. 21 months. That is huge. Thank you so much. Yui, thank you so much. Yeah, where are the guys that want to be the astronauts and I want to go on the moon?
$25,000 surgery anyway. Another traumatic event that may have contributed to his hatred for education is the piss
Mog incident.
What?
I'll let him tell it in his own words. I went to the bathroom to pee before lunch. I didn't really have to go. I just wanted to do it proactively so I wouldn't have to go later at a less optimal time. I'm extremely piss shy. I hate the idea of peeing next to someone at a urinal. It feels so embarrassing and the pee never comes out.
But then why are you doing all these injection in your penis for if it's not to show it off? And to like mug other guys' peepees. Foobox! Foobox! Thank you for the 9 months on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. He gets pee performance anxiety.
Anyone else have this? So I always go to the stall to pee. This time it's me in this BBC. He walks into the stall next to me. I start my pee.
Dude, you can tell he checks out all the other guys' pee-pees because he's got to compare himself and he's kind of insecure about it. Nobody likes a meat gazer, Rima. Dude, he's definitely a meat gazer.
Stream, and it's kind of quiet and weak. I can tell the BBC is laughing at my subhuman stream. He whips it out and produces the most girthful and powerful stream I've ever experienced. Mogs me to Gandhi with his beautiful...
Maybe he just really drank a lot of coffee. Maybe he had 2 Starbucks before this.
luscious stream. I truly want to end it. Indeed, that is a fate worse than death. Clav was clearly becoming more serious about his looks maxing efforts now, as he started taking more drugs, including a daily dose of erectile dysfunction pills, and looking into preemptively taking osteoporosis meds to try to grow his bones. At the same time, his online activity and his real life once again began to mix together. He was keeping lidocaine, a local anesthetic, in his bedroom so that he could numb himself while performing his procedures. His mom found it and was not very pleased. She stole the package of lidocaine, and I'm losing my mind right now. I spent $40 and she took it because it's dangerous. I tried to lie, and she went on a blue pill rant about how I'm not a doctor. I'm genuinely seething and raging like you wouldn't believe right now. Now I have to find a way to buy it without them knowing. As his parents started to get wise to his schemes, he got a job as a bouncer so that he could make his own money, and then made a plan to order steroids without anyone, not even his parents, finding out. With this newfound ability to blast away without a care in the world, it's at this point that he actually came to terms with how far he had taken looks maxing. Was all of this really worth it? The hundreds of posts to strangers online, the constant worrying about people in real life finding out about his strange habits, his parents' disappointment in his behavior, he decided it was time to just give it all up, to walk away. And that's the end of the video.
Except it's not.
Just kidding. He started taking Tren.
He did the Rima thing. The Rima, the YouTuber thing where it's like, and that's where you think the story should end. Except there's more!
One of the most infamous anabolic steroids due to how absolutely insane its effects are. He even started promoting it on the forum. When someone claiming to be 14 years old using the site asked what drugs they should use, Clavicular gave him a detailed list of what he thinks he should take, with this supposed 14-year-old simply replying, "Thank you." Obviously, anyone can just lie about their age on any website, so it's impossible to know if this was truly a kid or not, but Clav himself had now gone from someone who was socially awkward and wanted to improve his looks in early high school to a legal adult who was promoting harmful steroid use to children. Keep in mind, during this time period, Clav was downright bragging that he didn't even lift. He just took steroids and then got 5 times the results of, quote, natural subhuman dogs.
With the glass ceiling broken, all the oppressed groups shall prosper, especially the most oppressed group of all, gamers.
His disdain for gym bros is so strong that he scoffed at how they pose in the gym's mirror. Gym bros are retarded. I just flex in a handicapped bathroom, if anything.
I just flex in a handicapped bathroom. Going to the gym isn't just about gains, though. It's about the body releasing energy, and it's about, you know, discipline, feeling better about yourself because you've accomplished something over and over again. And every time you do, and you perform this action, then you kind of like pat yourself on the back. It boosts your confidence in yourself. It proves to yourself that you can stick to a routine. Nobody wants to go to the gym. Nobody. They go anyway. And once they're there, they kind of have fun.
His ability to freewheel his steroid cycle and also still attending classes created a bit of a golden age in terms of his posts, and there are a lot of funny threads from this period. For example, there's one where he recommends self-induced laryngitis as a means to achieve a Mogger voice, as well as his brave declaration that asking people for pictures of their penis is not gay as long as it's to check for aesthetics. As far as his own...
Okay. I think this answers our previous questions. You're the RPG character. I am. Whenever I don't want to go to an activity or to do sports, I ask myself, what would this anime character do in this situation? And then I get my answer there. I'd be like, they'd be so hyped up, they would never say no to going to the gym or going to this martial art class. So I just end up going.
He provided updated measurements, claiming that his routines had produced an increase of 0.75 inches. Although I do wonder if he's still getting piss-mogged in the bathroom. There's also one instance of him asking some guy what his mom's poop smelled like,
Ew.
which I'm not really sure about the motivation behind. I guess not every post can be a gem, which includes his response to a thread asking looksmaxing users what they think about predator catchers on YouTube, with Clav himself replying, "Awful bro, it's literal entrapment to ask incels to fuck, even if they are underage. They never got that treatment, so it's unexpected to them." He felt so strongly about this topic that he even went as far as to make an entire thread about it. Although it is worth noting that in the thread, he does say he thinks texting minors inappropriately is wrong. Regardless of whatever was happening on the forum, as long as that was the only place he was posting, Clav knew that his reach would be limited. So, as terms like mogging and mewing became more popular parts of the modern internet's vocabulary, he began exploring new avenues to become a bona fide...
Why can't we just do the Japanese aesthetics trends instead? When I went to Japan, like all the guys kind of had a little bit of an elevated look, you know? You felt like you had to dress up a little better. Cuz if you're not put together, then you look out of place. Like you need some accessories, and I never wear accessories, or I don't know, you just need to do a little effort, but they don't do all that. They don't do all that. They like, you know, style their hair, have a good drip, and that's it. Have a nice smile. That's all you need, really. Why do you need to inject your penis? Are you planning to do porn? Like if you're not planning to do that, then just leave your genitals alone.
Internet celebrity. In June 2024, we have one of the first instances of Clav going viral online with this picture, which was reposted to Reddit and then Twitter after he had first posted it to the Looksmax forum. Now, if you've been on 4chan or other sites for a long time, you might be thinking to yourself that you've seen this way before June 2024. That's because Clav's picture is most likely a rehash of this old meme from the 4chan fit board, which was also reposted a ton over the years. But Clav's version would see a much more widespread appeal, getting nearly 12 million views on.
Some of those guys have like 100K in plastic surgery, or like that Roland, like that host club guy. Yeah, but he looks so bad. Like the plastic surgery makes him look worse.
Twitter and bringing him a lot closer to his goal of becoming an online personality. Besides that, he was also getting some interesting results in terms of his looks maxing. Despite having to take 3 different meds to treat his erectile dysfunction and use a penis pump, he claims he slept with nearly 100 women. Unfortunately, this came with the side effect of being seen as someone who will say anything and do anything in order to have sex with as many women as possible. After a few months, it was increasingly hard to continue picking up girls from his school. Naturally, this led him to go back to doing what he does best, bragging and arguing with random people on the forum to prove that he's an ascended Chad. And although I thankfully haven't stumbled across it, he claims
he's an ascended Chad.
He's posted pictures of himself having sex on the forum. Now I think is as good a time as any to talk about what it means to ascend. There's an idea within looksmaxing that at some point you have basically achieved your ultimate goal of being at the highest possible level of physical attractiveness, at which point you can mog or look better than anyone around you.
I don't really give a shit about getting girls. I just want to mog. Like mog. Do you guys mogging? It means basically like looking better than someone. Like so you want to mog like people. Like dude, like
it's so empty, bro. Just become a VTuber. Nobody cares about what you look like. Problem solved.
Because at the end of the day, like with girls, you could just have game status. It's just like everyone could do it at the end of the day. But to actually mog, like you gotta be either genetically blessed or really work for it.
I like that he's saying that to the girl that's, you know, chewing with her mouth open, that probably doesn't give a shit about what she looks like. She's got her bra popping out. Like, it doesn't give a fuck.
So That's what I'm trying to do.
You may have noticed that despite having entered college, there's basically no information on what he was actually trying to get a degree in. That's because it probably didn't matter to him at all.
Yeah.
The most I was able to find in direct relation to him going to college was when he made a thread saying you could get college loans and then use them to get plastic surgery. Although this is just one of many threads he's made about getting loans for plastic surgery. Finally, after months of doing nothing but having fun, his mom once again found his roid stash. But this time, he managed to convince her to let him keep it with the argument that he's an adult and paid for all of it himself. However, it's really important to say that simply calling it a roid stash is not really correct. While there were plenty of roids in there, Clav points out that there was 1 kilogram of pregab. What he's referring to is the medication pregabalin, which is used to treat epilepsy and anxiety, which he had been taking in order to chemically make himself low inhib. So he was basically taking it to feel less self-conscious and high anxiety. From the first day he went to college, he was dosing himself with pregabalin and baclofen.
Wait, what
now,
the fuck?
unlike pregab, which has more psychological effects, baclofen is a straight-up muscle relaxant that, while not a benzo, has similar withdrawal results because of how strong it can be. His reason for taking these is so that he can...
but wait. Isn't this all of this stuff? It must be over the counter if there's an addiction. If there's an addiction risk. So he's getting a doctor to subscribe these, or is he buying this from the black markets?
Cold approach girls constantly, as he claims he's unable to do so otherwise. Interestingly, he eventually evolved his stack to also include beer. From now on, I will drink a beer of some kind every 90 minutes. I haven't decided which one I'll drink, but more than likely an IPA since it's high calories. The ethanol will intoxicate me to make me low inhib and happy. The intoxication will be subtle, so it's good to do at work and you can still be giga productive. I'll just sprinkle 1 milligram of aromacin into each beer to counter the estrogen, the only bad side effect of beer maxing. Number 1 coping / bulking / low inhib strat. It didn't take long for him to announce in a thread that he had grown to basically do nothing all day but drink and try to get with women, all while asking the forum for more ideas of drugs he could take, with his own suggestions being meth or nicotine. We're gonna come back to the meth thing later, but to the surprise of no one, his first criminal charges came soon after he began more conventional drug use. In August 2024, he was charged with misdemeanor assault and battery on a 56-year-old woman, as well as felony assault and battery on a 63-year-old man. Kiwi Farms user Colonel Sugar Lemons
Why is he beating up some old people?
was the one who dumped all the information related to this case. The story goes that around 11 p.m., an altercation broke out over 2 members of a large wedding party who were allegedly pulling on bras hanging from the ceiling in the bar area. Clav approached them, told them to stop, and they initiated a fight, leading to an all-out brawl. So far, not really anything unreasonable from Clav, but it appears that during the chaos, he was throwing punches at someone's mom, the 56-year-old woman listed in the charges. Now, I am going to say here that he most likely didn't do it on purpose, especially since these charges were dropped. However, I also think it's likely that his employer wasn't aware that one of his bouncers was regularly drunk and drugged up to the gills while on the shift. If any legal situation like this happens, and for whatever reason, Clav gets tested for drugs, he is an automatic liability and is a lot more likely to be considered culpable. But regardless, he got away with being an alcoholic, pregabalin, and baclofen fiend. Ironically enough, what he didn't get away with was the steroids. After getting his mom to stop giving him grief over his looks maxing, his activity on the forum would finally catch up to him when another user sent his post history to his school.
I was kicked out of uni for essentially roid maxing and, looks maxing. Whatever the term you want to use is. Unfortunately, someone decided to archive all of my posts and apparently find out where I went to university and send them all to the public safety at my university, detailing all my alleged activities, which prompted them, the university, to do a search of my room and uncover certain looks maxing peptides and, things like hormones and, TRT, whatnot. In this gestured clown world of America, that's illegal. Testosterone is illegal, guys. You're not actually allowed to do it without a extremely gestured prescription that I can't afford. I don't have health insurance. So I was using underground labs to source testosterone.
Oh, so he got it from underground labs, whatever that means. That's what I'm saying, that people literally just stream their crimes or like post about it. They don't care. They don't care.
I'm sorry, but I can't afford to go through like some of these online clinics or like an endocrinologist. It's, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a broke
Crime
18-year-old,
maxin'.
and I live at home, you know, with my grandma. So it's like, to go ahead and go through the legal route and spend all this extra money rather than just source it on my own just seemed incredibly gestured to me, and that's why I went ahead and made the decision.
On one hand, I honestly do feel bad for Clav. It's not a good thing to maliciously contact the college with the intent of harming him in some way. That kind of behavior never comes from a good place. With that being said, he really did everything in his power to allow this to happen. From making almost no effort to separate his personal life from his looks-maxing endeavors, to outright bragging about his very questionable activity on campus, which included him saying he was going to do DIY Botox injections on other students, among many other things. Even if the only thing that got him in trouble was the testosterone he had, he claims he doesn't get it legally because he can't afford health insurance. But at the same time, he has a dozen threads about how much money he's planning to dump into plastic surgeries. So I'm not sure how sincere that is.
Yeah, I don't know.
On the importance of looks maxing comes
I think it feels like he really wanted to be accepted by all of these anonymous forum users, and we see that behavior happen over and over again. You can see that on 4chan. People do that, even though it's anonymous, which is odd, right? We see that on a bunch of different platforms. It's because, dude, it's because our ancestors used to hunt together, eat together, and like dance around a bonfire. And we're depressed because we spend our days looking at a square, an illuminated square in our hands, and we're still seeking that community, but we just don't make efforts to join it. And sometimes, like, he has a family too that eats together, but he doesn't even want to talk to them. People often seek what they don't have, and they don't care about the connections that they do have.
Pretty clearly, as just moments after remarking about how mean-spirited people online can be, he's describing being kicked out as a blessing in disguise.
Now I am able to fully dedicate my time to looks maxing, so I think this is going to wind up being a blessing in the end.
The end of college would also mark the end of any normalcy for Clav.
Yeah, a rectangle, really. And that's why I use blue light glasses while I doom scroll browsing online. I'm protecting my eyes every day. Use code CLOP for 10% off, and link in my description below.
He was now fully committed to becoming a popular looks-maxing influencer.
Yeah, I mean, if you what I said only applies if you do have a nice family or a regular one. If you don't, then you gotta seek out other individuals. Hopefully real ones, not like online, just online ones. That's helpful.
His next video is titled, I Started Tren at 18, and so should you, which should really give you an idea of what kind of approach he was now embracing. Within just a few months of being kicked out, you can clearly see how much further he was going into the abyss. Getting an $86 penis pump, getting on multiple weight loss drugs like Mounjaro and DNP, and on top of that, partying. During these parties, he would do coke, along with drinking alcohol and taking baclofen. Not to mention the other stuff he was already taking, such as steroids, his dick pills, etc. Obviously, even by normal partying standards, this is a pretty impressive cocktail. And these habits...
He's on a ton of shit, man. His liver must be suffering, screaming, help me, somebody else, help me, let end.
Would eventually lead him to crash his car. Body cam footage of the aftermath has been released, and we can see that he basically drove into a ditch on a narrow road. But that's much less informative than what Clav himself said in a post about the incident. I was nodding off on the way home and crashed into a fence. It'll cost me at least $2 to $3 grand. Surgery delayed once again. The cops didn't care that I was intoxicated. I'm boys with them. We work out at the gym. It's interesting that his greatest concern was not that he could have hurt someone or or hurt himself. His main priority was that the crash was delaying one of his many planned surgeries. The first reply this thread got is someone pointing out that he could have taken the life of an innocent person while driving in that state, which honestly restored my faith in this website a bit overall. For any reasonable person, this would be a wake-up call to, you know, not be strung out on everything all the time. Maybe a lifestyle change, but for—
How do all these body cam footage from like cops get leaked, by the way? Isn't that supposed to be private information, or is he the one posting them?
Clav, it was just another obstacle to his ascension. Now that he was getting more attention online through TikTok and these minor scandals, Clav decided it was time to cash in a bit.
If you're tired of being invisible to women, tired of getting rejected, and tired of watching other guys who won the genetic lottery take what—
Oh god, his tan combined with the bisexual lighting in his room that has like zero personality, it's so fucking weird. The setup is weird. I feel like I'm watching a vidIQ video on how to like up your YouTube analytics or something.
yours, then pay attention. Because what I'm about to show you will completely transform your face and physique in ways that you didn't even think were possible. Look, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. You have been lied to. They told you just be confident, just be yourself, looks don't matter. But you and I both know that's complete bullshit.
Yeah, he opened a coaching page where he charges people $49 every month to have access to his methods. I'm not sure how much money this page was making when it started, but the landing page claims to have 1,500 members, which could add up to quite a bit of money. Now, I usually try not to hate on someone's bag too much. After all, I am a believer in good old American capitalism. But given the advice that we've seen him give out to people so far, my hopes for this school are pretty low. But with the money coming in, he posted on LooksMax.
Bro, Turkey Tom should have paid for a month of it and checked it out. Like when Moist Critical did a red pill boot camp.
Saying he filled out a loan application for surgery, specifically maxilla surgery. This is surgery that will radically restructure his face and is another step in his quest to ascend. His posts around this time also got even more questionable. In one post, he writes about how he makes sure that he explodes inside of the better looking girls he's been with to pass on his genes. Hopefully we don't get a low tier god situation here.
Oh my god.
I've abandoned my child!
In another post that's definitely trolling, he criticizes people who wash their ass, calling it gay. As 2025 approached, he found himself wondering why all the women left around him were extremely promiscuous, and then revealed that he is now in $50,000 worth of medical debt, which he has no intention of paying off. Could he be lying about some of these details? Sure, but the overall point still stands. The shark has been jumped, and he is past the point of no return here. His delusions go so far that he went to an orthodontist and began, quote, dropping nuclear black pills on him, all to walk out with $7,500 worth of Invisalign to fix his teeth because apparently that's something he's very insecure about. Another thing he's never managed to figure out with his drug stacks is his facial hair, which eventually led him to draw a mustache on with an eyebrow pencil because, according to him, it makes him look like a dad. I really hope stuff like this in particular is trolling due to how downright stupid this looks.
Yes.
Like clockwork, Clav has some brief moments where he attempts to produce something resembling self-awareness and makes the odd thread about how you shouldn't be doing drugs besides steroids and alcohol. But in no time flat, he's back to making brag threads about how he had fun at the club on 400 milligrams of pre-gab and 65 of baclofen.
Okay, I don't even know what these things are again. These are the meds that he started taking earlier, like the muscle relaxants that we don't like, that he gets from underground labs.
Keep in mind, he had been living with his grandma at this point, I assume the same one from the picture, and he spent his free time making threads on LooksMaxing about how he had taken the sociopath pill, and he was gonna fool every normie into thinking he was a normal guy from his Instagram pictures. If you're not 14 and you're still LARPing about how you're like Dexter Morgan or Patrick Bateman, it is verifiably over for you. But
alright, I'm gonna admit something. I've never watched Dexter. I never watched Dexter. I just like the meme with the black guy in the car. The detective guy. I love that reaction. Yeah, I've never watched Dexter. I've seen American Psycho though. It's good? So is Dexter the psychopath in Dexter?
The thing about being a deceptive and manipulative person is that over time, people do catch on to you, and you need to move elsewhere to keep running your racket. Naturally, by April, Clav did just that, and moved to LA, where he said it was infinitely easier to fuck. Probably true, to be honest. In his yearning to try and emulate the behavior of the popular normies, he doubled down on his TikToks and his streams on Twitch. But this move was showing some signs of taking its toll on him, as he once again spoke about trying to be sober from alcohol. But as we're going to get into soon, this sobriety is not really something he takes seriously. He literally just means not drinking alcohol. Other stuff is still on the table. Just a few months into 2025, something pretty strange popped up in his public records. This was brought forward by Kiwi Farms user Colonel Sugar Lemons, once again, who provided paperwork showing that in February 2025, Clavicular had been served with a restraining order that ensured he wouldn't abuse, contact, or come within 100 yards of an anonymous woman. And he also had to surrender any firearms he had to the police.
Wow,
now, I wasn't able to find any more
dark.
third-party information on this, but once someone else made a video about him that included the information about his restraining order, he responded by saying this: "The restraining order thing was even more outrageous. I made a joke on Discord that got me in actual trouble. If you think we have free speech in America, think again. I'm so done with people coming in and trying to subvert looks maxing into something it was never supposed to be." This is very similar to the things he was saying when he got kicked out of college. The idea that he was punished for just looks maxing, which is pretty insincere, leading me to believe that he may not be telling the full story here either. However, I will say that the person who made that video on him with the information about the restraining order is herself a looks maxer, so I don't know the motivation behind her making her video. Ultimately, these hiccups did very little to prevent Clav from gaining popularity, as the wider internet was becoming increasingly fascinated by his posts. And his hat. This newfound explosion through Instagram Reels and TikTok would lead to what many have called his generational run, where he basically just goes on a bunch of podcasts and talks about himself. The first one that I saw was when he did a stream with Nick Fuentes, where he talked about his planned double jaw surgery.
So the plan is the double jaw surgery.
Right.
And that brings it forward and makes it wider and bigger?
Forward and down.
And
so
down.
A downdraft, yeah.
Giga Chad.
To most people, it's clear that this is a totally unnecessary operation.
Yes.
But at this point, Clav has gone so far with his endeavors that he doesn't really see it as much of an issue.
No, I think he doesn't even see himself the way he actually looks like when he looks at himself in the mirror. It's like those people that keeps injecting because they get used to how they look, and then they don't realize, and then they become like those inflated looking like memes.
In another interview, this time with Jack Neal, he talks about his most recent addition to the stack.
I'm taking Octane. I use crystal so methamphetamine as a stimulant and to lean max, right? It's very suppressant of your appetite. It's a very long-acting stimulant. So this is something that I've started using in place of Adderall. I'm pretty much using meth for hollow cheeks.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where we're at in terms of looks maxing.
While he goes on to defend his use by saying he takes a very low dose, there's honestly nothing
He doesn't even have hollow cheeks. It's a complete waste of time.
he could say to convince me that ordering the Big Blue off the internet to lean max and get hollow cheeks is a good idea. His surgical ambitions have also gone even farther, as he wants to get a type of surgery where both of your legs are broken and then slowly pulled apart while the body forms new bone in its place. With the idea being that once the surgery is complete, you'll be multiple inches taller. Keep in mind here, Clav is already 6'2", and he wants to be 6'6". He also expresses total confidence that he isn't insecure, and instead, all of his decisions are informed by pure logic and rationality. Right before he says he'll be getting the jaw surgery in Turkey for $35,000, and then says that the height surgery will cost—
Bro, $35,000 for a surgery in Turkey, you're getting scammed, bro. Scammed.
cost him $100,000. Now, despite how bizarre Clav is as a person, he actually does a decent job of presenting his worldview convincingly, and it's undeniable that he's pretty well spoken. While his appearance on stream with Nick Fuentes and the Jack Neal podcast were pretty popular, it was Fresh and Fit, a Red Pill podcast you may remember from when Andrew Tate was taking over the internet, that really blew the lid off, spawning a lot of edits of him on Instagram.
Please do.
So her ailer base, the width of her nose is incredibly large. Her nasal bridge is incredibly wide. You know, obviously you've got bimaxillary protrusion. So, you know, your bite is all off. Just everything is wrong.
That's fine.
Yeah, so just, I would rate you the lowest, definitely on the panel.
Not a surgeon.
What's the number?
I would arguably say like 1.5 or 2, like genetic defect, dead end.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm actually writing this shit down.
But whatever value he offers as a content creator is constantly negated by the stuff he actually gets up to in his endeavors to looks max. As his popularity increased, so did his revolving door of drug use.
Why the HCG? So that my testicles aren't the size of a shriveled up raisin. I was kind of getting a little sick and tired of that. You know, it really has a wear and tear on your mental.
Jeez.
If you're just like you guys know, like a raisin in the sun.
Oh.
That was pretty much my nutsack, was a raisin in the sun.
This guy's life
Jesus.
is basically a never-ending revolving door of drugs that cause issues and are then supplemented by other drugs which then need their own solutions, and it goes on and on.
Yeah.
He took SARMs to improve his
Dude, his stomach lining must be all fucked up. His kidneys. How long is he gonna be able to keep this up? He won't be able to.
performance. Then he had to take testosterone because his body was no longer producing it naturally. Then his balls got small, so now he has to take the ball drug. But at the same time, his dick isn't working, so he has to take Cialis. As all of this is going on, he has really high anxiety, maybe related to his general temperament, maybe due to the drugs he's taking, so his solution is to drink and take baclofen. It's just never ending. There was a brief period in which Clav tried to act as if he had moved past his life of sleeping around and had gotten into a relationship, but it didn't last very long, and soon enough, he went back to jester maxing on TikTok for online attention from randoms, making videos about how to increase your IQ and the size of your meat, all while bragging about how easily he can get replies on looksmaxing.org, but doesn't care about it at all, and has ascended past it. This is probably Clav approaching his least self-aware state, as he begins committing the most common internet guy mistake, engaging with your haters.
If you go look at, his Kiwi Farms entire post about him, you can see who he is.
If you put any person, any teenager, under the level of scrutiny that I've been put under, where I've got a forum full of people looking into every single thing that I've ever done, private police reports and stuff like that where I crashed my car, could you imagine if that was you? If you were exposed to that level of scrutiny, I guarantee most of you, the majority, would be in way deeper shit than me. So what did I really do? I crashed my car because I took too much baclofen? Oh, big fucking deal. Some envious I simply made a joke about. If you put any person, in my situation, any teenage male under the scrutiny of all these people on that forum, which is literally an illegal forum. It's illegal in the UK and a few other countries, because of the shit that they do on there.
There's a lot that I can say about this video. First off, I think the years of using the "I'm just a teenager" defense on his parents made him do it on impulse here, despite the restraining order and the car crash happening after he was an adult. Secondly, I also really like how he's using Kiwi Farms being illegal, as he puts it here, as a gotcha, when the legality of his black market steroids, which he actively promotes and has promoted to kids, has never concerned him. To seal his fate for good, he announced that he was heading to the final destination for modern TikTok stars, Miami. There are very few fade stars.
I thought they were gonna say Dubai. Read my side screen, even so that she could agree about size maxing the schlong. No, dude, he injects stuff in it. It's wild. It's wild.
Than to see yourself become a Miami influencer with a rented Cybertruck.
Also, oh, it's a rented Cybertruck? Of course. It's so ugly, this truck. I don't understand people that drive in it. It looks like a bad version of the Batmobile.
It's like a biblical punishment. Despite his many claims to not care about what online incels had to say about him, he was clearly bothered about it, to the point where he made a video borderline crying while trying to defend his recent developments.
Because that's really important, is the why. Why are you doing these things? Why
Gurf Demon, thank you for your $1 donation.
With anabolics. Why are you, dumping, all this money that you have into peptides and nootropics and this and that, and taking this risk and having this surgery planned? So that really needs to be explained and addressed, because I see a lot of craziness going around on the internet, right? It's like, wouldn't you rather just give something your all in life? Okay, so when people come on and they say, oh, Clav, you're insane for getting surgery, you're insane for doing these anabolics. Well, at least in 5 years, whether I am a Frank Tufano botch job or the next Giga Chad, at least I could say that I gave something my all. while you sit there and type your comment on my Instagram reel from your wage job, at least I tried. At least I dedicated myself to the craft and was willing to do whatever it takes, right? So I really want to make this video before I go ahead and get this double jaw surgery, just to say that you guys have never done something hard in your entire life. You've never actually put in a second's effort. Now, I know I'm not the best looking guy, and sure, there's all these looks maxers that look a lot better than me, but what did they actually do? What did they actually accomplish?
I like that, like his ideal is other looks maxers. It's not even, it's not models, it's not celebrities, you know, it's other look maxers. That's his entire world. His entire world is so narrow.
Because while you were out doing random bullshit in high school, I was sitting there on my computer dedicating myself, researching the best way to maximize myself. So it's not craziness. It is not anything other than obsession and dedication.
There's a few things to pick apart here. He opens by saying, hey, why are you dumping all of this money that you have when that's only half true? If you go back far enough, he was using the money his parents gave him to get hormones. And even recently, he was taking out loans and admitted to being in tons of debt to get his looks maxing procedures. Then there's this false dichotomy he paints where if you don't think what he's doing is good or smart, then you must be an embittered wagey, envious of his ascension. Collab simply can't fathom that his critics have a legitimate point, rationalizing that they must be poor and mentally ill. Keep in mind, he's saying all of this through gritted teeth and watery eyes. Lastly, I like how his idea of putting a lot of effort in is being on the computer looking up ways to enlarge your penis when you're 16 years old, and then injecting your shaft with lemon juice. Now, some people may say,
oh, but that's just what he used to do as a silly kid trying to looks max online.
But as I've already gone over, if you look for more current examples of him supposedly taking risks to make the most out of himself, you immediately stumble onto him once again admitting to being on meth.
Usually when I build stuff, I'm always so stemmed out on, like, you know, an amphetamine with a methyl group. You guys know what I'm talking about?
In reference to another video where he fails to rizz up some girl, he posted, I was high on meth. That bitch is definitely subhuman. Soon after, in another clip, like the one in his car where he's desperately attempting to get himself taken seriously by his audience, he says this.
I am not a character. This is not some TV show, right? Where I'm coming on here trying to entertain you, mother. This is the cruel, hard world. We live in one of the worst societies ever throughout the entire history of the world. Quite literally. You have to be in the top percentile to even be looked at with a shred of romance, with a shred of attraction by women in this day of age. Do you think that I'm doing this shit as a
That's sad. It's really sad and blackmailing.
form of entertainment when I have to stay up for 3 days in a row, high on crystal meth, right? Trying to suppress my appetite and get hollow cheeks, right? Is that supposed to entertain you? The fact that I even can't...
Are you not entertained? Yeah, this is just sad now. It really is. The fact that he feels that he needs to look that good, and he still feels like he hasn't achieved what he wants to achieve, and that he's gonna keep going just to be looked at, just to be accepted by other people, is it's really sad. It's really sad, and I hope that people don't actually believe that you need that to be loved by somebody.
even talk to people without some sort of version of benzos. I need alprazolam just to be able to have a conversation like a normal person. Is that supposed to be entertaining to you? Okay, right? So this shit is hell for me.
You do really gotta love the irony of someone talking about how evil and terrible the modern world is while making tens of thousands of dollars a month by basically sitting on his ass, live streaming once in a while, and then ordering drugs off the internet so he can destroy his brain. The rest of the video just has a lot of him malding about how evil women only give attention to you if you get plastic surgery, and he tries to, quote, appeal to people with neurodivergence, as if the stuff he's peddling at all would help other autistic people people online. I'm sure that on some level, he's aware of how silly he sounds when he takes himself so seriously, especially when the rest of his content is him doing literal makeup tutorials and recommending that all men take Cialis.
I mean, at this point, like the makeup tutorial, yeah, just do that. Like that's the least harmful thing. If you could use makeup if you're a guy, I don't give a shit about that. That's fine. Like the drug use is insane. The shit he's on, the cycle, the self-harm.
He rapidly alternates between posts like this and posts like this.
Would Charlie Kirk have gotten assassinated if he were Chad? Well, probably not, and here's why.
Well, he was definitely trying extra hard to put on a performance. According to people who actually met him in real life, not much was different. In a Reddit thread about a stream clip of his where he showed off his penis pump, one user wrote, "My cousin is good friends with him in real life. He says Clav is probably the most insecure human he's ever come across. According to him, he's constantly going manic by trying all sorts of looks maxing techniques. He only talks about anabolic steroids and plastic surgery. He also will have a meltdown."
I mean, you don't need to have met him or to know him IRL to know that he's insecure. If you base your self-worth on how other people look at you, then you're insecure by default.
If he sees the slightest imperfection, and will ruin everyone's plans by refusing to leave the house because he's ugly, like a middle school girl
Wow.
would. Recently, he's been doing way too much melanotan too and looks terrible. Guy is mentally ill and needs psychiatric care. While this post is anonymous and could be complete bull, it sounds pretty accurate. Fortunately for Clav, he was finally moving past the need for validation from
not
his
this
fellow
dude.
looks-maxing cells, as he was now attempting to ingratiate himself with streamers. Once again, the backfire was almost instantaneous, as this clip of Aiden Ross talking about him came out.
Bro, he's befriending all the most annoying people.
Ever seen someone snort meth ever in real life?
Wow.
I literally witnessed Clav snort meth. Literally. Witnessed it. And I didn't know how to feel. I did not know how to feel.
Bro, Aiden Ross, bro, he makes Aiden Ross look normal. He makes Aiden Ross look normal. Even he's shocked.
I've never seen that ever.
Aiden was just one of the many stops on his clout train. Next up was Jack Doherty and then Sneeko, both of whom he streamed with. Besides his career developments, there were also some new things in his personal life. He had found himself another girlfriend who happened to be 17 years old, which a lot of people took issue with. Although
She's 17. She does not look 17, guys. That's what I've been telling you at the beginning of the video. They don't look like teens anymore.
I want to say here definitively that given he is only 19 himself, dating a 17-year-old is not really something to be concerned with. The more concerning part is him and
Oh, he's still 19? He's still that young?
injecting fat-dissolving peptides into her face on livestream.
Wow.
Going back to the LooksMax forum, it's worth noting that he's mentioned his sister, who is just 13 years old by the way, multiple times. Over a couple of different posts, he wrote this: "Imagine your sister, who has the same DNA and genes as you, will never have to work a day in her life, will never understand hardship, will have every one of her desires fulfilled by cuckold men. Truly unreal. My sister is probably 0.5 PSL higher than me, which is a good amount but not otherworldly, and her quality of life will be inestimably better simply because of a simple difference in chromosomes. Truly unreal how genetics and sexual market value works. So Jover for me, man. My sister is a chronic mouth breather, mostly during sleep, but I already see early signs of recession and bad development. She's a foid, so she will have unlimited sexual market value.
What's a foid?
Regardless, but do I save her from descending, or does it not benefit me? The theory is that her marrying a rich Saudi prince or some shit like that will benefit me and allow me to exploit money from her. Again, almost everything Odd said here could be swept away as a joke, but it is very strange.
Oh, it's female? Yeah, why would you talk about your 13-year-old sister like that, bro? And why does he think she won't work a job? I started working when I was 16. But apparently kids these days, they don't work till they're very old, which I also find odd. I mean, their little hands could be put to so much good use, you know? Their little nimble fingers. They could work machinery, very fine tuning. You know, we need people for all these PC parts. The RAMs are getting very expensive. We could send them there. No, I'm joking.
To talk about your sibling like that to strangers
They yearn
online.
for the
Regardless, Clav was fully cementing his reputation by audibly snorting something that is presumably coke while on stream.
What?
Oh, buddy. Dude.
I think he realized how bad this looked, so right after, he made an attempt at expressing regret over his drug usage, calling it the worst day of his life.
You need that stuff if you want to do this consistently, but I don't, bro. I want to get off the packet. I am. It's been 12. We've been off for 12 hours, bro.
Bye.
Yeah. The worst day of my life, bro.
But given that he continued to hang out with the same exact people afterwards, and a clip came out of them talking,
He says that with like such a poker face. And they're hanging out with, I don't know, like these girls are just looking at themselves in the camera while dancing.
about how they got their stuff from the same guy who supplied it to the actual Wolf of Wall Street, I doubt he stayed off of it for very long. For someone who takes so much pride in not living a normie life, he's doing
What? Is that a photo that is he censored because there's drugs on the table?
exactly the same thing as a gaggle of other clout-chasing streamers, with the only difference being that he's convinced himself—
Ew! Why are all these people popular?
that his motives are somehow unique. Ultimately, regardless of the merit some specific looks-maxing philosophies may or may not have, I don't really need to go out on a limb to say that being on drugs all the time and doing steroids without lifting is just not the way to go. No amount of being funny online changes the fact that Clav could have had a much happier, fulfilled life, and instead he's wasting the prime of it and a huge amount of money on plastic surgeries and drugs. With that being said, I don't think he's an evil person, and despite him having advised other people to follow his footsteps as if he were a role model, I don't think he's intentionally misleading anybody. Based on everything I've seen so far, he genuinely believes that he is making the best decisions. It's
No, he really believes it. He really believes it.
just that those decisions are incredibly stupid. It's worth saying that throughout everything, even Clav himself admits that ultimately, a lot of what he's doing will probably have some very negative effects on his life.
So you don't care about maximizing your lifespan as much as your day-to-day?
Yeah, I'm not a huge longevity guy.
And I think his popularity is reflective of some broader issues as well. Clav himself has stated that he grew up as a socially awkward person. He avoided speaking to anyone in class. Instead of spending his time with friends, he went on an obscure forum for improving his looks. When realistically, his looks were already fine. He doesn't need to get height surgery to go from 6'2" to 6'6". He doesn't need to get his jaw broken and spend 6 months healing to be better looking. And frankly, his physique is not good enough for someone who has been taking steroids since before he was old enough to drive. There's this idea that I've seen in comment sections everywhere. How ironic is it that he only blew up after he ascended? To me, the truth is that he only blew up now that he's 19 years old, has been kicked out of college, and has the time to actually make content. A lot of the people claiming he's ascended will show before and after pictures, but the before is when he was like 13 years old. Are we really that surprised that someone's appearance changed for the better from before when they were in high school to when they're supposed to be college age? Is that really shocking to anyone? And frankly, there are plenty of good-looking people on the internet who are 19 years old. This is not a unique thing. Clav got popular for 3 reasons. One is that he's pretty funny. The second reason is the extreme measures he's taking, which is shocking to anyone who hears about it and they feel like they need to hear more. And the
It's like the internet needs to be more and more extreme all the time. I think there was this YouTuber that, I don't know, gave... Fuck, I gotta find that post again. But it's literally so dystopian. Like, they're giving these things to hobos. They're giving them challenges, risky stuff, just to get some content. Yeah, giving internet access to everyone was a mistake. The village idiot was just that. The village idiot. No, absolutely. And it's scary how it's developing at such a rapid rate. Bringing AI, bots on top of that, misinformation. It's terrifying. I mean, my work is in the internet, but I genuinely, like truly, I'd be glad if we just deleted computers and internet from our lives. I'd find something else to do.
Third reason is that there are a lot of other socially awkward kids out there who believe that Clav is offering them a way out. If you listen to him, all you need to do is take 32 different drugs.
No, like, people look at the before and after image. They're young. I've seen those people in my comment section. They're young. They're black-pilled. It's like the same kind of comments that Shuan Head was reading in her video. Like, they're like 16-year-old. They think their life is over. No girl wants to look at them. They can't find a job, or they have no job. And they have no money. It's like, bro, you're 16. Of course you have no money. Nobody has money at that age. And then they see this and they're like, oh my God, this is my way out. This is how I get people to look at me. And it's so hurtful.
You order off the internet, and then your life will be complete. But the reality is that, much like Clav's Botox-filled face, his audience will probably be just as fleeting. As the novelty of watching someone talk about penis pumps and taking meth to lean max fades away, he's either going to need to hard pivot into actually talking about something that matters, or he's gonna fade into irrelevance like the rest of the Red Pill guys did once their audience has realized how full of shit they were. Anyhow, I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time...
You are gay! The sooner you realize that, the better!
Who is that? They should get rid of social media, but the computers can't stay. They're never gonna get rid of social medias now. It's never gonna revert back. It's like the price of housing. It's like inflation. It never goes down once it went up. Oh, that's so to your God. Yeah, I don't really know this guy. Jesus. Yeah, really good video from Turkey Tom though. That was great. What should we watch next? I got a few options. Yeah, they want something immediate instead of something that takes time. There's no shortcuts in life. That's what I realized. You know, try to do the slop thing, uploaded slop thing doesn't work. Nobody cares because you're not putting efforts in it. You try to take shortcuts to lose weight, you're gonna get it back. What's another example I could give? I had another one. Sorry, I'm gonna drink some water. I used to buy lottery tickets because I was like super broke. And you know, you hope that one day you win the lottery and you're like, I'll never have to work again. And you know what? You never win the lottery. You never do. All you do is spend and sink money in it. There's really no shortcuts in life except roll up your sleeves and get to work. You know what? Life is unfair, is what I realize. There's no fairness. Other people get better stuff sometimes, and sometimes you got the shit deal. You got the shit end of the deal. But you know what's cringe? It's overplaying a weak hand. And once you open your eyes to that reality, which is a sad and boring reality, then you get to see what's your actual play field. And then you get to see what is your actual hand. And then you get to make the decisions that will actually make you move forward. You don't live in this fantasy. You don't live in delusions. You just live your life. And yeah, it's way less boring than fiction. You're not in a movie. It's way less boring than the internet makes it out to be. But hey, at least it's real. Yeah, let's make a fun video. I mean, okay, I have a Bleach video about Aizen, the villain that broke anime, or we can watch more Uma Musume videos, and then we can watch like maybe Mugen, because Mugen's video is about drama, but they're usually light. The way he talks about them, he makes them fun. There's also a American's Warhorse Marine Surgeon Reckless, and it's it's about a horse, like a war horse. There's a video by a girl that has a lot of makeup on, you know, those like influencers, but it's about like how TikTok destroyed hobbies. I kind of like those kind of videos. There's a CoffeeZilla video exposing is that billions? A $10,000 billion debt industry. There's also a video about XQC, the loneliest millionaire on the internet. A sergeant horse, not surgeon. Sergeant. The debt video is good. But like, we need something to lift the moral right now. So maybe an Uma Mujme video. I gotta find that channel we watched the other day. Sometimes you could watch Rotten Mango. She does really good true crime documentaries. For Parrot, I think we watched all of the Parrot's video. Bros, why is Report of the Week like depressed? He uploaded a video called What's the Point? It almost has 1 million views already. You know the guy that does the food reviews that I like?
There's a saying in Japan.
I found the channel. There was a lot of people telling me I should watch. Who? Are you guys talking about the food guy? Wait, I'll show you guys the video thumbnail. I was wondering if anybody's seen it. I don't know if I want to watch it though. Because he's not even doing a food review. He's just like depressed. But he's got so much views.
So
it's a Report of the Week. That guy. See, and I started watching it, but I like let it play while I was doing something, and I didn't end up paying attention. What's the point? It's got the most views out of all of his videos uploaded lately. No, I haven't seen people's reaction to Play My Little Puppy. I think people have been telling me to play that game. Yeah, I'm too hungry for food videos as well. I should have ate something before starting. Yeah, Pyrrhix, he said he's a fan of the channel. He commented on one of my videos, on one of my reacts. He does, he used to do Nikke videos, so what people have been telling me. I'm not too much into Nikke. I mean, I like the game. I'd like to play it. I love the girls. They look great. But I've never played it. His Uma Musume videos have been great. I like the Haru Urara story, but we've seen another video on it. Tokateo, we could watch Silent Suzuka, but this one is sad. We could watch Symboli Rudolph. Please remember this Uma Musume. Is that one gonna be sad? We got Big Laura Nikke going on right now. Oh, he still does Nikke. No way, a rapper reacted to my Gigi video? Have you seen the Agnes video? No. Where is Agnes? I don't see her. Oh, Agnes Tachyon. Wait, this one has a lot of views. Maybe we should watch that.
Rivalries.
Oh. And I got such cute. I like watching these videos. I like watching more positive content. You know what? I get such cute comments on these videos. They're really nice to watch. There is this one Japanese person. He left the cutest comment. It was like he was explaining why. Do you guys? I don't know if you were there. We watched a video, and in the video they were talking about why there's these two districts in Japan that are highly competitive against each other, and they've had this very long-standing rivalry. And that Japanese commenter, he explained why that rivalry was so deep-rooted, and it goes back like thousands of years. And at the end he said, I hope the translation tool translates this properly. I was like, that's so adorable. It was on the Reischauer video, yeah. We can watch the Surgeon Horse video after. I know, JP Bros are really nice. I was gonna say JP Nickies. Could that be said? JP Nickies?
Rivalries are something all too common in Uma Musume. A strong rival, in most situations, present the ability for our protagonists to push past their boundaries and overcome hardship. In having strong competitors, the only option is to dig deep and work as hard as you can to break past your limits. Beginning of a New Era is a prime example of showcasing that pursuit of greatness in Uma Musume.
Daegun to me, Daiwa. Daegun to your father. Thank you, Jason.
However, what happens when your rival is someone completely untouchable? A presence so overwhelming that it would shatter.
My editor says that for some reason our reacts to these videos always get copyrighted because of the anime scenes that they watch, but it's like, but this channel isn't get copyrighted, so how does that work?
All confidence someone would have. The history of Japanese horse racing has seen many strong competitors come and go as the years have progressed. Rarely do we see such dominating careers as Simbali Rudolph and Katsuragi Ace. Maiden debuts are normally where these horses shine, showing a new audience what they're capable of. But what happens when all expectations are shattered?
Guys, I get chills from some of these like anime scenes. We gotta watch them! We gotta watch Uma Musume! Okay. Tomorrow I'm doing another stream on my Gigi video, and we're going to go through all of the, like a bunch of details on Gigi that didn't fit in the video. And then after that, I'm going to speedrun my next video. And once that goes into production, then we'll do more streams. Right? That's the plan.
When the audience is shown the sheer potential a new racer has. One who would dominate the racetrack and disappear as quickly as they came, leaving behind such a strong legacy that would usher in a new era of horse racing. This is the story of Agnes Tachyon, the Phantom of the racetrack.
I love crazy looking characters! I love when their faces are like that. It looks so cool! Stop watching real people movies. Yeah, this movie's amazing. I mean, I like doing stuff with the communities like that, like reacts and just yapping. I know it gets like less views and stuff, but I don't know. I think the people that are there like truly enjoy it, and I think the internet has been the internet and Twitter have been so blackpilling and depressing lately that it's just good to, you know, get out of it, talk about something else, change our ideas together. And once we feel re-energized, then we can go back to, you know, the regular content and the commentary. But for now, I think we just take it easy and not worry too much about the numbers and, you know, just keep going. Just vibes.
Like other videos, this one will be surprisingly short. Agnes Tachyon's racing career isn't that extensive.
Exactly. Watch some anime, get cultured. You know, goon a little.
But it is the importance of his participation in his short career that would solidify him in horse racing history. Agnes Tachyon was born on April 13th, 1998.
What a beautiful horse.
And from the very beginning, had clear potential to be a strong racehorse.
Wow.
Tachyon's sire was Sunday Silence, a famous racehorse from America who'd been brought over to Japan. Sunday Silence was one of the best sires that Japan had ever seen.
He's so beautiful. Wow, I've always wanted a black horse like this with the white spot on his head. That looks beautiful.
Displaying strong pedigrees to pass down to the various children he'd have in his retirement. It wasn't only Tachyon's sire that was famous, but his dam as well. The dam of Agnes Tachyon was Agnes Flora, a well-known racehorse, most notably placing first in the Oka show.
Is a dam like the mother?
Agnes is a clan name which shows Tachyon's lineage, and the name Tachyon is defined as a hypothetical particle faster than the speed of light. From birth, expectations were high for Tachyon to fill the shoes of both his mother and father's history. Though Tachyon displayed a strong lineage, he would not be seen as a favorite to win his debut race. Tachyon had not seen much training in comparison to his competition, leading many to believe that his abilities wouldn't be as sharp against other horses at the debut. Tachyon would claim
I wonder at what age do they start racing?
victory in this debut race over the fan favorite rebroadcast, cementing his position as a fierce competitor. In some cases, debut races are the only first place finishes some horses achieve. However, for Tachyon, it would only be the beginning of a string of multiple victories to come. Tachyon's debut race would also show the audience that he was far above the capabilities of other newcomers. During the final spurt of the race, Tachyon would clear 600 meters in 33.8 seconds. Most racehorses average a time of 35 to 36 seconds to clear the same distance.
Jesus
with
Christ,
notably
it's so
strong horses
fast.
being able to barely lower that time to 34. Tachyon wasn't only winning
Sometime in the 2 years and late ones in 3 years. That's crazy because my friend got herself a horse and she can't even ride him right now because he needs to like grow a little more. His back is it's not solid enough. But then again, they're not, they're not horse races. They haven't been bred by the utmost coolest champions in the world. So maybe his genetics aren't as good.
debut races against newbies either. In his very next race, Tachyon would challenge some of the greatest names to come in this era of racing, one of the most notable being Jungle Pocket. Pocket, the main character in Beginning of a New Era, isn't anyone to scoff at either. Pocket's career, though not as impressive as Tachyon's, would end the dynasty of TM Opera O, an undefeated G1 racehorse, and officially usher in a new generation of horse racing. Pocket wouldn't only defeat a strong Japanese racehorse, but also would stand atop the strongest in the world, claiming victory in the Japan Cup in 2001. Uma Musume portrays Agnes Tachyon as an Uma obsessed with pushing past her own limits. She wishes to see how far her body can go before breaking, and the true peak that an Uma Musume can reach while racing. She's absolutely obsessed with this research and is rarely seen training or taking anything else seriously. In the anime, her presence is eerie, almost haunting as we first encounter her alongside Jungle Pocket. It isn't just the first meeting that proves offsetting, but the deranged nature Tachyon shows on the racetrack. During Tachyon's second race, at the radio town,
She's got this crazy scientist vibe going on. I wanted to say that she looks like Urahara from Bleach, but she's more like the other crazy scientist that's like half robot.
Bahai Sansei Stakes, the anime would showcase just how overwhelming Tachyon's racing style was for her opponents. Tachyon's real-life counterpart wouldn't just win this race, but also would set a record time. It would be following this race, and after only 2 races in total of his career, that Tachyon's trainer, Masayuki Nagahama, would set his sights on making Tachyon the next Triple Crown racehorse. After making this decision, Nagahama would schedule Tachyon's next race to be the Yayoi Show. The Yayoi Show is seen by many as a prelude to the Triple Crown series. Should Tachyon place first in this race too, it would only further solidify Nagahama's belief that he could be the next Triple Crown recipient. By this point in Tachyon's short career, he would become well known by both trainers and jockeys alike. One peculiar thing about the 2001 Yayoi Show is a low number of horses participating in this race. Normally, the Yayoi Show is a place where the strongest congregate, all with dreams similar to Tachyon's, to seize the next Triple Crown. However, due to Tachyon's entry, several trainers would pull from the competition. Tachyon's sheer presence alone was a force to be reckoned with, once more, clearly displayed in beginning of a new era. Unsurprisingly, Tachyon will win the Yayoi show without any issues. Tachyon's jockey, Hiroshi Kawachi,
Dude, he's really good at pronouncing all the Japanese names really well, unlike me. Well, I can't even pronounce the English words well.
at this point, also firmly believed in Tachyon's capabilities to seize a triple crown. This wasn't a close race whatsoever. Tachyon had won by 5 horse lengths over Born King, once more displaying to the audience that Tachyon was in a league all his own. In the anime, Cygames pays close attention to Tachyon's name, displaying her running state as if she's chasing an ideal form of herself. This is the pinnacle of Tachyon's dream, to truly break the limits of a normal Umamusume, living up to the name given to her. With an overwhelming victory at the Yayoi show, it comes as no surprise that a month later, Tachyon would be entered in the Satsuki show, the first step to achieving the prestigious Triple Crown. Once more, Tachyon would enter the race against Jungle Pocket. This would also mark Tachyon's first G1 race in his career. It would come as no shock that Tachyon would place first at the Satsuki show, displaying an effortless victory once more over a group of tough competitors. When finishing this race, Kawachi would hold up one finger over his head, signifying this was the first of 3 wins for the prestigious Triple Crown title.
Ooh.
In the anime, this would shatter Jungle Pocket and drive her to push as hard as she could to catch up to Tachyon, declaring her as her rival and vowing to beat her. Despite this, as real-life events would recall, Jungle Pocket would never get that chance.
They're Uma-maxing. Limit break.
In the anime, Agnes Tachyon, following her 4 consecutive wins, would announce a sudden retirement, chalking it up to seeing the potential in Jungle Pocket to surpass a barrier Tachyon couldn't reach. Keeping true to her normal personality, Tachyon states that it's not important that she keeps racing, as she's already proven her strength over Pocket, only driving home the emphasis of their difference in strength. The sudden retirement of Tachyon will reflect a brief examination that he'd undergo before the Tokyo Yushun.
Okay.
On May 2nd, 2001, it was discovered that Tachyon had a bowed tendon in his front left leg. Though not as severe as other Umas we've covered in previous videos, the injury was enough to cause his trainer to retire him on August 29th. The Tokyo Yushun would take place on May 20th.
Tachyon was mogging the competition. I have a feeling that we're gonna be using those terms for like a few weeks.
27, 2001, with Jungle Pocket taking first place.
Yeah, legit.
This caused major controversy to stir, seeing how with Tachyon's absence, Pocket was able to steal a victory. This sudden retirement, as reflected in the anime, came as a harsh blow to horse racing fans. Many firmly believed in Tachyon's capability to obtain the Triple Crown, and the race records following his retirement only acted to solidify that claim. In addition to the Satsuki show and Tokyo Yushun, the Kika show would also be won by a competitor Tachyon would beat effortlessly in past races. Manhattan Cafe would claim the Kika show victory with Tachyon's absence, making both remaining Triple Crown races won by horses Tachyon had previously bested. This would lead people to give Agnes Tachyon the nickname of the Phantom Triple Crown, a racehorse who clearly would have dominated in his era of racing. A presence so strong that it led some to withdraw from the competition entirely against him. In the anime, as Umamusume does, the aim is to honor the legacy that would follow Tachyon's retirement.
Right, so they're like all these other horses are racing against Tachyon's Phantom, basically, because he just retired. He's like, I've already won whatever, and they still want to surpass him.
Jungle Pocket would try time and time again to convince Tachyon to continue racing. However, hiding her injury and true motives, Pocket would only be met with the same answer each and every time. Tachyon had already proved her dominance over Pocket, and through this, Tachyon wanted to see just how much further Pocket could surpass her. The remainder of beginning
I'm not familiar with Pocket. I don't think we have her on Global, do we?
Of a new era follows Jungle Pocket's internal struggle with never being able to compete with Tachyon again. Her rival had essentially vanished after proving undefeated strength on the racetrack. During this time, Tachyon would seem content with this decision, the seeming injury she'd gotten having prevented her from truly realizing her full potential. It would be at Jungle Pocket's race at the Japan Cup that Tachyon would realize that she didn't want someone else to reach that point for her, but instead, she'd aim to reach it herself. Through Jungle Pocket's perseverance, even with Tachyon's absence, her resolve had shifted, ending the movie off with the defeat of TM Opera O and ushering in the new era of Umas. These being Dansu Flame, Manhattan Cafe, Jungle Pocket, and Agnes Tachyon. Though this video has given away some aspects of the movie, I highly suggest watching the beginning of a new era.
Okay.
For how short the runtime was, it really is one of the best things Cygames has produced in the Uma Musume anime universe. Following the Real Horse's retirement, Agnes Tachyon would participate in retirement races, which are far less competitive than the previous victories he'd accumulated over his career. Both Tachyon's jockey and trainer stated that Tachyon simply loved to race, and all of his monstrous victories could simply be due to that fact. In addition to participating in retirement races, Tachyon would also become a highly successful breeding stallion, being named the lead stallion in 2008. Some notable offspring of Tachyons were Deep Sky and Daiwa Scarlet. Tachyon would pass away suddenly in 2009 due to an acute heart failure.
No.
Today, Tachyon is still remembered as a phantom Triple Crown racer, one who suddenly emerged and was extinguished before he could recognize greatness.
Stop. Tachyon actually made 2,500 kids? No way.
Even though his career was brief, Tachyon aided
Wait, funny time to join in given my name, truly.
to usher in a new era, but sadly, couldn't be a part of it.
Wait, Tachyon made 2,500 kids and then got a heart failure?
This was
No
the
wonder.
story of Agnes Tachyon, the phantom of the racecourse who redefined the racing world.
Wow.
Did you enjoy this video, and who should I cover next?
Yeah, I did.
Be sure to let me know in the comment section down
Great
below.
video. Thank you so
Thank you all for
much.
joining me, and as always, I will see you all in the next one.
This new model is peak. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like the new model. It's great for reactions. Tokai Taio's story is peak. Okay, let's watch it. How long is it? I feel like I literally was just on it a second earlier. Now I'm blind. Is it not on this channel? I feel like I was on it earlier. Is it this one? It's next to the rice shower. Oh, yeah. Okay. For some reason, I thought she had short hair. It's 20 minutes. All right. I gotta go to the bathroom after this one. We'll do an intermission after this one. And then I can keep going for longer. The other horse video that I wanted us to watch is like...
What if I told you that if it were not for the...
Oh, it's only 32 minutes long. Okay. 3.3 million views. We'll watch it after this.
Before this video begins, if you'd like to see me play Uma Musume live on my Twitch, I'll link it down in the description below. To further support this series, consider becoming a channel.
In that one, the first clip that I uploaded on my Clips channel, by the way, make sure to subscribe to it, I pulled this Uma and I said something like, "Oh my god, it's the Uma from the trailer!" And the comment section is like quoting me. They're like, "It's the Uma from the trailer skull emoji." I thought it was hilarious because I didn't know any of the names back then.
Member as well, or leave a super chat and tell me what you enjoyed most. Thank you to all my current channel members and subscribers over on Twitch. And now, without further delay, let's get right into the video. Horse racing remains to this day as one of the most popular sports in Japan. Through the decades, legacies have been established and several racehorses have solidified
Cute.
themselves in the JRA Hall of Fame. forever immortalized for their greatness on the racetrack. Every year, around 6,000 to 8,000 new racehorses are registered to the JRA.
Beautiful.
And of that group, less than 30% would manage a single win throughout their career. Of this 30%, even fewer would be known as Triple Crown racehorses. Over the span of 1941 to 1992, the odds of becoming a Triple Crown racehorse were 1 in every 76,500. For many, this prestigious title was far out of reach.
I need Kick to sponsor me to gamble on racehorses now. I want to go to racehorses.
But for one racehorse, it would be the foundation to a story of perseverance. This is the story of Tokai Teo, the racehorse who defied all odds and turned the tragedy into a triumphant return.
And turned into an idol.
If you've been playing Uma Musume or have been following the series, you'll know the game utilizes real-life events to shape the characters we race in the game. Before we dive into Teo's story, we first need to familiarize ourselves with what exactly a Triple Crown racehorse is. In the game, you'll compete in various races to climb to the top, eventually reaching the Ura Finale series. This instance in the game, just like everything in Uma Musume, is modeled after races that took place in real life. A Triple Crown racehorse is a 3-year-old thoroughbred who has won 3 races that make up the prestigious Japanese Triple Crown. These races should sound familiar if you played through Uma Musume Pretty Derby.
And this is the title that you can only get once, right? Because you can only get them from 2 to 3 years, from my understanding.
These races include the Satsuki Sho, Tokyo Yunshun, or the Japanese Derby, and the Kika Sho. The first ever Triple Crown racehorse was ST Light, who was given the Triple Crown title in 1941. The next racehorse to receive this title would be Shinzan in 1964, Mr. CB in 1983, and finally Symboli Rudolph in 1984.
They're so pretty.
Tokai Teo was set to be the next recipient of this prestigious title. This was because Symboli Rudolph was Teo's sire.
Okay, he kind of looks like a nerd with his hair like this. He's so cute.
Making him bred for the racetrack just as his father was. On April 20th, 1988, Tokai Teo was born at the Nagahama Ranch in Nikapu, Hokkaido. Even Teo's name is a reference to his father's crowning achievements. Teo translates to monarch, directly referring to Rudolph's nickname Kote, meaning emperor. From birth, Tokai Teo didn't show much promise, having long legs and a delicate frame. However, his potential began to shine through as conditioning and training began. Teo displayed flexible movement and a competitive spirit, reigniting the hope that he could follow up in his father's footsteps.
I wonder what a competitive spirit means in a horse. Does he, like, he wants to win over other horses and stuff? I thought they were a pack animal. Like, is he more dominant? That's what I'm wondering.
This unique flexibility is also brought up in the series, both by her fellow Umas and in the iconic Teo step, which is present both in the anime and in-game. In the world of Uma Musume, Tokai Teo is a bright, bubbly Uma who has a natural-born talent for racing. She sees Rudolph as a mentor and a symbol of success. Rudolph is a student council president and always carries a sense of seriousness and elegance through the story of Uma Musume. With Tokai Teo, Rudolph seems to have a softer side for her junior, and even from afar, still hopes the best for the Uma who admires her so much. This is yet another nod to real-life events in Uma Musume, showcasing the lineage of Symboli Rudolph to Tokai Teo. Tokai Teo also displays high levels of speed in the series as well, a nod to the outstanding performance that he show on ramp courses. A horse of Tokai Teo's caliber should not have been able to record good times. He had a longer stride, but even still was able to shatter all expectations. Due to this, Shoichi Matsumoto, Teo's trainer, would plan a schedule to have Teo seize the next Triple Crown. In the anime, Tokai Teo is also racing as a legacy to Rudolph. Teo is inspired by seeing Rudolph race before she joins Tracen Academy. When first meeting with the legendary Triple Crown recipient, Teo vows to be the next Triple Crown racehorse, directly referencing the lineage Teo came from once more. Through the next string of victories, she'd inspire future generation of Umas in the series like Kita-san Black and Satono Diamond. From Teo's debut on December 1st, 1990, he dominated each and every single race he took part in. The very same speed and competitive spirit shown in Uma Musume is reflected in Teo's race history.
She's adorable.
From his initial debut until May 26, 1991, Teo remained undefeated on the race course. In this short time, He'd also placed first in the Satsuki Sho and Tokyo Yushun. This left only the Kika Sho to claim the Triple Crown. However, only 3 days after winning the Tokyo Yushun, Teo would hit a massive roadblock.
Uh-oh.
With the Kika Sho and the Triple Crown title within reach, Tokai Teo would sustain his first injury in his racing career.
Oh no.
Just as the anime subtly hints to in the first few episodes, Teo's keen-eyed handlers also felt something was off with the racehorse. After an examination on Teo was conducted, it was revealed that his left leg had been fractured. This, unfortunately, would shatter the dreams of Teo following in his father's footsteps.
No!
And in the anime, come as a devastating blow to Teo for not fulfilling her promise to Rudolph. The entirety of Uma Musume Season 2 are the ups and downs of Teo's career. From this point until Teo's final race, I will do my best to paint a coherent timeline between the anime and real-life events as best as I can. Due to Teo's delicate frame, he was more susceptible to injuries such as this.
I like that they brought back like his white spots in her hair, like as a detail.
Teo would spend nearly a year focusing on recovering and easing his way back into racing. In the anime, it's not depicted as anything severe. The first fracture is something Teo overcomes with relative ease and is back to racing shortly after. Returning to racing on April 5th, 1992, Tokai Teo will place first in the Osaka High. This came as a wave of relief to onlooking fans who were worried for Teo's first injury. Their beloved racehorse had bounced back, and even though he didn't receive a Triple Crown, he still displayed the same dominating presence he'd been known for on the racecourse. It was very rare to see an outcome like Teo's return, several months without racing to immediately dominating the competition once more. This feeling of relief, sadly, would be short-lived though. Teo's next race would be the Spring Tenno Show, with his major competition being Mejiro McQueen.
Ooh,
The interesting
McQueen!
thing about this race is the overall distance of it. Teo had raced on tracks ranging from 1800 to 2400 meters, comfortably racing medium-distance tracks over the course of his career. This would be Teo's first long-distance run, challenging both the UMA version and the real-life counterpart with a long road of conditioning and training. This rivalry reached its peak on April 26, 1992, when the Spring Tenno
Imagine you're the guy there on the horse in the back. You're like, fuck, this race is so Jover.
Show would take place. Despite the difference in distance, Teo was still the majority favorite to win, holding his title as an undefeated racehorse. For context, up until this
You mean
point
gold
in Teo's
chip,
career,
yeah.
the lowest he'd ever been on the fan favorite was third. In the 7 races previous, Teo would be the favorite to win by a landslide, and this race was no different. Due to this, it came as a major shock and upset that Teo wouldn't place second after McQueen, but instead 5th overall.
Damn.
This would be Teo's lowest placement in his career thus far. Unsurprisingly, Teo's image was criticized by the media, establishing this event as a dethroning of an undefeated racehorse. The expectation was high due to Rudolph being adept to long-distance running. However, Teo couldn't live up to the same expectation. This loss would sow the seeds of doubt in Uma Musume for Teo, and only continued to snowball from this point on.
That's sad.
Several days after Teo's defeat, he experienced a second leg fracture of his career. At this point, Teo's injuries would be taken more seriously. Repeated injuries such as fractures could be deadly to racehorses,
Yeah.
so it would be best to tread lightly. Despite Teo's injuries, and clearly personified in the anime, Teo's fighting spirit never dwindled, even after losing both the Triple Crown and his undefeated race history. This is the point where the anime ventures away from real-life events, so from this point onward, I'll be sure to cover what the anime left out in the remainder of Teo's.
Hey, Chatino. But why are horse fractures like deadly? Why can't they perform surgery on horses? We perform surgery on all kind of animals now. Like, I feel like we have the technology, or we should have it.
Career. On November 1st, 1992, Teo participated in the Autumn Tenno Show. Even after the first defeat of his career, fans still firmly believed in Teo's ability to win. This was back on a 2,000-meter course, something Teo showed clear domination on in the early stages of his career. Sadly, this race too would come as a major upset to fans of the beloved racehorse. Teo found herself unable to accelerate any further midway through the race, as reflected from actual racing footage. Teo would hover mid-pack for the entirety of the race, finishing
Oh.
7th overall, far lower than the original 5th place upset against McQueen. This would come as another major blow to
It's just how they're built. Horse legs don't repair, so they put the horse down. It's probably very painful. Oh, you can't get a horse to sit or lay. They're like just wired to always be sitting, I guess. Not sitting up. Their legs just don't heal like that. I don't know why. But many Umas were laid to rest because of leg issues. The recovery is just too difficult for them. It's kinder to euthanize. Oh, okay. Then that's probably the right decision. I was just wondering because I'm like, they're spending millions on these horses. So like, if they could, you know, if they could heal them, then, and they have the means to, then I feel like they would do it.
Teo's reputation, and caused firm believers of Teo to lose faith in the racehorse who dominated the majority of their career. In Uma Musume, following the Autumn Tenno show, we followed Teo on an emotional journey through recovery and rediscovery. Episode 7 of the anime would showcase a devastating loss at the Arima Kinen, with Teo placing 11th overall.
Ooh.
Following this, Teo would fracture her leg yet again in episode 9, reflecting events that happened on June 3rd, 1993. The 11th place Arima Kinen would take place on December 27, 1992. But between this point and the depiction of Teo's third fracture would be one of the most important races of Teo's career. This race, unfortunately, is not one depicted in the anime, and is a race that we're all too familiar with if you've seen Uma Musume Season 1. The Japan Cup is a prestigious international race first established in 1981. This would pit Japanese racehorses against the best from around the world. The first race would—
Fracture can cause horses to experience excruciating pain, and sometimes it can be aggravated since they can panic easily as prey animals after surgery, which leads to potential worse injuries. Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And they don't have muscles below their knees at all, so it's a gruesome process to heal severe break. Oh. Also, the leg can just straight up shatter, making the leg unhealable. That's so sad. So they can do something for minor breaks, but nothing for severe ones. True. Fully heal a bone fracture is next to impossible. That's true. I still have my bone fracture from my knee. That is true. And that's true, Jason. The pain does come back with like temperature or humidity. Sometimes I feel like it's swollen, or that I feel less in it.
include horses from Japan, the United States, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and India. Horse racing had a strong presence in Japan at the time, and expectations were high to see a win from Japan overall. The first ever Japan Cup winner was Marzi Dotes from the United States, coming as a major upset to the Japanese people. Following the debut of the Japan Cup, the door would be open to the best horses from around the world to participate, solidifying it as one of the most competitive international events to ever be established in horse racing. From the Japan Cup's initial establishment to the time of Teo's racing career in 1992, there would only be 2 victors crowned from Japan. These would be Katsuragi Ace in 1984 and Simbali Rudolph in 1985.
Rudolph!
From 1986 to 1991, Japan would see repeated losses at the Japan Cup. As the years progressed, faith in a Japanese victory grew smaller and smaller, and the legacy of the back-to-back wins of Katsuragi Ace and Simbali Rudolph slowly began.
We don't have Katsugari Ace on Global either. We do have Rudolph.
To become a distant memory. Funnily enough, the Season 1 depiction of Special Week's win would be taken from the 1999 Japan Cup.
Special Week. We should watch the Special Week's video. Not today, because we've already watched 2, but another time.
7 years after Teo's participation, Special Week's win would usher in another wave of hope for the Japanese people,
yes,
and be
Tony.
the first of several consecutive wins of Japanese racehorses in the following years. The following victories would include TM Opero in the year 2000 and Jungle Pocket in 2001. From 2001 till modern day, foreign competitors would only steal a victory twice from the pride of Japan. What once began as a race which showcased weakness over foreign competitors, now would show strong determination and pride of the Japanese people. Currently, Japan has consecutive wins from 2006 to 2024, an 18-year record of wins at the Japan Cup. Though Special Week's win is seen as a major victory, It would be Tokai Teo's performance in 1993 that would revitalize the pride and hope of the Japanese racehorses. Despite Teo's second fracture and the low placement in the Autumn Tenno show, he was set to participate in the 1992 Japan Cup. It's important to note that Tokai Teo's competition was nothing to scoff at either. Even at the time of writing the script, the horses Teo went up against are still widely seen as the strongest lineup in the history of the Japan Cup races.
What? That's so cool.
Teo wasn't seen as a horse to claim victory either, placing 5th in the overall popularity poll to win. So it would come as a major shock to everyone on November 29, 1992, when Tokai Teo began to advance to the front of the pack. Against all odds, in front of the entire world, Tokai Teo was about to solidify himself as a legendary racehorse. Teo had upset all odds, claiming victory for Japan once more. Even though Teo would never be a Triple Crown recipient, he managed to do something even better. Despite 2 leg fractures, Teo was able to bring home a victory his father had years ago, showcasing the determination and competitive spirit that was still present within Tokai Teo. Teo had not only bested all odds against one of the most difficult rosters ever recorded, but had shown the people that nothing could keep him down. I'll never personally understand why the anime shied away from this race, but I wanted to make sure to highlight it in this video. Aside from Teo's miracle return, which we'll cover shortly, this was the highlight of Tokai Teo's career. The sheer sound of the fans' cheers and the excitement in the announcers' voices are enough to establish just how much hope Tokai Teo had inspired with this triumphant victory.
Oh my god! Won by a
Now
hair.
that we covered that portion of Teo's career, we can look once more to Uma Musume Season 2 for the final race covered in this series. After sustaining a much more severe fracture...
Yeah, I feel like I'm being sold on the anime and the movies with those videos. Like, I really want to watch them.
3rd of June 1993, Teo would cancel her race at the Takarazuka Kinen. This would showcase the internal struggle of Teo in the anime, seeing how she could have won the competition if she had participated. Teo would go through a lot of highs and lows at this point, but with the help of her friends and her trainer, she'd find the strength and determination to continue on. At this point, Teo would be told she may never race at full capacity again, a devastating blow to the young Uma. Despite this, her determination to race never dwindled.
Wait, what? You watch ostrich races? Is that still a thing? That exists? That actually sounds fun.
Even through the pain of rehabilitation and conditioning, she found herself once more on the race course. A year after Tokai Teo's crushing loss at the Arima Kinen, the race following Tokai Teo's Japan Cup victory, she participated in the following year's Arima Kinen. The popularity of Tokai Teo had seen many ups and downs from her audience, but everyone hoped for a miracle for this race. Teo's popularity at the previous Arima Kinen would be first seeded to win. However, after the crushing defeat a year prior, it had dropped to 4th. If Teo's previous absence had little hope for turning a victory, this race had even more doubt. In the recorded history of Japanese horse racing, there hasn't been a single G1 winner that hadn't raced for a year and come back victorious on the track. It's unheard of in general for this to occur at all, to have a horse return after such a long hiatus. Injuries like Teo's, for many, will result in retirement. When the race began, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Teo would perform as he usually did in both the anime and in Uma Musume's final episode. As the race progressed though, just like with the Japan Cup, the audience began to see something remarkable occur. The miracle they all hoped for was about to become a reality.
Okay, phew.
In the anime, Teo digs deep to find the strength to push for first place.
I got scared there, chat.
Directly reflecting actual footage of the 1993 Arima Kinen. Just like in the Japan Cup, the audience cheers were overwhelming. The legacy of Tokai Teo was still alive, and a victory only described as a miracle was about to occur. Teo would surpass Biwa Hayahide near the final spurt of the race, claiming another G1 victory after 364
Yo,
consecutive
he's
days away
flying.
from the racecourse. This solidified Teo as one of the greatest racehorses of all time, setting the record for the longest period for a G1 winner to return and win yet another G1 race. Even in modern day, this record remains undefeated, a lasting example of Teo's perseverance. The victory in the anime comes off episodes of Teo struggling with her injuries, the possibility of not racing again, nor racing with her beloved rival, Mejiro McQueen. Teo's victory in the anime is described as a miracle race because that's exactly what it was. Not only did Teo defy all odds at the Japan Cup, but once more in 1993 at the Arima Kinen. A victory that would end Teo's career on a high note after sequences of crushing defeats. Sadly, following the Arima Kinen victory, in 1994, Teo would sustain one final fracture that would force him into retirement.
Bro,
Even though
they
he did-
should have retired him after that horse. Not make him keep on running. After that race. Why did I say horse?
Didn't claim the Triple Crown title, Teo had solidified himself as a legendary racehorse. Unsurprisingly, in 1995, Tokai Teo was inducted to the JRA Hall of Fame, immortalizing his story of perseverance and determination. Following Teo's retirement, a photo album was released of him titled Yume o Kakeru, which is the same name as the second season's opening of Uma Musume, a tribute to Teo's legacy and the lasting impact he had on Japanese horse racing. Teo would live out the remainder of his life away from the racetrack, acting as a breeding stallion to continue on the legacy as he did Rudolph's. Teo would have 835 offspring, with some of the most notable being Tokai Point, Yamanin's Cure, Tokai Pulsar, and Strong Blood. Tokai Teo lived comfortably for the remainder of his life before passing away on August 30th, 2013. He was the age of 25 and sadly would die of heart failure.
Aww.
A racehorse who defied all odds and returned to captivate the hearts of millions. This was the story of Tokai Teo, one of determination and perseverance, a legacy honored by an energetic Uma with a love for racing and a drive to never give up.
Why do these videos
Who would you like to see me cover next in this series? Be sure to let me know in the comment section down below. Thank you all for joining me, and as always, I will see you all in the next one.
These videos always make me want to cry, even when they end sort of well. I mean, it's normal for a horse to pass away. I'm glad Teo got to live the remainder of his life in peace and, you know, relaxing, as he deserves it. All right. 3-minute break, intermission. Go to the bathroom, go get something to drink, go get a snack. We'll be right back to watch some more videos. I really gotta go to the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. Sorry it took a while. I forgot that I started a laundry load and I put the stuff in the dryer. I warmed myself up some leftovers. Nothing crazy, nothing exciting to eat right now. It's just this like frozen chicken pie. It's like a chicken pie that has like a bit of vegetables in it that I had. Every time I eat it, I'm like, this is super boring to eat. And I made some tea. My stomach hurts a bit. Probably because I didn't eat anything and drank a bunch of coffee. Alright, I'm bringing my tea closer. Alright, what's next? Should we watch the... Oh yeah, let's watch the Fat Electrician video. Apparently he's a good YouTuber. I've never watched anything from him. It doesn't have cheese in it. It has like some kind of cream though. It's like a creamy texture. It's not cooking, it was baking. Did I forget the background music or did my audio die? No, I forgot to put back the background music while I was gone. I should have. He's great to follow on Twitter too? Really? Okay, I'll check it out. Alright, so the American's Warhorse Marine Sergeant Reckless from the Fat Electrician.
The actions of a single beer-drinking horse over the course of 48 hours, South Korea as we know it today would probably not exist. Today we're talking about the greatest warhorse of all time, the highest-ranking animal in Marine Corps history, and the hero of Outpost Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, Sergeant Reckless.
Horsey.
Alright, before we get too far in this video, we do have a sponsor for a couple of reasons. One, I got bills, just gonna be honest with you. Two, I gotta pay the editor. And three, in the case of this particular video, back in the day, it used to be a rule that whenever Sergeant Reckless did any type of publicity, whoever did it had to make a $1,000 donation to a Marine Corps charity, and I am gonna honor that since I'm making this video. That being said, this video is brought to you by Raid VPN. Wait, no. Nord Shadow Legends. No. NordVPN, that's the one. Full disclosure, I tried to make a funny skit ad for this video where like me and my wife were both in bed and instead of using a condom, I used NordVPN and then I accidentally put a condom on my phone, but my skit failed miserably.
Okay, get out of here, Musho. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. If I used NordVPN, my dog wouldn't have been able to find me because I'd be in Singapore, actually. NordVPN. Your dog can find you, but your internet service provider can't.
Okay, so believe it or not, I actually do use NordVPN in real life, but I use it for a different reason than any other
What the fuck? This is the best sponsor I've ever watched so far. Are all his sponsors that good? I need to watch his channel more for inspiration. He's great.
Point you've ever heard in a Nord ad ever, so I'm just gonna go ahead and show you guys that today. All right, so let's say I want to start working on a new video, so I hop over to Google to find some sources. We pull up Google, and let's see what we come up with. Let's say I want to do a video.
Is the audio good now? Some of you were saying it's a little quiet.
Aimo Koivunen, the Finnish guy that took a bunch of Pervidin. Google that, here's what pops up. I've got a Wikipedia page and then a bunch of websites that just regurgitate the same article over and over and over again. Now, I know that Aimo is from Finland, so if I hop over to NordVPN and I actually change my location from America to Finland, hopefully, since it's his native language, it'll give me some better sources. 2 seconds later, I'm now connected to Finland, and as far as anybody on the internet's concerned, I am a Finnish guy in Finland browsing the web. Now, we just go back and I hit refresh, and as you can see, I have a bunch of different sources, all about Aimo Koivunen. So we're just gonna pick one, then I go up here, I hit translate, and now I have a new source of information for my video on Aimo that I never would have been able to find were it not for NordVPN. And it has a bunch of other use cases on top of that, so if you wanted to check it out for yourself, you can go to nordvpn.com/thefatelectrician. Now let's get back to this video. Our story takes place during the Korean War, which is kind of an issue because most people know absolutely nothing about the Korean War, and it's kind of important for context. So we're gonna do a real quick and dirty oversimplification of the entire thing. Super casual, 60 seconds. We're gonna learn more about the Korean War than most people do in their entire K-12 education. Go ahead and start the timer.
Not gonna lie, I don't know anything about the Korean War, so I'm ready to learn.
Here we go. July 25th, 1950. Communist North Korea, backed by Communist China and the Soviet Union, decides that they are going to attack South Korea and try to take over the entire peninsula. Over the course of the next 5 to 6 weeks, they would almost accomplish their goal.
Is it after that that they started K-pop?
Beating the South Korean military all the way to the base of the peninsula, and it is not looking good. But luckily, NATO shows up at the last minute to save the day. The NATO forces are like 90% American, but there's also some British, some Canadian, some Australian, and like 12 other countries on top of that, and they have a huge amphibious
I love that they used the Lord of the Rings scene for that.
landing in Incheon, and they proceed to turn the tables on the North Koreans entirely, beating them all the way back into North Korea, and then they continue to advance, beating them all the way up the peninsula and almost to the border of China. So now the Chinese government's kind of shitting their pants because NATO's like 30 miles off their border, and they can't have NATO coming up in their territory with their democracy and their human rights and their food. They've got to do something about this. So China comes out of left field with their big-ass military, joins the fight, takes NATO completely by surprise, beats them all the way back down the peninsula to pretty much the original North and South Korean border, and this is where our story begins. I'm not trying to brag, but that was under 60 seconds, and I got a Lord of the Rings reference in there. I'm having a really good day. Okay, now that we're on the same page, October.
I love this guy. I love this guy.
1952, here's what the front line looks like. Each one of those triangles represents a hill, and on top of those hills is a bunch of NATO troops. Basically, at this point in time, NATO is now just trying to hold this line long enough to force the communists to sign a peace treaty and preserve South Korea, because, as it turns out, this long string of hills is almost the exact same border that South Korea was before, so if they can utilize these hills to hold the high ground, maybe they can get this accomplished. Why do they want to hold the high ground? Well, because the high ground's awesome, isn't it, Anakin? Yeah, anyways, if I could bring your attention to the furthest...
It took me a second to understand the full scope of this joke, but it's great.
Triangle on the left where it says the Nevada cities. That is not actually one hill, but 3 smaller hills in a close triangular formation, commonly referred to as the Iron Triangle. Each one of these hills is named after one of the 3 Nevada gambling cities, Reno, Carson, and Vegas. The reason that NATO named them after the Nevada gambling cities is because it is a gamble as to whether or not the Marine Corps is going to be able to hold that position. Because if Chinese Communist forces are going to try to break through this line, it's probably going to be right there at the Nevada cities, because then they will have a direct path to the capital of Seoul, and if they're able to capture Seoul, it'll be absolutely devastating to NATO's ability to negotiate a peace treaty. So the United States Marine Corps absolutely has to hold this position, and most importantly, they have to hold Outpost Vegas because it is the highest of the 3 hills, and if they lose Vegas, they are almost guaranteed to lose the other 2. Alright, so here's the plan. Each one of these hills is going to have 40 Marines and 2 Navy corpsmen on top. These hills are so steep that the only way to get up there is by foot. They're like a 45-degree angle.
Chat. I know what's gonna happen. This is where the horse is gonna come in, right? They're gonna need a horse to pull something up the hill. Maybe. This is my prediction.
All the way up. So the Marines aren't able to get trucks up there. They're not able to get tanks up there. The only thing they can get up there is barbed wire, shovels for digging trenches, guns, and 75mm recoilless rifles. These recoilless rifles are pretty much going to be the Marines' only chance at defending themselves if they do get attacked. The problem with it is, though, since you can't get a truck up on this hill, now the Marines have to carry all the ammunition up themselves, and each shell weighs approximately 24 pounds. So because carrying these shells up this enormous hill 1 or 2 at a time absolutely sucks, the Marines get permission to buy a horse or a mule or a donkey or something. So they go down to Seoul and they start looking. And obviously, the first place they choose to investigate is the horse racetrack at Seoul. Is there probably going to be a pack animal at a racetrack for sale? No, probably not, because that's racehorses, and racehorses don't make good pack animals. But that is the one place that's going to have alcohol and gambling, so you best believe that's where the Marines are going to check first. But as fate would have it, they would meet up with a horse trainer and jockey by the name of Kim Hook Moon, who would be willing to reluctantly sell his horse, Ah Chim Hai, which translates to flame in the morning. He absolutely did not want to sell this horse. He described it as the most beautiful and intelligent horse on the planet, but he did it for $250 because he had to buy his sister a prosthetic leg. I believe her name was Peggy. Or is it Irene? Anyways, the Marines buy this horse, they throw in a trailer, they take—
That's so sad, because I was just thinking there's no way you sell a racehorse for that, you know? But he did it to help his sister. Thank you, Richard.
her back to camp. From there, she immediately goes into what the Marines call hoof camp. Get it? Hoof camp, boot camp. That's funny. Moving on. The first thing they do is try to get the horse acclimated to battle by firing the recoilless rifle near her. And the first time they fired this rifle, this horse jumped 4 feet straight into the air and freaked the fuck out. Then they calmed her down, they fired it again, still scared out of her mind. And they fired it again and again. And by the 8th time they fired it, she was completely calm, and a recoilless rifle never scared her ever again. From there, they taught her how to survive. She learned how to avoid barbed wire. She learned not to get too close to the back end of the recoilless rifles because the blowback could hurt her. She learned that whenever a Marine yelled incoming, she needed to run to a nearby bunker, or if she wasn't near a bunker, she learned how to lay down. After she completed her training, the Marines ordered her a special saddle to be made and shipped all the way from America that would allow her to carry a bunch of recoilless rifle rounds. Until then, though, she began helping the Marines any way she could, mainly by helping string communications cable between the different outposts and the ammunition point, and she could string more cable than 10 men combined. At this point, the Marines really started to like this horse, so they decided they were going to give her a new name. Reckless, named after the recoilless rifles, which were commonly referred to as reckless rifles. And from that point,
dude, this is the coolest horse ever. Jesus. I think between this and the racetracks, though, like, the racetracks are probably safer. Like, I feel bad that she got put in a war against her will, but, I mean, on the other hand, horses have been used in wars for centuries, literal centuries, which always surprises me because my horse gets scared of her own farts. So I'm like, wow, your ancestors did that. How are you such a scaredy cat?
point on, she just became another one of the guys, and that's exactly how the Marines started treating her. She began eating whatever the Marines were eating. She loved bacon and eggs.
No
she
way.
loved beer. And apparently, if
No
you were
way.
ever having mixed drinks, Reckless would walk up to you, nudge you with her head, and stick out her lower lip, and let you mix a mixed drink directly into her mouth. Then her special saddle shows up, and she starts...
I don't think we should give alcohol to horses.
Kicking ass on the battlefield. She delivers 6 rounds at a time, and she can make a trip from the ammo point to the firing position twice as fast as any man can, and he's only carrying 2 rounds. She delivers so much ammo that over the course of a couple battles, the Chinese actually start to target Reckless. And this ends up being a horrific mistake because the millisecond that Marine Corps leadership figures out that they're trying to target Reckless, they flip the script, turn around to the Marines, and they're like, boys, they're trying to kill Reckless so they can eat her because they're starving communists. At which point, all the Marines responded with... So the Marines are absolutely furious. This is worse than fucking with Doc. We've got multiple Docs. We've only got 1 Reckless. We can't allow this to happen. And the Marines begin fighting that much harder.
Damn
and they have
right.
more ammo to fight even harder with because Reckless is right there with them bearing ammo the entire time.
Cool.
From this point on, they begin
Wow.
dominating every skirmish that they take part in. At one point, they're working adjacent to the Australian military, and the Australians are so blown away by Reckless that they come up to meet her after the skirmish, and they actually give her one of their campaign hats as a reward for being such a badass on the battlefield.
Aww.
Reckless and the Marines fight and hold the line for the next 5 months, and by March of 1953, peace talks between North and South Korea are well underway, and it's beginning to finally look like this war might come to a peaceful resolution. But on March 26th, Chinese forces would launch a major offensive trying to break through the line at the Nevada cities with 4,000 men. For the next 4 days of...
Bros, I'm stressed that something will happen to Reckless.
Marine Corps and the Chinese fight over these hills. The Chinese take the hill, the Marines take it back. The Chinese take the hill, the Marines take it back. Eventually, it got to the point where nobody could hold the top of the hill, and you just had the Chinese on one slope of the hill and the Marines on the other. They said that there was so much artillery flying in both directions for the entirety of 4 days that the sound of individual explosions gave way to what seemed like a constant and consistent roar. For 4 days, they were completely unable to verbally communicate, and they could only talk to each other via hand signals. And because of all this noise, the Marine Corps forward observers weren't able to effectively communicate with the Marine Corps artillery and mortars, meaning that the artillery and mortars were just firing blindly into the general vicinity of where the enemy should be. Meaning that the only effective fire the Marine Corps has in this fight is coming from the recoilless rifles because they don't require a forward observer and they don't require communication. The men with the recoilless rifles are the ones spotting the enemy and firing the gun.
Communication in the 1940s, Pepe hands. How do you even do that? They didn't have cell phones back then.
The recoilless rifles are...
Now you just turn on your AirPods.
are now the key to winning this battle, and they absolutely have to stay up and running, and they have to get this ammunition up to these hills to fight back.
Oh, 1950s. Okay.
Back. The problem is the ammo point is 750 yards away from the firing position, up a 45-degree angle hill that is constantly being pounded with enemy artillery fire while it's also covered with smoke and white phosphorus. But that doesn't change the fact that the ammunition
And probably a lot of dead bodies.
has to get there, so they load 8 rounds into Reckless's pack and they send her up the hill. And the men at the ammunition depot know that it's probably the last time they're ever gonna see her again because they—
True, they had radio equipment the size of a cabin, and these things were fucking huge. They required like an entire setup.
just sent her off to her death. But despite that, she somehow makes it to the firing position. The Marines there unload the ammo and stick a wounded Marine on her back as they send her back down the hill, also feeling as though they're sending her to her death, and it's the last time they're ever gonna see their favorite horse. But they're wrong. Over and over and over again they're wrong, because every 20 minutes like clockwork, Reckless is back at the firing position bringing more ammunition, and then she's back at the ammunition depot dropping off wounded Marines. And she does this all day long, and with every trip she makes, she becomes less and less of a horse and more the only sign of hope that these men have. Because of this little horse that's quite literally an animal of prey whose only defensive measure to danger is to run away, can stand here and fight through all of this, then fuck, maybe they can too. Despite being struck by shrapnel twice, Reckless kept the Marines so well stocked with ammunition that they managed to melt one of the barrels of the 75mm recoilless rifles. On the first day of battle alone, she made 51 round trips to the firing line, covering over 35 miles, delivering 386 rounds of ammunition, totaling over 9,000 pounds, and that's not including all the Marines that she carried back down the hill. At the end of the first day of battle, they took Reckless, gave her all the food and water that she would eat or drink, and then they laid her down to bed. She got to sleep for 6 hours before the first enemy artillery shell impacted, and at that she was back up and ready to do it all over again, and she repeated her performance from the day prior. At the end of
this horse is a Giga Chad. What a hero.
The second day, nobody held Outpost Vegas at the top of the hill. The Chinese held one slope and the Marines held the other, and it is at this point that the Marine Corps leadership decided that if they can't hold the high ground, there just isn't going to be a high ground anymore. They called in the Marine Air Wing, and on the morning of the third day of battle, the Marine Corps dropped 28 tons of ordnance on top of the hill, completely leveling every defensive structure and anything else that was up there. By the end of the third day, the Marines had taken the top of the hill where Outpost Vegas used to be, but then they saw that the Chinese were falling back into a ravine and they were going to go around the hill entirely. This is absolutely terrible because there aren't enough Marines on Outpost Vegas, Carson, and Reno combined to be able to go down there and stop the Chinese. If they're going to stand any chance in a fight, they have to have the high ground, so they absolutely cannot give it up.
We need a Hollywood movie on this. Like, this is... We need a movie on this. This is insane. And give that horse a medal.
Problem is, on the back side of the hill that Outpost Vegas is on, is where the ammunition depot is, as well as a mess tent that's been converted into an aid station with over 200 wounded Marines, and there's nothing that the Marines on top of the outpost can do to stop them. Then the Marines at Outpost Carson get an idea, and they send a runner with a note to the aid station as fast as they can. He gives the note to the commander of the aid station, who then tries to read the note to all 200 wounded Marines, but the artillery fire is so loud that he can't be heard. So he resorts to just handing the note to one Marine, who hands it to the next and the next and the next. And after reading the note, every Marine hangs his head for a second and gets on his feet, because the note reads, Chinese coming around the hill, dropping smoke. Walk out into the smoke, throw grenades at smell of garlic. Apparently the Chinese military at this point smelled like garlic. I have no idea why, but it was a thing. And after all 200 Marines had read the note, they all stood up, grabbed every grenade that they could find, and began walking 500 yards out to where this smoke screen was. It's 11 o'clock at night, it's dark, it's eerie, it's dead silent. The Marines aren't saying a word because they all know that this is probably gonna be the end. They're calling for walking wounded to rejoin the fight, and that's never, ever a good thing.
No.
And they're making their way to this smoke screen. They finally get there and they take a few steps into the smoke, and they just stand there and they wait. And they wait, and after 10 minutes, there's a faint smell of garlic, and it keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and the Marines know what's gonna come next, but they just don't know when to start throwing these grenades. And then off in the distance in the smoke, they hear a single cough, and all the Marines just begin throwing these grenades into the smoke screen. Within a matter of seconds, they've completely exhausted their supply, throwing over 500 grenades into the smoke. And that was it. There was nothing left to do but stand there and wait for the enemy to come and get them. So that's what they did. They stood there and they waited and they waited, and the smell of garlic got a little bit fainter and a little bit fainter. And finally, the Marines are like, fuck it, I'm going to bed. So they walked back to the aid station, went to bed, woke up the next morning, and holy shit, the enemy artillery had completely stopped and the battle was over. They would later find out that the Chinese suffered over 4,000 casualties trying to break through the Marine line. And after the incident at 11 o'clock at night with the smoke screen in the aid station, they simply could not afford to lose any more men and were forced to retreat. So that was it. The Marines did it. Against all odds, somehow the Marines managed to hold the line against a vastly superior force.
Wow.
Larger force,
Okay.
not superior force. Very important detail. Preventing the enemy from retaking Seoul, giving NATO the political leverage they needed to negotiate peace talks, and establishing and preserving the South Korea that we know today. And arguably, it's all because of a single horse that absolutely refused to give up on her fellow Marines. And because of this, Reckless is declared the hero of Outpost Vegas, and she is awarded the rank of corporal in the United States Marine Corps. Shortly after the battle, the Marines get rotated out by a brigade from the Turkish military, and the Marines finally get some much-deserved R&R. After that, the war's really starting to wind down, so the Marines are going to pack up all their shit. They're going to board a Navy LST, which is basically an amphibious landing ship. That ship's going to take them all the way to Incheon, and then from there, they're just going to kind of hang out for a while and wait for the peace treaty to get signed. But since they're boarding a Navy vessel, they have to come up with a manifest of all the supplies, how many guys they got, all the equipment, how much everything weighs, yada, yada, yada. On the manifest, they write down one horse, Reckless, corporal type. The manifest makes its way to the captain of the LST. He's supposed to sign off on everything. He sees horse and he's like, what the fuck? The Marines are probably just messing with me. They're not actually bringing a horse on my ship. It's probably just like a pallet of beer and they wanted to let me know to account for the weight. It's fine. He signs off on the manifest, sends it back. It's all good. Fast forward a couple of weeks, the Marines start loading all their stuff up on the boat. Then they go to bring Corporal Reckless up onto the ship, and the captain is like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Absolutely not. You're not bringing a horse on my ship. I've had the cleanest ship in the Navy for 2 years running.
Stop.
And this horse is going to ruin that. To which the Marines are like, bro, you signed the manifest. This is happening. Get over it. One thing leads to another. Corporal Reckless gets on that ship. Once they get Reckless, all the equipment.
Oh my god, I thought this is where they were gonna say goodbye to Reckless. I was gonna be sad. It would have been like when Ash let go of his Pokemon.
All the Marines on board, the ship takes off, and all the Navy members are kind of making fun of Reckless and the Marines because it's not normal for Marines to care this much about an animal, and they're not treating Reckless with the respect that she deserves. So when they demand that Reckless gets fed bacon, eggs, and beer just like the Marines, the Navy absolutely refuses, and they said they're only going to give her cabbage and wheat. So that's what they do. This upsets Reckless's stomach, and she proceeds to shit all over this boat for the next 3 days. A couple days later, Reckless starts feeling better. They're almost to Incheon. They're about to port, get off this boat, everything's gonna be great. At this point, the Marine Corps officers have a brilliant idea. They decide, hey, us and our men just went through one of the bloodiest battles in American military history. The horse has been sick this entire time. You know what would make everybody a party lot happier? If instead of just parking the fucking boat and getting off like normal people, what if we did an amphibious landing? You know, for fun and training and stuff. Wouldn't that be great? To which all the enlisted men are like, fucking fine, whatever, let's just do it and get it over with. So they make an amphibious landing in Incheon for training, but guess what? Reckless doesn't understand that it's for training. She thinks this shit's for real. So Reckless becomes the only horse in Marine Corps history to successfully make an amphibious landing. So the Marines get settled down in Incheon, and that's when they notice that there's a horse all over the news. It's in every newspaper, it's in every magazine, it's on every radio broadcast. The entire world is talking about this horse, but it's not Corporal Reckless. It's some horse over in America called Native Dancer.
No!
It's the greatest horse in the world. It's gonna win the Kentucky Derby, blah, blah, blah. And the Marines are kind of getting pissed because they know for a fact that they have the best horse in the world, and it's Corporal Reckless, not Native Dancer. And the Marines are willing to put their money where their mouth is because they pull together over $25,000, which is like over $250,000 into
Shut up. Are they gonna make a race? No, there's no shot. It's from the other side of the world. Dude, this story is full of up and downs, man. It's full of adventures.
Money, and they publicly offer it up as a wager to the owner of Native Dancer. Hey, bring your horse over to South Korea, beat Reckless in a race, and you can have the money. But
No shot, Corporal Reckless has a rival. What do you mean?
This wasn't just going to be any race. This was going to be called the Paddy Derby. It was a 1.5 mile course uphill through rice paddies, and each horse wasn't going to have a rider, and they were going to have to carry 192 pounds of ammunition. Unfortunately for everybody, Native Dancer's owner decided that they were not going to partake in this competition, so now the Marines kind of just hung out until the end of the war. Then the order comes down, hey, pack your shit, it's time to go home. The Marines are like, cool, great, grand, wonderful, how are we going to get Reckless home? At which point the leadership over at the Marine Corps is like, well, here's the thing, we don't think that the taxpayers would appreciate spending their money to transport this horse all the way back to America, so we're just gonna abandon her here. To which the entire Marine Corps is like, the fuck you are. They go into full samurai mode. They're gonna figure out how to get Corporal Reckless back
samurai mode
to America through the back channels, whatever it takes. So they end up getting a hold of a public company called Pacific Transport, and they convince the owner to take Reckless all the way back to America. The only problem is Pacific Transport doesn't go to South Korea. The closest he can get is to Japan. Okay, cool. Now we just have to get Reckless from South Korea to Japan. Reckless's platoon then gets a hold of the Marine Corps Air Wing, and they convince those Marines.
Bro, the taxpayers would have wanted to pay for this if they knew about how cool she was. It's a she, right? Like, people that go to war, they go to war to fight for a dream, to fight for valors and values. And that horse fueled their dream. Like, they saw her on the battlefield, they wanted to fight harder. And like, the spirit of your troops in a war is incredibly important, because you have to believe that they'll do the right thing and that they won't falter. Because a lot of the times in those wars back then, the lines of communication were completely broken, and you can't ever stick to the plan. Absolutely, they would have funded a statue for that horse. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that horse had a fighting spirit.
To let them smuggle Reckless onto a cargo plane going from South Korea to Japan. From there, they get Reckless onto the Pacific Transport ship. They take him all the way back to San Francisco, where the Marines are going to re-meet back up with Reckless. Okay, fast forward, the Marines make it to San Francisco. The Pacific Transport ship makes it to San Francisco. The Marines go there to pick up Reckless, at which point they find out that Customs beat them there, and Customs called the Department of Agriculture. And the Department of Agriculture said, we're gonna have this horse destroyed because she could have diseases. No. The Marines then explained to this guy from the Department of Agriculture, look, this is a war hero, you're not killing this horse, she's coming with us. At which point...
Yeah, if you kill the horse, you're killing a corporal, idiots.
The Department of Agriculture guy is like, oh no, she's staying here and we're gonna have her destroyed. Now, the Marines are kind of looking around at each other, they're looking at this pencil pusher from the Department of Agriculture, and the Marines, without saying a word, have just communicated with their eyes. We're actually going to have to kill this guy. The Department of Agriculture guy is finally starting to piece together how quickly and how far this might escalate. And he finally comes to his senses and he's like, okay, look, maybe, just maybe, I'll take a blood sample, I'll take it to the lab, and if she doesn't have any diseases, we'll release her. To which the Marines are like, that's a solid call. So the guy takes the blood sample, says it'll take me about a week to get the results. Go ahead and just leave the horse here. You guys can head out. At which the Marines said, nah, we're going to stay with the horse. And the agriculture guy is like, that's not necessary. And the Marines are like, oh, yeah, it is. Because at this point, the Marines have come to the conclusion.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust him to... I wouldn't leave the horse with him. You don't know if he's going to kill him. Imagine you go back to pick up the horse and Reckless is dead.
That the communists were trying to kill Reckless for food, and American bureaucracy is trying to kill Reckless just for fun, and they cannot let her out of their sight ever again. So, agriculture guy gets a blood sample, he leaves, the Marines hang out with the horse for a little while, and then they're like, oh hey, there was a Marine Corps ball tonight. Reckless is a Marine, let's go. Then they smuggled Reckless out of the ship. Then they smuggled her out of the port. Then somehow they got her all the way across San Francisco, into the building, up the freight elevator, and they made it to the Marine Corps ball. Reckless walks in, and she has just given every Marine in that room the excuse they were looking for to get absolutely hammered. Everybody's drinking beer, eating cake, including Corporal Reckless, and Reckless is also eating all the flower decorations. It's a great time. Everybody wakes up the next morning, super hungover. They all go out, they get breakfast.
I love how they all go through the gruesome stuff, but they always find moments and times to have fun. I was watching another TV show and they were like war prisoners, but they'd have fun, they joke around, do little skits and stuff.
Bacon, eggs, give some to Reckless. Now, here's the problem. They kind of have smuggled this horse out and they don't know what to do with it. They also can't let the government find out where the horse is because the government is actively trying to destroy her for no reason. Then, once Reckless gets to Camp Pendleton, the American public finds out that Reckless made it home and everybody's super pumped. They want to know all about it. The news is getting involved. America's celebrating because fucking America's warhorse made it home. This is awesome. At which point, the high-ranking Marine officers that were going to abandon her are like, holy shit. Wow, what a great idea. You guys smuggled her all the way here, and we're just going to take credit for it because this is going really well for us.
Of course.
We had no idea that the American public would be okay with us doing the right thing and bringing a war hero home. We thought the American public wanted us spending millions and billions of dollars teaching fucking pigeons how to drive missiles and strapping napalm bombs onto bats and shit. We had no idea that doing the right thing would be so popular. So then they throw a big parade, they have a big ceremony. Reckless gets promoted to E5 sergeant in the Marine Corps. They hook her up with this cool ass blanket. She gets awarded 2 Purple Hearts, 1 for each piece of shrapnel she took during the battle.
Wait, Purple Hearts? That's also my sign.
Outpost Vegas, it's a huge deal. She starts doing commercials, endorsements. The rule with that was she doesn't work for free. She's willing to do charity events for free. Anything else, if somebody wanted her to endorse a product, it had to be a product she actually liked. If it was food, it better be food she liked. If it was a drink, it better be a drink that she liked drinking. Otherwise, she wasn't going to do it. And those companies had to pay $1,000 for the privilege of working with Sergeant Reckless, and that money went to a charity for the Marine Corps. And here's the thing with Reckless being a sergeant. Most animals are like, oh, they're such and such rank, they're this rank, but they're not actually that rank. It's just like a symbolic thing. With Reckless, it was not a symbolic thing. The Marines treated her like she was truly and legitimately a sergeant in the Marine Corps. Nobody that was a lower rank than her was allowed to give her orders or tell her what to do, okay? If the privates were standing around eating food and stuff, and Reckless wandered up and nudged one, that was an order to share some food, and that private needed to obey it. She was given her own private stable right outside the post commander's house, and there was a standing order that she was never to carry anything heavier than her blanket ever again. Sergeant Reckless even had an assistant. Every time they got a batch of new recruits, they would find out who the farm kid was, and he would be tasked with taking care of Sergeant Reckless. Now, part of taking care of Sergeant Reckless was taking her out for her daily exercise. Now, how do you exercise a horse if you can't ride a horse because there's a standing order that she can't carry anything heavier than her
blanket? You can just make them run around, though. Like, they exercise on their own.
Blanket. And even if she could, you wouldn't be allowed to ride her because she's a higher rank than you. I have no idea. Neither did the Marine Corps, so they told this private, fucking figure it out. So this kid just had to start running next to Reckless 5 miles a day, every day. And this pattern carried on. Every time a new kid came, he just started running 5 miles a day with Reckless, and it became a running joke. Jesus Christ, literally a running joke that whoever was taking care of Reckless was the most in-shape Marine in the Marine Corps. After a little while, the PR started to die down, but the high-ranking officers in the Marine Corps didn't want that to happen because having the Marine Corps in the headlines all the time was really good. So they concocted a plan to stay in the headlines even longer. They were going to get some badass, thoroughbred, Kentucky Derby winning racehorse in here to have a kid with Sergeant Reckless. So that's exactly what they do. They find the thoroughbred horse they're going to breed her with. They hire this PR firm getting ready for all the news and publicity and blah, blah, blah. And then in true military fashion, the officers then proceed to not tell anybody that they fucking should. You know, like the private that's in charge of taking care of Sergeant Reckless. So from his perspective, one day he gets an order, seemingly for no fucking reason, to take Sergeant Reckless over to the normal horse stables, which never, ever happens, and stick her into an empty pen. So that's what he does, and he's like, okay, cool, I'm gonna go get lunch now or take a shit or whatever. So he leaves for a minute, and one of the other Marines comes by and then sticks just your normal garden variety Marine bucking horse in the same pen as Reckless, not knowing it was Reckless because Reckless is never in those pens anyways. So fast forward a little bit, Sergeant Reckless's assistant comes back, and Reckless and this bucking horse are midway through a horizontal jogging session, and he's not about to get in there and stop it. Okay, now Sergeant Reckless's assistant is having a full-on panic attack because Sergeant Reckless, the pride of the Marine Corps, is currently getting taken to Pound Town on his watch, and he is definitely gonna be in trouble for it. So as soon as they finish, he runs in, gets Reckless, takes her in the barn. He's brushing out her mane. He's getting the scratches off of her sides. He's trying to hide all the evidence. And then they're there in the barn taking care of that. That other bucking horse gets taken out of the pen, and this big old fancy truck pulls up with this big old fancy trailer, and this big ass Kentucky Derby winning thoroughbred racehorse gets unloaded and put in the pen that Reckless was just in. He gets done cleaning Reckless up in the barn.
Wait, she didn't fuck the mare that she was supposed to fuck? I'm so
Takes
dead.
her out, and everybody's like, bro, what are you doing? Reckless is supposed to be in there with this other horse. Get him in there. So then all those guys leave to get lunch or do whatever, and Sergeant Reckless's assistant is like, okay, there's no way I'm leaving. I'm not going to have this happen again. I'm going to stay here the entire time and make sure there's no hanky-panky. There'll be no riding the baloney pony around here ever again. I got to make sure this does not happen. So he sits there and cock blocks this thoroughbred the entire time. So as far as he's concerned, mission accomplished. Nobody ever needs to know that Reckless got deflowered on his watch. It's gonna be fine. Then,
Oh
fast
no!
forward 28 days later.
Yeah, no, she didn't mate with the thoroughbred. So, actually, oh my god, he's gonna have to pretend that her kid is the thoroughbred's kid. That, like, he's the father. No fucking way, dude! This is so scandalous!
He shows up at Reckless's stable first thing in the morning to take care of her, and there's a bunch of high-ranking military officers and a bunch of news crews right outside the stable. He rolls up like, what's going on? And the general is like, Reckless is pregnant. And he's like, oh, okay, that's a good thing. And they're like, yeah, no, that's great. That's a terrific thing. At this point, the news crews have kind of put together that this is a kid in charge of taking care of Sergeant Reckless. So one of them yells out, hey, what's the name of that thoroughbred racehorse that she's having the baby with again? At which point he just responds like, what are you talking about? I don't know its name. It was just one of the random marine bucking horses we had in the pen. Record scratch, dead silence, pure confusion. The general grabs this private, yanks him around the corner of the stable. It's like, what the fuck did you just say? So he explains to the general everything that happened, and the general is like, you idiot. Reckless was supposed to sleep with that big-ass thoroughbred racehorse. To which he's like, well, somebody should have told me that. I don't know what to tell you. So now the plan is officially ruined. The news crews leave.
Oh my god, they're gonna end up on Jerry Springer with a paternity test.
And the PR firm has to figure out how to piece this thing back together. And the plan they come up with is to get a big ass sign and put it up on the hill by Camp Pendleton. And the sign simply says, it's a ... Yeah, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, and the plot twist that absolutely nobody saw coming, the United States Marine Corps is actually responsible for inventing gender reveals. And that's how they still managed to generate a bunch of hype for Sergeant Reckless's kid, getting the entire world to speculate as to whether or not it was going to be a boy or a girl. The pregnancy goes great. She goes on to give birth to a colt, aka a boy. They go out, write boy in big blue letters on their sign, and then the Marines throw a big ass party because they're amped, unwittingly throwing the world's first ever gender reveal party, which I'm gonna hold against the Marine Corps forever. But now everybody wants to know what are you gonna name this young colt. So the high-ranking Marine officers step in again, and they're like, I have another great PR idea. Let's have a competition where all the Marines can submit their ideas for names. We'll pick the best one, and that guy can win a week of leave. Brilliant idea. So that's exactly what they do. Hundreds of Marines send in their ideas for names. The front runners were like Semper Fi, Freedom, Liberty, pretty generic stuff, but that's what you have to do when you have a big public figure like Sergeant Reckless and her new baby. But the commanding officer in charge is just like, I don't like any of these names. I'm gonna name it myself. So he just decides that he's gonna pick a random private and be like, hey, you're the winner, even though you didn't pick the name, but I'm just gonna say you're the winner so I don't look like an asshole. And then he named the cult Fearless, which, that's a great name. I'm just getting really, really jaded with bureaucrats and high-ranking officers in this video for some reason. Sorry about that. Anyways, fast forward.
That's a great name.
1959, Sergeant Reckless is now getting promoted to Staff Sergeant Reckless E6. There's a 1,700-man parade, a 19-gun salute. The Marines make a huge deal out of it because, well, Reckless deserves it. So that's what they do. And in the crowd that day was none other than the
actually, Reckless is just deaf from all the noise. That's why she's not reacting to all the blasts.
New Private Fearless of the United States Marine Corps, which I thought was pretty cool. Later that year, she would give birth to another boy named Dauntless, and then a couple years after that, she would give birth to yet another boy named Chesty, named after Chesty Puller, the most decorated Marine of all time.
Wow.
And as rumor has it, the last Marine to ever ride Reckless. From there, Sergeant
No
Reckless
way.
would retire and spend the rest of her life living on Camp Pendleton as the highly regarded, highly respected war hero that she was before passing away in 1968. So in conclusion, this
Imagine Reckless as the drill sergeant in Full Metal Jacket. I am.
has been the story of Sergeant Reckless, the hero of Outpost Vegas, America's greatest warhorse, the four-legged Marine that fought during the Korean War, which
So
is commonly
cool.
referred to as the Forgotten War. But as is the case with most of us, it's not that we forgot it, it's that we were never taught about it in the first place. So if you made it this far in the video, I really hope that you learned something. If you want to support the channel, best way to do that is go check out thefatelectrician.com. We got merch, I got a Patreon with deleted scenes. Otherwise, until next time, Quack Bang, out.
Damn. These videos are really well made. I'm gonna subscribe. Dude, that's the true. That is the most amazing thing that I've heard Marines do. So cool. What else does he do? Is it all like history videos? Are they like accurate, like all the reactions and stuff? Because it was very detailed. The Raven. Yeah, really nice vid. His videos are great. About Canada, Fat Electrician has the last Canadian to make a battle charge in modern history. You mean, like, as a video? The real Captain America. Wow, his videos get so much views. Alright, wait, you guys said that the CoffeeZilla video was good?
There's a
Oh, it's only 16 minutes too. Okay, let's see it. That's on his main channel too.
There's a $10 billion industry which preys on poor people, is endorsed by celebrities, but most people haven't heard of. Mostly because it goes by so many names.
I like something called the debt backpack method.
I recommend national debt relief to anyone who wants to become debt-free.
It's called the rapid relief method. It's called the debt clear method.
That's right. According to celebrities, there's an easy method to get your debt settled. The problem is, the banks don't want you to know about it.
Banks don't want you to know this, but there's a national debt relief program specifically designed to help Americans with $10,000 or more of credit card or personal loan debt.
I'll be honest, when I first saw this, I was curious what the big secret was. But the second or third time, I started to get suspicious.
Banks don't want you to know this, but there's a national debt relief program
specifically designed to help Americans with $10,000 or more of credit card or personal loan debt. They hate this program.
They hate this program.
They hate this program because if you qualify, they can help you settle 40 to 60% of your debt and put you on one simple payment plan for the rest.
Yeah,
Why are they just all parroting the same talking points?
pretty strange, right? And as I investigated, what I found was there were thousands of ads like this with a bunch of variety, micro-targeting different groups. Seniors, Christians, factory workers, anyone with over $10,000 in credit card debt and a pulse. But worse, many of them were featuring total lies. Like, take for example, this cluster of ads about debt elimination for veterans.
So the Veteran Administration is handing out debt elimination for all veterans, and no one's even talking about it.
Yeah, no one's talking about this headline because it doesn't exist. This is a fake photoshopped headline from the Department of Defense. Here's the real one. And these people lied about it to push veterans into debt settlement, and they used the same lie for seniors on Social Security too.
Practically handing out debt elimination.
Dude, that is disgusting. All of this is happening on TikTok and in Shorts Reels now. That's how they're targeting these people. There's probably hundreds of faked headlines and stuff like that, just all to appear legitimate. We really have to be careful nowadays because with the editing tools becoming really advanced, AI, that's going to become more and more common.
Seniors, and no one's even talking about it.
Who are you talking to?
Okay, look, beyond the insanity of running ads with fake government headlines, what bothered me about this was the specific micro-targeting of vulnerable groups and optimizing it. Like using dozens of AI-generated variations to optimize engagement. There's something so uniquely dystopian about that in a way that it just couldn't have existed 10 years ago.
Dude, we need the justice system to catch up to technology like now. The scams are all happening online. It's not IRL anymore.
Like, take for instance this ad, which is someone talking about their personal experience getting out of debt.
Trust me, I know what it's like. I racked up 4 of my credit cards to more than $30,000. But here's how I got it canceled.
Yeah, except that's totally fake. There are dozens of these ad variations, which means they're somehow optimizing for click-through rate to see which of their fake stories works better. Like, is it the one with the girl, the guy, the black person, the white person? And what struck me is just for all this industrial scale fakery and lying, there is an industry behind all of this, endorsed by celebrities. It's very real, it's very profitable, and it's often predatory, but basically no one knows how it works because most of it is run in the dark with these ads. And the videos that do explain debt settlement are usually trying to sell you on debt settlement. So I spoke to lawyers, whistleblowers, so the public can stop getting lied to about debt settlement. It is a fact that people are in crippling amounts of debt and want a way out. Unfortunately, that attracts con men and scammers. Now, I'm not here to tell you that all debt settlement is a scam because at its most basic, debt settlement is simply a process where a debtor who owes money and the creditor, the person they owe money to, agree to settle a debt for a lower total amount. That is objectively not a scam, and it is sometimes the best move for both parties, usually because the debt is in default. The creditor is probably going to not get paid otherwise, and the debtor can't pay. So that, to be clear, is not what this video is about. Today, we're talking about the debt settlement industry, which sells people on the idea of not paying their bills as a shortcut to getting out of debt and takes a fat fee for it. And we're going to talk about how this industry often doesn't disclose the risks, and even worse, tricks people to get them in the program in the first place, which I heard about from someone who sold debt settlement for a living.
Debt settlement is typically for people going through some type of hardship, whether that's divorce, a medical issue, you lost your job, something catastrophic.
That's terrible that they're targeting these people when they're at their lowest.
It's happened in your life to the point where you cannot afford to pay on your credit cards anymore. But that's not what we pitch to. I would say from my experience, 70+% of my clients were not in that situation. They were looking for a consolidation loan, a home repair loan, some type of loan, not debt settlement.
Why were people calling you for a loan though?
Because that's what we advertise. The advertising goes through these third-party affiliates that post whatever they want. They just have to get someone on the phone, and we're responsible for closing that person.
So you guys advertise loans, but what you actually sell is stop paying your credit cards so we can make a cut of your debt.
Correct.
That sounds like a bait and switch.
That sounded like a bait and switch to me. Now you see my ethical dilemma.
That was Miller, by the way. He was a sales rep who came to me because he believed the companies he was working for were doing things that were unethical.
What?
He wasn't the only one. 2 other sales reps who wanted
they are modern snake oil sellers.
to stay anonymous told me the exact same thing.
Because they're using the bait and switch mechanic of pitching clients the entire thing, and you as the client are going to think that I'm going to get a loan, but then the salesperson is going to go ahead and twist words, basically telling you, oh, you don't qualify for a loan, but here's the repayment plan, it's good. And sometimes people would get confused because the sales agent would rush them into signing the contract thinking that he's going to get a loan, but he's not getting a loan. He's signing up for that settlement.
Most of the people that get called also apply for loans, or they think they're applying for loans. And then when they get warm transferred to the sales division, when a lead is made, they are baited and switched onto a debt relief program.
This is truly the worst part of this industry, and a secret most people don't know about, that oftentimes you are tricked into getting on a call thinking you're applying for a loan, but actually they're trying to sell you on debt settlement. In fact, I actually got a copy of a script at one point from one of these companies, and they have what's called a loan killer method, which is used when a client is frustrated and asks, I only want a loan, or won't give up on the idea of a loan. The script tells them to say, it's going to be very difficult to get a good interest loan. My partner's broker ran your name through and it came back as declined all. And then says, let me tell you why I qualified you for this debt resolution option. Again, confirming what we saw, that it's literally scripted to resell people from loans onto debt settlement, which they didn't know they wanted in the first place.
The whole thing starts out with a lie many times. A lot of folks I've seen reach out to a debt consolidation company, or what they think is a debt consolidation company, where they're going to get a loan to pay their creditors. And this company pulls their credit and says, you don't qualify. And then they give that credit report to a debt settlement company. There's already a relationship there. It may be the same company. And so the debt settlement company calls them up and says, hey, we know you got some problems with debt, so we can help you out. And people don't get, the relationship there. We've caught on a few and figured it out. I think most of them start that way. We just they don't necessarily see the relationship. So they start out with a lie, and just, it goes forward from there. They promise, we're going to fix your credit, which is the exact opposite of what they do. They destroy your credit. You're going to save a whole bunch of money. You're not going to save any money. You might save a little bit, maybe, if things go as planned. And worst case, which happens quite a bit, you're going to end up paying more than you would if you just paid your creditors. And you're going to have to deal with a lawsuit probably, because somebody's going to sue you.
Yeah, he's right. That was Clifford, by the way. He's a lawyer I spoke to who helped me understand how common it is for people to get sued. I didn't realize it, but lawsuits are the biggest risk of these plans, because when you stop paying your creditors, they have no obligation to negotiate with you. I mean, yes, sometimes they do settle, but sometimes they sue. And I learned debt settlement lawsuits are not just possible, they're one of the most popular kinds of lawsuits. They are so common that in many states, it is the #1 lawsuit that gets filed. According to Pew, debt collection takes up almost 50% of our entire civil case docket. And those numbers have only increased in recent years. So not only do debt settlement companies often start with a lie, many don't tell you the truth about the risks, the main one that you get sued. But even assuming everything goes according to plan, the fees these companies charge eat into most of your savings. See, the reason this industry has such aggressive advertising is that it's so profitable, and affiliates will say anything to get the sale. This is because the companies charge up to 25% of the debt they settle as a fee, which leaves few, if any, savings on the table for you. And to understand how this works, we'll do some quick math. Let's say you have $10,000 in credit card debt and you default to enroll in a debt settlement plan, thinking you're going to save tons of money. How this works is you stop paying your creditors, start paying the debt settlement company via a special trust account. We'll assume for this example that you don't get sued and the settlement company charges a 25% fee. Assuming your creditor settles for 50%, you'd initially think you're getting out of debt for $7,500, saving 25%. $5,000 to your creditor, $2,500 to the negotiator. But not so fast, because you've defaulted on your debt, which means your credit card balance was growing the whole time with penalty interest and late fees. Again, we'll be charitable and assume your balance freezes after a 6-month charge off. You're actually going to be paying.
Hey guys, hey everybody that just joined in. How long is the video? It's like 16 minutes long. It's not long.
More like a $12,000 debt, meaning you're actually paying $6,000 to your creditor and $2,500 to the settlement company, or $8,500 total. Except we also have to add in taxes on the forgiven debt, which the IRS classifies as income. At a tax rate of 22%, that's another $1,300 you might owe, so you've completed your debt settlement program with a payment of $9,800, where your original debt was $10,000. You saved 2% with a 50% settlement. Now, of course, yes, there's a lot of nuance here, and we use nice round numbers, but the point is this. Even when you get a great settlement and things go perfectly, you probably didn't save as much as you think. And this is the core problem with debt settlement. People are sold on an unrealistic view of the upsides and don't understand the downsides, which is why most people don't finish these programs. So look, if these companies don't disclose all the facts, if they do charge high fees, why do you need them at all? Well, these companies would argue they have special relationships with creditors that let them get better deals.
And the reason is you can't just call up the credit card company and be like, hey guys, I want to negotiate my debt. It doesn't work like that. Because you have to know who to speak to that has the ability to negotiate with you on behalf of the bank.
The problem is most folks don't have the relationships with the people at these banks to get the best savings.
That's right. The debt settlement companies basically say, look, we do this all the time. We have great relationships, and that's why we're going to get you a great deal. But not everyone agrees with that. Here's Dan, another lawyer.
My main problem with it is they kind of overhype and oversell or outright misrepresent that they somehow have some special relationship with the creditors. These companies will never tell a consumer that. They will never say that the deal that they're likely to get for the consumer is probably the same exact deal that the consumer could get on their own.
Why can't people do it themselves? I mean, these companies kind of represent that they have special relationships with these creditors, etc. Is that true? Can people just do this themselves?
100% do it themselves.
Wow. So after all those ads, all the supposed secrets the banks don't want you to know, it turns out you could always just do all of this by yourself. But of course, you're still taking on a bunch of risk of maybe being sued and late fees, which is why at the end of the day, this is an extreme option that should not be taken lightly. And look, I was going to end it there because I'm not the type to recommend anything to a broad audience, but given that I know so many people are deep in debt these days, and I had spoken to some experts, I wanted to give them the floor to say what they see people do when they're deep in debt that isn't as predatory.
I always recommend, I don't do a lot of bankruptcies anymore, but I always recommend somebody talk to a bankruptcy attorney at least to see what that looks like if they're having a problem with their debts.
You're in $40,000 worth of debt and you're on Social Security and that's your only income. Anything I can do for you is going to be a Band-Aid as well, and it's probably not the best path. Why don't you speak to my colleague who is a bankruptcy lawyer?
So one is nonprofit credit counseling, which is different than these debt management companies. It's going to be somebody who actually counsels you about your income, your expenses. They come up with a plan with you about how much you're going to have to pay, and they are able to work much more effectively than a for-profit debt management company to work out a plan if, let's say, it was a temporary hiccup with your income.
So there are for-profit counseling and lawyers. Thank God for these people. Or it would be so sad.
Should have a conversation with a bankruptcy attorney, because bankruptcy is the best way for somebody who doesn't have a way to pay off their debt to be free of the debt and to rebuild their credit.
Well, there you go. Now, to be clear, none of that is personalized advice. You need to talk to somebody if you actually are deep in debt. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. But the biggest thing I hope you take away from this video is that people selling you on quick fixes or secrets the banks don't want.
Bro, that's what I was telling you guys earlier. There's no quick fixes in life.
You to know, they might have a few things to hide themselves.
Yeah.
Psst. Coffee. Come here.
Maxwell, what are you doing here? Come on. We're doing the Patreon.
I gotta show you something. Look, I'm telling you, this is gonna change the game. Remember when you said that thing about the veterans?
Yeah, it's a scam.
You were wrong. You were 100% wrong. No, watch this.
No, don't watch. I mean, watch what? We're watching the patrons. We gotta respect the patrons.
I think there's been some confusion. This debt relief program is 100% legit.
See, I told you. I knew it was legit.
That's obviously an AI. What are you doing? I mean, it's obviously an AI. You're gonna make me raise my voice. I mean,
my mom was AI.
Yeah, what's wrong with it? It's obviously fake. It's fake. What do you mean?
Oh my God! Says the guy using 2 anonymous sources. I was
protecting that. Protecting your source. I mean, you would know because you're not a journalist.
Okay, well I got more sources. So who's right?
Sources. Exactly. They say all the same thing. I mean, what are you talking about? What did they say? All the same thing?
All right, you want me to show you? I'm just gonna show you. Okay, because the proof is in the pudding. Coffee.
Don't bother.
It's not a bother. I got them right here.
If I didn't have to look at the screen right now, we'd be in big trouble.
Don't look at the screen. Look at me. Look at me in the eyes when you say that.
Oh yeah, Jason.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Dude, he's got so many patrons, but good for him.
You queuing this up? You're taking.
He deserves it.
Videos to go through, okay?
It's a lot of
them
right now.
Investigating, resourcing, something you probably wouldn't know.
Play the clips. Play the clips.
I feel like he actually does a lot of public awareness. Like he informs the public about a lot of scams, and he got sued because of it, and everybody that he's exposed is still doing the same shit. So yeah, I get why people want to support him. It's necessary work.
We're all dying here.
Poor dude was so depressed.
Disrespected as we speak.
Oh,
I haven't seen it.
You're gonna talk to me about respect. I have respect for the truth. okay? And you should be grateful that no one's even watching this far, because if people saw the stuff that you were pulling, the facts that you're ignoring...
Are you done? I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're sabotaging. You weren't in the show.
I got
You're
it.
jealous. Yeah, now you're sabotaging.
Most people saying it's too good to be true either didn't qualify because they didn't have enough in qualifying debt,
or they clicked on one of the many wrong websites circulating out there.
I'll leave the correct
It's so
website
predatory.
down below so there's no confusion.
It's only going to ask your age, debt amount,
and a few other simple questions.
If you have over $20,000 in unsecured debt, that is credit cards, personal loans, and non-VA medical bills, you may qualify.
just please be sure to use the link below. It takes 2 minutes to fill out, and it's completely free to qualify.
You're gonna tell me that's AI? Look how many wrinkles are
You're
in his
making a
forehead.
mockery of journalism right now. You know what?
That can't be AI.
I'm done. Okay, I'm done. I've had enough of you.
I
all
got
right?
the facts,
I'm
I got
done.
the sources,
I'm done.
you're mad. It's fine. Let the audience decide.
It's the exact same background. Wow. Nuts. Kit Buka is the guy who trolls and exposes scam call centers. He's another goat. He did a collab with CoffeeZilla. Like, did they make a video together?
How far would...
Alright. Watch the Mujin video or watch the... The A-Train? I don't know how to pronounce his name. Oh no, that's not his name at all. Let's just watch
How
Mujin.
far would you be willing to go in order to fake a life that is...
There's a new parrot video? Which one? I thought I was caught up with parrot videos. No way. Oh yeah. Niji Sanji bullies victim blaming and
Hello again.
oh god. Alright. Let's watch this.
Hello again. Just thought I was done with Niji. Well, I was, but I keep getting
Niji prison?
against my will. No, no, please don't take me back there. I beg you. No. If I have to suffer, you do too. So get ready for
You're not really doing anything to solve the problem. Don't even talk about it. You're kind of just making it bigger.
Hi, this is Lily.
Elena causing the downfall of Niji and then running to China. Ryder! I take it! Niji's admitting to their horrific numbers now.
When I watch these, I understand why parrots gotta like ingest immense amount of monsters to get through these videos. He needs the energy for all these high dopamine effects. Oh no!
The worst concert appearance I have seen in my life!
What the fuck am I looking at? This is disgusting. I hate this.
And of course, ex-Nijis that abandoned the company doing better than ever. yes, I know! You don't even have to say it! Back to the Niji Sanji minds! Remember, you're also trapped in here with me forever. Enjoy the video. Congratulations, Millie Parafate, for hitting 5.
Funnily enough, I just watched Germinal. It's like a movie about miners. Not miners, like young people, like miners, like the ones that go into mines with pickaxes. Yeah, very gruesome stuff.
100K.
Yeah, I can't pronounce it. I don't know why the way I pronounce it sounds exactly, the two words sound exactly the same.
Not that I know, but I actually
What is
do check
this?
Niji's sub counts almost every day. It brings me a little bit of joy seeing it slowly trickle down.
That's this guy like daily boost, daily affirmation. Well, at least Luigi's sub count's slowly going down. He's like, my life might be shit, but that's funny.
Millie's doom posting now. You're not a failure. You're just in a difficult point in time right now. Wait, what happened?
Oh no!
Back to retail, I guess. Spill on aisle one!
The whole VTuber, like, Twitch streamer thing, it wasn't really working out. So I thought I'd pick this up as a side gig.
The merger is a small setback. With them as part of the main branch, we can focus our resources into bringing Elira, Milord, and the others back into their former glory. Push them into Billy as hard as you have to.
Now and then I think of all the times you screwed me over. But admit believing it was always something that I done.
1 year difference.
Not this song again! The person that's singing sounds like they smoke like 17,000 cigarettes a day.
Black bird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, black cow, black everything. My hole's pulling me inside.
Jesus.
The black soul underneath this black, black sky.
What the fuck?
So many people came and just went out of their way to be like, we're here to support you and we know that you guys are good people.
Bullshit. You're lying.
I need to look at that rather than numbers or...
Numbers!
Like, I'm sure you guys can notice, like, there's been a huge decline. A lot of our views
Thank you,
and
Emilio.
analytics...
Hi, this is Elira Pandora.
But it's more about the fact that there's a lot of, like, planted seeds.
Today, we will be planting 20 million trees.
It's been very targeted.
Lock on.
Some of these seeds are actually planted by, like, maybe people who are a little bit more closer to us, too.
Yeah, it's not like almost every single talent that has left Nijisanji has shared at least one horror story about the company or the talents inside the company. Yes, I'm talking to you, Elira and Millie.
Which is really hurtful.
Your weaknesses don't define you. But you know what does? The dictionary. Under the word bitch.
A lot of these things can add up, and that's how rumors start, and that's how narratives start.
Hey, can everyone stop talking about how badly they were treated in Niji? You're fucking up my analytics and risking my free meal ticket.
And unfortunately, like, a lot of people here have a big target on their back. I don't really know if I'm one of them, but I feel a lot of the heat. I do think it's really unfair.
I love this meme. I show speed. He's hilarious.
I think it's definitely okay.
Dude. Wait. I saw a Twitter post last night that I gotta show. It's crazy. It blew my mind. I found it. What? What the fuck do you mean ISO Speed has an arch nemesis called White Speed? What? How does ISO Speed get an arch nemesis before me, bros? We gotta work harder. Wait, is that White Speed? Gasp! Gasp! It's a famous stream sniper. His arch nemesis. I need an arch nemesis too.
If people don't want to watch Niji-sanji, or if they think that Niji is not like a place that they want to be a part of.
No one wants to support a black company once they discover it's black. The talented girls can make us indies. It's no one's job to keep the judge afloat.
But when people are going around planting seeds, and even though they don't want to be associated with us, when you're planting seeds, you are still kind of like hurting people.
So you are saying that harassment and doxing is only cool when Niji does it? Correct! Always remember that Niji-sanji is good!
You know, you could have a lot of like bitter feelings, or you could have bad experiences. You're not really doing anything to solve the problem. You're kind of just making it bigger.
Literally victim blaming!
If you're not part of the solution, you're definitely just adding to the problem.
What? You fuckers. You fuckers. You motherfucker, I will rain hellfire upon you!
If people have a platform to kind of like have that influence, you kind of know what you're doing, you know? You've been in this industry long enough to know how the internet works.
Where the fuck may that be? Under this chick's dick?
You know that whenever you insinuate anything or plant seeds, like it affects more than just, you know, you and other people. It affects all of us. And it's really hurt individuals.
Yes! You! Niji-sanji, it hurts you! Stop bitching! Nobody likes you!
No, everyone hates us or something.
They do!
And you can really profit off of it, and it's super uncool. It seems to be very accepted lately, and I'm really disappointed in that sort of community that we're enabling this sort of behavior. I think that's really disrespectful.
Nobody's gonna stop me!
Influencers, they have a way of speaking, and it can very much make people believe that what they're saying is right. And yeah, maybe they are.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething.
I feel like it's a good time to kind of mention it because it's already been like over a year. Enjoy what you enjoy. And if you don't enjoy and you don't support something, just like don't interact or even talk about it.
You need to let us abuse you. You need to stay quiet while we make up shit about you. You are not.
I hadn't seen her entire rant. I saw people talking about it in the Discord, and I saw clips. I've never seen the entire rant. Wow. Wow. Alright, thank you, Barrett, for showing me this.
Not allowed to mention how bitter ex-livers make up shit about you. Yes, we will misinterpret everything you say, and you will sit there and take it.
Like, I've been saying it way too often, and yeah, it's like really bothering me because it affects me, it affects my friends.
Haru!
I just don't understand why people who get hurt have to continue the hurt.
Why does this bitch talk like her name
What?
is in the Epstein files or something? Don't spend your day trying to dig for the truth.
Like, it's super duper, like, not cool.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
This person sucks! Like, okay, man, like, sure, you can feel that way, but you don't have to tweet it. Just say it to your mom at home or something, you know? You don't have to, like, bring it to Twitter. You're not even famous enough to, like, get that tweet, like, far, you know?
Ena, who's being called out by Matrakan, Ike, and Dokibird for being part of the Etheria bullying clique inside Nijisanji fucking sucks!
Damn, Parrot!
You know what? If your hate tweet does get far enough to get that many interactions, wow, that's so sad. Because that's like the worst tweet that you could get famous for. Imagine getting famous for being hateful.
What's up now?
That's crazy. I mean, unless you want that, then you got it, man.
Dopamine hitting my... Okay. I see the inspiration from the Instagram Reels getting seeped into Parrot's videos. Like, this is all the Instagram Reels we've been reacting to.
I just wish there were a magical land where we could go and be happy, where all the sorrow and suffering of modern life could be washed away.
And that really is a waste, Elmao. Be second best so less people look at you and you can get away with things. Don't work so hard. Obligations cause stress. Create a nasty clique that excludes others. Make drama and attack people. Pretend to be depressed for attention. Mock your own family for views. The clock is ticking for the hag.
I need to be bred.
Anon, don't do it. Don't breed the evil woman. Stop it. Don't do it. Yeah, Ena just doesn't give a shit anymore. Hi, bestie. You're so stupid. If Ena gets away with this, I expect more X-organ interactions. Why would anyone audition to become a Nijisanji English
Damn.
VTuber? Geosh, face. Even after Niji dropped so hard, Facecake still failed to beat Niji. Before you start beating Niji sisters, you should always say, in the name of Allah!
Let me know, so I want to see the eclipse. It'd be so cool. I can't even see the sun. Hold on.
You are my sunshine.
Ah, my eye.
My only sunshine.
I'll be back to laugh at you later, Ena.
First your heart, then depression. First your heart, then depression.
Nina openly naming Nijisanji and calling out the ESL sisters who tried to cancel her.
Years ago, in a little place called Nijisanji, there was a collab between the boys, and one of the boys looked at another guy and said, "Your mom's a stupid hoe." And he got canceled for that. And it was like, we had to explain to people, like, no, that's like a meme. Like, it's like, whoever threw this piece of paper, your mom's a hoe.
Holy fuck, you get cancelled just for a Yo Mama joke, lol. It was so bad, it sent his CCB average into free fall and basically kicked off the Chinese exodus and subsequent decline of Laxium as a whole.
Crazy.
Bitch, pussy ass motherfucker.
At one point, he said, "I cooked the pizza."
Why Mafia is not fucking aesthetic of red.
Oh, come on.
Fuck yourself for real. I can't with these people anymore. I hate you all from the bottom of my heart. Ignorant piece of shit.
I'll cook up the meatball. Hey, passa the linguine.
It was crazy. He was like, "Hey guys, yeah, I'm taking a few days off. Like, I'm getting a lot of flack for this." The internet can be such a savage place sometimes, right?
Holy shit, internet is full of sensitive motherfuckers.
Unlike you say something and
True
then they
Denmark.
translate it and they're like, oh, but they don't realize it's like not actually like a big deal.
Yeah.
Bro.
Basically, somebody did a stream where they sang one song 40 different times, but they sang the song like barking it.
I could not find that stream. Best I could find was this. And you guys do not want to know where I had to go to get it.
Nina,
Oh.
sorry, had tweeted and she had said, "I love you so much, girl, but this is so cursed." And people were like, wow, so first you bullied kohais, but now you're bullying senpais? Like, when will it end? You're an awful person to work with, da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, guys, she was barking. You know, that Nina person has to graduate or die. She's
Jesus.
awful. And it's like...
Yeah.
Like, to the point where people were sending so many emails to the company that my manager had to... Oh, Nina's manager... had have to sit her down and be like, hey girl, just so you know, this is happening. And people have said like hundreds of complaints. And I'm
Jesus.
kinda like, I feel like I've lived through war.
So much of it comes from ESL.
A high amount of money is coming your way if you repost. She.
Saying it was so cursed. Got cancelled and death threats over that. Bro. Did your mama thing. Kek. Hey you! Enjoying the video? You can leave an interaction so the algorithm knows to recommend it to others like you who haven't found this video yet. YouTube likes with me on the regular. So if you don't want my videos to go away, check out Patreon for perks like early access, and like YouTube, this is actually a stable income. This YouTube channel wouldn't exist without the Patreons, so thank you. You can also support by getting the best energy drinks, gamer subs through my link or using code PARROT. Plenty of flavors and many Bitcoin inspired ones. Hoped to release my own in the future too. Now back to the schizo. I'm still watching her, but big boobs don't care. Based boob god. That black stream was bad. What does dragon milk taste like? Whiskey!
Goal suck. I'm trying to suck. I can't suck. It's not coming out.
Oh no.
The milk is not coming out.
$1.3 million views. This video gets worse every time I see it. Everything is just so much worse in hindsight. Selen, if you are bullied, please tell me. I will protect you. Thanks, Lira. Oh, no.
Les, I can't. I'm so sorry.
Irreversibly ruins Nisanji. One day I'd like to know what made her think the black stream was a good idea. Millie and Ella. Elira, help! That purple bitch is trying to sue us. Elira in the Discord. Guys, I need help. The three stooges gather up. Elira, so Selling is suing Millie and Anna, and Box throughoutly brushes through other people's medical records. Ike, borrow crinkles intensify. Quick context brought to you by Google itself. The participants displayed and discussed confidential legal correspondence sent by Selen's lawyer to Nijisanji. They attempted to portray the inclusion of real names in legal documents as doxing. This stream was widely seen as an attempt to discredit Selen's claims of toxic environment and paint her as the aggressor. She did literally nothing wrong. Her only sin was being
like top 10 anime betrayal.
Sacrificial pig. She didn't actually say or do anything wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, I found a ticket. Wow, you are just, ladies and gentlemen, the Jackie Chan of human shielding. Who takes the time to get this good at this?
She owes me fight. People would still be raving about how Elira is one of the good ones if she never made the black stream. Could have broke away from Niji in a couple of months later and enjoyed a successful indie career on par with Pomu and Selen. Mind-boggling career switch. A reminder to never sip the damp bitch juice. Elira flees to Bilibili, just like Vox. Lose fans due to your own actions. Run to China! Niji China is finally coming to fruition. Niji thriving. Cute. They should get married and hold a wedding in China. We work hard, play hard, keep fighting again like it's There is a non-zero chance
God.
these two also fucked. Because we know Box is a fuckboy and the leader's Chinese, just like the fans he was sexting with. What is going on in this tree? Oh, Booba! She finally came back. Can you guys stop disliking her streams? This is getting ridiculous. She was one of the wholesome ones before all this drama. She doesn't deserve this. The title is smash that like button for more content.
Jeez.
Come on, boys.
Oh my god, thank you for the 100 bits, Midnight Rider. Thank you. Yeah, we endured 2025. Let's get into a great 2026. I truly believe 2026 is going to be an amazing year. I can feel it.
That dislike button. Didn't read, didn't check the numbers. It's still losing subscribers. Hekaru! Still bleeding subs, lol. Seems the dislike extension is accurate after all, El Mao.
Salute! Celebrate!
I said, ooh, come on, baby, turn the lights on. If you were in the corporation I was from, you'd be fucking dead!
Creepy.
Anyway, that's how I lost my mandate of heaven.
Oh god, no. Not this again, please.
Oh, don't be such a
I gotta close my
baby.
eyes.
Subs grow back. No, they don't. Graduation is back on the menu, boys! Imagine if she graduates and still leaves the black screen video up. Good morning! I love you all very, very much. I never understood this Niji-san's decision to have Elira as the face of the end, despite Pomu and Selen were much more popular than her. Selen's shock and Pomu's graduation probably wouldn't have happened if more resources were dedicated to them instead of Elira. There is no favoritism in Niji-san.
Hello, sweetheart. I've got a delivery just for you. Sign here.
Where the fuck is my package? I can't
It's signed Opie.
build a bomb with your tech!
Evil woman! Sex! Stop liking evil women! Two finanas! Two finanas! Two finanas!
I'm mentally stable, 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 I'm mentally stable.
Anon, you need to get your eyes checked. None of those girls is finana. Anon! How did they fumble the sister trope this badly? Selen got popular. Elira was sitting. What are you talking about? Elira was the greatest evil sister trope ever! It's not just me. I was never interested in her beforehand, but she's somehow really hot now. She's really built up that evil woman correction energy.
Deliver me from mine enemies, O my God. Defend me from them that rise up against me. The mighty are gathered against me. Awake to help me, and behold.
Have you forgiven Elira Pandora yet? Pandora? Pandora! Fuck! Holy boobers! Come on, guys, give her another chance. She's
I
really
forgive her.
built a lot and is very feminist now. Thanks to her, Pomu left that shit company and is now back to being the lovable and highly successful Mint Phantom. Thank you, Elira. Nothing has changed from now to then. Neither Nicolor or Elira has apologized for their terrible handling of the situation. Every time this sort of Elira bait gets posted, it gets weirdly sexual. You guys just want to hate her. Me too.
Oh, Parrot.
Target confirmed. Termination sequence engaged. Too slow, just like your brain.
Raider! I just Raider! He's right behind me, Raider! Raider, please stop! Raider, you're running a little too fast! Oh my god, Raider! He's right behind me! Oh my god, Raider!
What the fuck am I reading? She will be alright. I love evil women. That's it. That's the post.
Lily, I'm sorry I found a cuter girl. Let's break up.
No. 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 No, no.
I've never seen this.
So true, bestie.
That was a good skit from Lily.
If evil, why hot? The hot ones are the evil ones. Whore of Babylon and all that. You're just horny. Why is the brown one the sexiest Doki sister?
From the team at Hacksmith Industries, building the world's brightest, outsized
Oh my
flashlight.
I I like all of Doki's sisters, but the blue one. And not the ages one, but the one that shall not be named. Doing all this gay Voldemort shit. You're gay! Goth Mesugaki sister!
She is very
You're
cute.
Too different from us. Difference is terrifying.
wait.
Makes me hard. Makes you off. Makes you feel bad at her due to being a morally dubious person.
Bitch. God. Damn.
I want to have sex with evil dragon woman. Then I'll do a gaming session with good bird woman. How do we save Nijien? Okay, I'll do it. I'll Elira until she's no longer evil. I accept this duty. You can fix her, Anan. So, commerce. What merch have they been selling lately? Ninja Sanji prison merch.
No way. This is recent.
Elira's outfit is pretty sexy. It almost makes me wanna forgive her.
I'm gonna fucking snap your.
Sex!
Sex!
Evil women shouldn't be this hot. This is Doki's new outfit reveal numbers.
They're getting scared? Why? Are they scared of watching women in power?
Reminder that it's okay to want to have sex with evil women, aka women. I know.
For some
Yeah! What?
I love this song.
Absolutely! Sure isn't evil, just autistic. I am sorry, Doki, but I would easily betray you.
Can't take it. I'm gonna.
With evil women is okay and encouraged. I would pump and dump, then I would feel bad for giving in. If evil, why hot?
You're just trying to goon, aren't you? Why are you gooning, huh?
Only ever post Elira as the face of evil women because of her big titles. Never post Enna, who is arguably more evil because there's nothing about her that's appealing. I'm noticing. If evil, why it's so big and fat?
No!
Dude, that outfit is crazy.
You can't! No!
Evil is stored in the tits. Why else
True.
are Doki and Minto so flat? I hope she stays in Nijian forever. I need evil from her. You are a man of integrity, just like me. What did she get away with exactly? Stop talking about Manish Sanji, ma artist, ma Selen. It's making a wee massage. Talk about a wee here. She's bad, but I think
True.
Anna and Millie are worse. Those two sound like the type of women to do some high school tier bullying.
Yes, my evil is also in the chest area. Oh, sec.
Rupees?
You want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rubies. Sorry, Link. I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little, richer.
A tale of two chubas.
La plus belle des malédictions.
Toi, je te vois m'éloigner.
Mais comme dit le dicton.
Forward our hands tossed, say I must stone down and move.
Elira and Finana are getting a huge live concert for their anniversary. Elira is barely a 4-view. Finana is one Finana. They don't even show up on the charts anymore. I don't know what you guys are talking about with these walls of text, but Elira is cute.
Boys, why are y'all so dumb? Go fucking off. Stop being stupid.
Sorry, I just needed to let my dog out.
Elira, I love you, but you move like a crippled slug. Stop loving evil women. Hate her? Yes. Cease to jack off to her? No. Zack. Her only redeeming qualities. Oh my, it's big breasts, evil woman. Look at her big evil boobas and her smart face. It's definitely a sign of
All I talk about is her big evil boobas.
an evil Fujo woman.
If sexy, why evil?
Yeah, true. She's got a point.
I mean, if evil, why sexy? Whichever, doesn't matter.
Anyone notice how Elira is the only one with perfect frame rate and resolution?
They think I'm crazy, but I know better.
Wait a minute.
It is not I who am crazy. It is I who am mad. Didn't you hear him?
The rats!
Didn't you see the crowds?
There are many like it, but this one is.
Elira was hosting the models. Elira was streaming to the con. Elira is unironically a manager. What the fuck is this train wreck? Imagine paying $75 to $140 to see this. Pay $100+ to see 140p. PG avatars bounce on a video stream. Pay $200 to see Hololive girls do the can at Radio City.
Welcome to Hololive English 3rd concert. All for one. Every voice singing loud and clear. So glad to be here together. We're all for one. The team, all for one. We'll sing
So cool.
and we'll be happy. Jump in 'cause it's all for one. Let's sing all for one.
Nijien finally has a concert in the West. Insulting prices up to $140. Fucking nobody went. 200 out of 1,500 seats sold. Horrific,
Ouch.
inconsistent model quality, except Elira, cause of course.
Hey! Yo, what the fuck am I looking at? Huh? What am I looking at?
The shoe is lagging so bad.
Hey!
Her ASMR was hot as fuck. Borderline ERP good. What happened? Valorant? Okay, but genuinely, what the fuck is going on with the quality of some of the organs here? Internet connections?
This is disgusting. I hate this. We need to destroy it at all costs. Oh, get it out of my sight post haste. I cannot
Name
bear
is so
to
cute.
look at it.
Do you think Mint regrets leaving Niji Sanjay?
Oh God! Ah!
What the fuck is that? That thing is more ghost-like and frightening than Mint the Ghost Maid will ever be. Is he playing peekaboo with the crowd? Is that the target audience for Niji these days?
Oh, no.
People who lack object permanence? That would explain a lot,
Toddlers.
actually. Out of sight, out of mind. Except if they are the scary folk living under the bed that Uncle Riku told them about.
No way. Oh.
Are you sure it looks good? We're fine. Put them out of their misery, please! What the fuck is
Maybe I am evil after all.
that? That's not the paid concert, right? $75 to $150, mate. Jesus
Jeez.
Christ! Quality.
That's like $250 in Canadian.
Niji Sanji quality.
That's hilarious. Peekaboo.
If I have to go back, that promise that I think for you or else friend or have it back. I you both play by the room.
Niji and training material. Is a shadow puppet. Guys, this Hop concert is gonna be insane. Insanely bad. Is this Perry? A little bit. Petra looks like my sleep paralysis. Emma, my ex. Oh, she looks like a pixelated fucking. They look like one of those low-res edits people make to shitpost with.
True.
Damn, Niji sisters live like this. Thanks for the web MOP. This will be useful the next time Niji sisters try getting uppity.
She has such long arms.
At least I can see how freakish her body looks in high quality. Niji Sanji has better 3D than Hololive. So that was a fucking lie.
Take a dive from the sky to the deepest hell. If you survive down below where the darkness dwells, so deep that you can't even hear the bells. I'm alone with the rest, couldn't even tell.
Damn.
I wanted to murdering press those background dancers so bad. In terms of tech, it's true. Way better facial tracking. Cover still doesn't know how to track expressions. Way better tracking and rigging of objects. Way better augmented reality tech. Has been dipping their toes in new and out-of-the-box ideas for concerts.
Driving in my car right after a beer.
We're trying, man. Big tits
Not
are good, but having them
Orochimaru.
bounce all over the place like they're literal balloons ruins it completely.
Damn, it smells like gay in here. What the fuck?
I thought you guys said Niji 3D was good. It was in 2019. They never improved.
What the hell is wrong with you? Get away from me.
Why does the lighting still look terrible? Because it is terrible. Niji EN, by the way.
Guys! English not understand!
Niji EN, by the way.
Ah, gomenasai.
Mods, get him. He's typing in Chinese.
Niji come back even stronger. Entire branch mocked by one dead talent.
Top 4. Turn off my Pomu inhibitors. I'm Pomu! Chainsaw Fire 5 Wiper! Taiga!
Dark Pomo.
Niji concert is Minecraft stream number 17 tier. Niji is bragging about their huge yearly concert that is the first one that Ian has ever participated in during a morning show on a normal Minecraft stream. Why? The more I look at it, the more it looks like the Kinect Star Wars dance-off models. And inseminated Epstein. Niji are the apex predators. Important announcement. I'm going to heaven. That's the exact same post of when she went to Niji.
Ball torture.
I am not graduating. I am not going to heaven. This is from 2021. Heaven, Niji. This is the perfect example of never meet your heroes.
True.
She didn't know it was going to end up being hell at a time. It got so bad that her boss had to ask her about it. You are graduating? No! Nobody thinks it's weird that Sakana and Mint are just in the same Discord despite Mint not being in face. What are the ends?
Yeah, what? That's what I was gonna say. It could be
Did
DMs.
Mint randomly make a clarification about a tweet from 2021? Stop larking, PT, Mint! Minto imitating the schizomonkeys on this thread. I want the straight male audience. I'm a lesbian and this appeals to me.
Amy, stop talking off. There's someone entered your room. Amy, stop talking off.
Lesbians don't exist. I want the audience. I will now subscribe to Mint. Mint is the audience. Took boobs away, added tummy, added thighs, add a bunch of stupid cat shit. Conflicted. So cute.
She's cute like this.
Ah, you guys are fucking fat posting. Shut the hell up.
I'm fucking tired of the lollification of my hugs. I like small lady aging gracefully. I want a big tree in our backyard. Cuts on her tummy. This is who you hate? I can't lie. She looks hot as fuck to me, Betty.
Sorry, I'm dripping a little.
What?
I can't wait for all the art of them smashing together.
The music seems so loud.
It's fucking sex.
That's gay! What a mid-design. It's almost as if OP didn't post her full outfit. It's still shit. Uncultured
And Lyra was innocent. Her opie proves it. No, but the evil isn't the opie, Charlie.
swine! Mint worked for 2 black companies! Ex-Niji!
She's like, I made it out!
Trademark! Ex-Bishoyo! Double red mark! Because she chooses to. This is a file on my desktop and I'm not going to tell you what it is.
What?
Mint should have sex with me for free. Sorry, it's gonna cost you. No, those are free. That's why I try to do free meat and fucks at least. How can anyone unironically watch Mint? She's so obviously fake. Her voice is fake. Her laugh is fake. Her friendship is
Mods, take him away.
personality is fake. Next, you're going to say even her little hand trick is fake. What the fuck?
Oh, I'm gonna get a bonus so hard I'm gonna pass out.
When is she gonna pick a team?
Gay homosexuals, gay kisses, boys like boys kisses.
Plays all sides, Holo, Face, and Bishoyo. Flips. Makes her own not corpo. Glad she never got in, really. Imagine having to deal with this bullshit every stream. I got the approval to schedule some streams for Silent Hill. Silent Hill HD Collection and Silent Hill 2. They've been locked to certain streaming dates. Let me just comment, I wouldn't last a month in Hololive or any Japanese company. The bear that just can't stop winning.
Yippee!
Is
That's
Dookie
such a
really
cool gun.
celebrating getting that toy gun like she has won the lottery?
I would like to brown feathers.
Watch it, Bob! Giving her a fucking gun, not the wind you think it is. No! Why does she hate fan service?
Who's breathing? Might want to follow.
Things given away for free are lesser in worth. Damn! This is actually a good post.
I'm a good kitty.
I want to her, to be quite honest. The fact that she dresses like a boy, talks like a boy, and acts like a boy.
I like femme boys and I cannot lie. You motherfuckers can't deny that when a girl walks in but she's actually a guy and dingling in your face you get sprung.
But still has a and soft, sensitive, feminine features that she can't hide away drives me wild.
I don't need no.
4chan is so horny. Jokes that could make me about how to get rid of evil. I'm sure you could, Charlie. You have a wild imagination. Greg, God, Mint is the ultimate free agent, isn't she? Yeah, I think she's just floating around like the phantom she is right now.
Maintenance. I could touch myself.
This is the good ending. Doki organizing events with a seemingly endless war chest to pull from. Mint recommends Lolly on main in YouTube chat. They're truly living the life. The question was, what did you read today?
You just finished jorking it and you don't even say anything, you just press the bench.
She's into Lolly. Best I love her so much. Her stream background for the otaku outfit has both Kaheru figure and Kaheru don in it.
It's the raindrops and the beauty of it. It's when the sun comes shining.
Imagine heading up on a stage in front of 2,000 people at an anime convention, and fucking this is what you wanted to sing!
I'm solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Putting in my glass, you're putting on my side. I'm jumping in my falcon, Wookie on my side. I'm solo, I'm on solo.
The ultimate shitposter, I knew! For someone who loves non-stop to cope, disguising her lack of talent with leheking irony makes sense.
What is sis yapping about?
It's amazing how one talent can destroy an entire branch. Self-reports. The fucking dramatubers!
Fucking the hell out of me.
DVHs. Yes, she did, but like it was, they destroyed themselves. They always do. It was a combination of things.
Bro, you are.
Never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake, Zelensky.
Yes, yes. As Sun Tzu once said, never interrupt your enemy when they're basically exposing themselves on a live black screen broadcast, telling their audience that they've combed through medical confidential documents.
Did you form that opinion from your favorite dramatuber?
So many retards. And you know what's the worst thing? That they're confident retards.
My credit card declined my...
Claims of this bullying from Niji-sanji themselves. I remember this community post. Oh my god.
Purchase for an automatic feeder for my dog, but yet it lets me buy a nobility title, so now I'm the Duchess of Sealand. I thought it would decline too, but the universe said no. If you give her money, she'll waste it on stupid shit like this. This is quite literally what I give her money for. I wanted to see what nonsense she'll use it on. It's great. She takes my dinero. Damn, she just threw away 1K like it's nothing. How rich is she? Welcome to the Dokibert experience. Smart investments are not part of the program. Money can't buy happiness.
In this world, no one will step in danger to save you. Only two things can save your life: God and your bank balance.
Mint is Hololive. Yara confirms.
How long does it take to reach the climax?
I'm like sitting here feeling myself. I'm like,
it's probably not that long.
Head on the level of Kiara's tits. Hands directly on Kiara's ass. Mint, I knew! Lesser creature, I hereby grant you the temporary title of Honorary Holo. The Holo God! How did Mint do it? She really managed to network herself into Hololive. She just fucking asked.
Oh. I mean, she used to do collabs with Kiara back in the days too.
Is a radioactive alien shrimp. If you eat it, I guarantee you grow an extra heart.
Mint shows up in both a holo concert and an ex-holo concert within a 24-hour time period. I started wanting to see her getting fat in the butt instead. That's when you start making Phantom Thief art.
Damn, Jesus! Wow! Oh my god!
What are they doing?
Jesus! Oh my god!
Damn!
Let's be clear, Niji-sanji is gonna continue to exist for a while. The English's branch numbers are ever climbing downwards as admitted by Ena herself. I can continue to make fun of them and you fuckers can continue to enjoy these videos for a long time to come. So this may be even better than if they just closed the branch. I am literally in the middle of moving into my new house, so I'm sorry for the small delays in between videos. But full-on production shall resume soon. In the spirit of holidays, next video is also gonna be about Niji-sanji. Merry Christmas. Remember to take care of Jiroshi and yourself.
Yay.
See ya.
Thank you, Barrett, for this video. That was great. Crazy. How long is this video? Half an hour. Should we, I don't know, should we watch one more or call it here? Is there another video I wanted to watch? You just joined? Should we watch another one? Or should we watch a Bleach video? What should we watch?
How many characters?
A villain that broke anime. Or the Mugen video. How to fake an entire esport career without ever playing. Oh no, don't tell me it's gonna be AI. Is it AI? Whapper! Thank you so much for the Twitch sub. Alright, let's watch the Mugen video.
How far would you be willing to go in order to fake a life that isn't yours? In today's world, this is a question.
Rima, who's crazy, Reimu or Rushia? Probably Rushia still. Reimu just seems meaner. Thank you so much for the Twitch sub, Whapper, and for the New Year's wishes. Thank you, thank you.
Worth asking, because let's face it, there's too many people out there renting a sports car for a day pretending that it's theirs. And God, if I see
Crazy.
another guru on a tropical island claiming that they made it because they did a few stock trades, then I might just burst a testicle. It takes common sense to understand that these people are using credit cards.
Yeah.
This, of course, is all done in the hopes of trying to impress others. And
Yeah.
while, yes, it is pathetic, ridiculous even, it is done on a wide scale these days. I mean, this has gotten so big that there's an entire economy built around fake influencers. People who rent out mansions, sports cars, photographers, you name it, all in the hopes of appearing to be something that they are not. However,
If they didn't have to fake every single photo that they did, they could perhaps one day afford the mansion, but now they definitely aren't. They're just gonna rent everything.
even though we've gotten to a point where this has gotten worryingly sophisticated with an entire economy built around it, all of this still pales in comparison to the fake life that esports athlete Nafat Warasin has lived for the last few
Damn,
years.
is it her? I forgive her. Whatever she did, she's cute.
An absolute rising star in one of Southeast Asia's most popular games. She managed to get signed to one of the top esports organizations of the region, which eventually led her to the highest honor imaginable, representing her country of Thailand in the 2025 Southeast Asia Games. Now, yes, admittedly, throughout all this time, she definitely had some suspicious behavior. There were definitely some doubts in regards to her avoided nature, but her teammates attributed that to maybe her being awkward, to maybe being nervous. You see, no one on her top team throughout so many hours playing with her could have ever guessed that her entire esports career has been nothing but fake. And no one could have even begun to come to the conclusion that for all this time, she wasn't even the one playing.
No.
What's even worse here is that this
Wait, how? If they played on land together, how? Okay, I have no idea where this video's going. I'm invested.
Got exposed after she had gotten on the Thailand national team and during an extremely important game between Thailand and Vietnam, which would have led the team to the finals. Yes, she was actually caught red-handed live on stream during the semifinals of a competition that is the equivalent of the Olympics of Southeast Asia. Guys, I can't even begin to explain to you the secondhand embarrassment. I mean, this was so humiliating. Not just for her, though, not just for her teammates, but for the entire country of Thailand.
What?
And if you thought this was bad, then wait till you hear who was the person that was playing remotely for her during her entire career.
Her brother. Master N, thank you so much for the 3-month sub on YouTube. How likely Illyra also lurks on VT Post, Doki Hate. Honestly, I have no idea. I don't go there. I just have Parrot for show me stuff.
We only recently got confirmation in the beginning of 2026, and it's one hell of a way to start the year. Look, when I saw this, I thought it was so ridiculous. We had to talk about it. So you already know the drill. Without further ado, let's do this. All right, so to fully grasp what's going on, we have to go all the way back to the year 2011 when Tencent would purchase Riot Games. This move was unprecedented and cost
I remember
around
that.
$350 million. They were willing to make this bet because they understood how big the MOBA market was becoming.
Yeah.
But more importantly, they were also understanding just how quickly the mobile market was becoming. Barely 2 years prior, Angry Birds had come out. And a year later, Candy Crush would come out, and these games would generate billions upon billions of dollars. Soon developers would stop looking at PC and console and just focus on mobile because it was a cash cow, an absolute money printing machine, and it changed gaming forever. By 2015, Tencent's leadership team truly wanted to work with Riot Games to make a mobile version of League of Legends. But no matter what Tencent did, no matter how many pitches they made, no matter how
Oh
much
my god, she's a Rift. What is the mobile version called? She's one of those? That's the game she's playing?
revenue they started talking about, Riot Games leadership wouldn't budge. They truly believed that the experience that PC offered could never be replicated on mobile. But Tencent wasn't simply going to take no for an answer. In fact, even before asking Riot Games for their permission, they were already developing a MOBA for mobile behind the scenes and released it on that same year in November 2015, exclusively for China. And that game would be none other than Honor of Kings.
Okay.
10 years later, Honor of Kings is still the highest grossing mobile game of all time, beating Candy Crush, PUBG, Clash of Clans, you name it, making a whopping $18.6 billion. The game would prove to be so successful that Tencent would release a non-Chinese version for the rest of the world. It would be called...
Wait, why do they have Garen and Graves here? Or
Arena
Braum. This is a Braum.
of Valor, and it will be published by G Arena.
Thank you,
now,
Kerr.
this game wouldn't really find a lot of success in the West, but would instead find its success in Southeast Asia. It is the biggest mobile game in Thailand, for example, and so it continued to garner an obscene amount of money. Riot Games, on the other hand, would finally release
Oh yeah,
a
Wild Rift. It's crazy because it looks exactly like Arenas of Valor. I don't know if Arena of Valor is available in America or if it's just an Asia thing.
mobile version of League of Legends called League of Legends Wild Rift in 2020, 5 years after Honor of Kings had released exclusively in China. In 5 years, they made $1 billion in gross revenue and aren't even in the top 50 highest grossing mobile games of all time. So if you ever needed proof that the people running Riot Games have maybe like barely 2 brain cells, this is it. And the reason why I told you all this is because this incident involves Arena of Valor. You see, esports tournaments in Southeast Asia always have a form of mobile games, whether it be PUBG or Arena of Valor, and they're taken very seriously. This is where the Southeast Asian Games come in. It's seen as this region's Olympics, and it happens once every 2 years.
Okay.
It features a wide array of different sports, and of course, one of these categories involves esports, more specifically, Arena of
course.
Valor. Now look, as I mentioned in the intro already, when it comes to Arena of Valor, Tokyo Girl was a rising star. So much so that Talon Esports, a recognizable name in the Southeast Asian scene, decided to sign her on their team. And I mean, by this point, one could argue she made it, right? What better indicator of success do you need in esports than getting signed on to a team? But to Tokyo Girl, this was still the beginning of her journey, because with that same team, she would go on to compete in the Thailand Women's National Qualifier for Arena of Valor. And guess what?
But how did it get this far though? They do, these people, when they get on team, usually they have boot camps where they play together in houses, like gaming houses, and there's communications if it's a team game. So the person that's playing for her remotely, they wouldn't have access to those comms. Like, yeah, and they have scrims.
The role here would be substitute, but she was so damn good that by the end, not only did they win the entire national qualifier, but she went from substitute to carry, one of the most important roles in the game. And yes, by the way, they won, which meant that they qualified to represent their country of Thailand in the Southeast Asia Games. That's what the qualifier was for. Team Talon was going to have the incredible honor of representing their country, and Tokyo Girl was right there as the team's carry. Not only that though, she was seen as the rising star of the women's Arena Valor esports scene and was being given nicknames like Beautiful Girl or whatever because she was both beautiful and incredibly skilled at the game. I mean, by this point, we could say that she truly, really made it, right? But in reality, this is where things were about to get very real because she and her team had immense pressure on their shoulders. You see, Thailand has the most gold, silver, and bronze medals in this competition's history. So they had high expectations to keep up the status quo. I should point out that this ranking isn't the most fair thing because not all the countries on this list were members on day one. In fact, Vietnam, for example, started off as South Vietnam. But you get the point, okay? Thailand is well known to have the most medals in this competition's history. But that wasn't just it. The members of the Southeast Asian Games take turns hosting the games on their territory. And in 2025, the year her and her team were going to compete, Thailand was going to be the host. They were representing their own country on their own soil. The pressure couldn't have been higher. And so on December 15th, it began. The Southeast Asian Games 33 Group Stage Women Arena of Valor Tournament. 4 countries participated: Vietnam, Thailand, Laos, and Timor-Leste. Based on the qualifiers, Thailand was on track to make it to the finals. All they had to do was win against Vietnam. This was their first game in this tournament. So Thailand's team's only goal here was to just defeat Vietnam so they can make it to the finals and guarantee second place. If they would win the next match, they would guarantee a gold medal. They were in a very good position here, and they were so close to getting a minimum of top 2. But of course, seeing that they're on their home soil and they're representing their country, they were going for the gold medal. However, with some of the complications that occurred, I'm sure that some of the team members would have just rather gotten a bronze medal, in fact, no medal, rather than have to go through the embarrassment of having Tokyo Girl on their team. Alright, so here's the deal. Tokyo Girl's suspicious behavior would begin even before the game started. You see, as part of the tournament, they're all given a game phone. They can't use their own phone to compete, obviously. When Tokyo Girl would receive her phone, she'd ask, "Can I take the phone with me so I can set it up with my own settings?" She was told, "Of course not, that's against the rules." But that would only be the beginning of her suspicious activity. She'd be acting weird even on the livestream, trying to hide her phone from the camera in front of her, making it seem like there's something on there that would get her in trouble somehow. And then eventually, live on stream, the Thai coach would catch something weird, and this is when the game would be paused. People initially were confused as to why the pause was happening. Some of her teammates had no idea what was going on, but the stream kept running, and she was being confronted by staff. They noticed that the movements she was making on her phone weren't matching the in-game movements. And what's worse is that the game would continue after this, and her performance would become severely worse. It seemed like after being caught, a switch had flipped. And as the second game was starting, her performance became abysmal, barely able to get a single kill. But at the time, fans weren't even concerned with any of this. They were concerned with the fact that she was acting weird after being caught, making a middle finger gesture to the camera. This is of course seen as very unprofessional and not fit for an athlete. But I guess this was just her way of coping with the idea that she was caught. So as I mentioned, after she was caught, the games kept going on. Tokyo Girl's performance would be abysmal, some of the worst games she's ever played in her career. And Thailand would end up losing to Vietnam 0-3. It was a very embarrassing defeat, but what was more embarrassing are the extremely quick and ruthless consequences that came her way on the same day.
What did she expect?
Very shortly after Thailand's crushing defeat to Vietnam, the Thailand National Olympic Committee would post this letter on their socials, saying, "Decision on personal penalty for a Thai athlete of the Thailand Arena of Valor women's team, esports event at the 33rd SEA Games Thailand 2025. To whom it may concern, this is to inform you of the decision made during the Arena of Valor women's team match between Team Thailand and Team Vietnam in the winners final of the esports competition at the 33rd Southeast Asian Games on December 15th, 2025. A Thai athlete, Warasin Nafat, committed an offense under item 943 of the Esports Technical Handbook by using unauthorized third-party software or hardware modification during Game 1 of the match. After further investigation, conclusive evidence was found, which led to the imposition of a personal penalty resulting in her expulsion from the entirety of the esports competition at the 33rd Southeast Asian Games. The decision is final. The above is for your information and understanding. Thank you and best regards. Signed, the Esports Technical Delegate, of the 33rd Southeast Asian Games. So hey, that
she didn't think this through. What the
didn't
fuck?
take long at all. And this letter would serve to be the beginning of a tsunami for Tokyo Girl's entire career. But before we get to that, let's take a step back. What the hell did they mean when they said using unauthorized third-party software or hardware modification? What exactly did she do? How could you even cheat in a MOBA game? Well, that wasn't clear. The Thailand National Olympic Committee
I knew
didn't
it. Like TeamViewer, like somebody else controls your computer.
give any specifics.
Your phone?
So you had many people theorize, and even news publications theorize, that what she was using was TeamViewer, a program that allows you to
I
remotely
assumed
control
that.
a user's device. But you see, anyone who's used TeamViewer before can attest to the fact that it's laggy as fuck. The latency would not allow you to compete in a high-level
True.
esports tournament, especially in a MOBA. It requires split-second decisions.
How did she do it?
Additionally, many people were wondering how we could even start talking about remote interference when this was a tournament. Aren't tournaments like this usually held on a local network?
Yeah.
Well, it turned out that no, actually. Not in the case of the women's tournament. The women's tournament for Arena of Valor was on an online private server. So things were starting to get very interesting, to say the least, but no proper conclusions were reached just yet as to how she cheated. In the meantime, though, the tsunami on her career would continue, and Talon would very quickly release a statement saying she is out of our organization effective immediately. Additionally, she'll be repaying around 9 months of her training costs for the entire duration of when she was under our organization. Now, they didn't specify a number, but around 9 months of training expenses? Yeah, that's not a small amount of money, I'm sure. As far as I'm aware, this also included prize money. And of course, seeing all this happen, G Arena wasted no time whatsoever and also put out a statement on their Facebook page. In it, they would of course express outrage and announce that they were banning Tokyo Girl from participating in anything related to Arena of Valor indefinitely, forever. But of course, this tsunami ending her career didn't just involve companies. It also involved her heartbroken teammates, like for example, Give Me a Kiss, the captain for the Talon team, and by that same token, the captain for the Thailand national team. On December 15th, she'd post, "I was heartbroken when I found out, but I'll do my best." Her heartbreak is of course in reference to her teammate cheating, but her saying that she'll do her best was in reference to the game they've still yet to play in the lower bracket final. You see, shortly after the game with Vietnam, Tokyo Girl would get benched. The Thailand national team would then bring in the substitute to play against Laos because they had won against Timor-Leste and therefore qualified to play Thailand in the lower bracket final. The winner of the lower bracket final would face off against Vietnam in the real finals for the gold medal. Thailand would actually end up winning against Laos, qualifying them for the finals against Vietnam. This game against Laos would happen on the next day in the early morning of the 16th. However, barely a few hours later, Santi Lothong, who is the president of the Thai Esport Federation, would go live on his personal Facebook page. This is when he would confirm, while breaking down in tears, that the Thailand national team for Arena of Valor would be withdrawing from the competition entirely, even though they had made it to the finals against Vietnam. This meant that Laos would take their place, and this meant that Thailand was withdrawing with 0 medals in the women's tournament for Arena of Valor. He'd then speak to a newspaper on that matter and say, "I, Santi Lothong, as president of the Thai Esports Federation and president of the Asian Esports Federation, hereby announce that Thailand will withdraw its Arena of Valor women's team from the 33rd SCA Games hosted by Thailand. We respect all regulations, we respect friendships, and we respect the spirit of sportsmanship. What happened went beyond our scope of responsibility, as this is a serious matter. As the host nation, we cannot allow the tournament to continue under such circumstances. We understand that the Thai and Laotian teams still competed this morning. Thank you, Chairman Chan, for not filing a complaint against Thailand or withdrawing from the tournament this morning. That is the spirit of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Thank you to the Laotian athletes for taking to the field and showing respect for Thailand. As the president of the association, I would like to send my encouragement to the remaining athletes who are still competing. I understand that you have all tried your best. Last night I spoke with Coach Poom. This is truly a very difficult situation, with Thailand being the host country and me as the president of the Asian Federation, who is absolutely responsible for overseeing this tournament. After that, I will speak individually with the athletes in my capacity as the esports manager of Thailand." So as you can see, this was a very
tough
big deal.
decision.
It was very embarrassing, heartbreaking, and humiliating to anyone that had anything to do with Thailand. After the announcement of them officially withdrawing from the competition, Give Me a Kiss would post another Facebook post that was met with a ton of support, saying, "I'm speechless with sadness. We've all worked so hard for this, towards our shared dream and goal. Last night, we continued practicing with the remaining lineup until very late. My heart is completely shattered. Finally, I want to apologize to everyone. You see, this wasn't just about the teammates of Tokyo Girl or the organizers. This stretched way beyond to any Thai athlete. In parallel, for example, the men's division of Arena of Valor had won second place. But now, even that was being put into question. Did they cheat? Did they do this legit? They had essentially faced additional scrutiny just because of that incident and made it seem like they faked their win. All Thai athletes were beginning to suffer from this. So seeing that this incident had escaped containment like radiation had escaped Chernobyl, and the consequences were spreading shockwaves across the entirety of Thailand as a country and its integrity and its pride, what did Tokyo Girl have to say about it? Did she apologize? Did she make amends? Did she try to make it right? Nope.
Nope.
Because why would she? Instead, she'd be hospitalized immediately after, and the only public statement she'd make would be a reply to a Facebook post criticizing her. Here's what she'd have to say. Let me answer. If I had cheated, I would have won a long time ago. To be honest, how could I have cheated? I was playing by myself, but because of the stress and pressure of the game, I panicked. At that time, no one around me knew what was happening, so I was taken to the hospital. I've only just been able to use my phone and my hand is still plugged into an IV drip, so I'm completely unable to share or clarify anything about the fraud. You don't know what I've been through, and yet you're saying that? Anyone in that situation wouldn't know how to react.
All right, hospital, Menhera bingo. Wrap it up, boys. This problem is solved. Next video.
Either. As for the middle finger incident, I was just joking with the person sitting next to me. When I turned around, the camera was pointed at someone else's face. I was just teasing my friends because I was so stressed at the time. I was so panicked that I fainted, which is why I had to be taken to the hospital. I mean, seriously, what an incredible 10 out of 10 statement. Truly redeemed herself with that one. I mean, who is this Cha-Cha Chilla trying to gain sympathy by telling us she's in the hospital? Look, under no circumstances should someone hurt themselves over anything. But come on, you fainted because you were stressed? Of course you would be, because you were caught. And no one's going to believe that whole middle finger story. You were looking directly at the camera. And as she was trying to defend herself in this stupidly made post, more details would emerge as to how she cheated. So each player was given a phone, right? And since this wasn't played on LAN, this was played on an online private server, each player was given an account to log in with. Tokyo Girl would then take these credentials and send them to someone else so that they can log in and play for her. She would then install Discord, okay, and get into a call with the person playing for her. That person would then screen share their game. Tokyo Girl would watch the screen share and full screen it, and would then attempt to mimic their movements on her screen, faking the fact that she was the one who was playing. And get this wasn't just done for this tournament. This is what she's been doing for her entire
Shut
career.
up!
Because after the first round, after she was caught and had to actually close Discord, her performance would become abysmal. So after her terrible reply, and after the reveal of what she had done to cheat, Tokyo Girl would delete her Instagram page, her Facebook page, and her TikTok, essentially wiping all traces of herself online. As people were still mind blown by how she was able to fake her entire career through using—
But how can you, if you tap on your phone screen while you're share screening, doesn't it, like an overlay must come out or something? It's crazy that it went so far and she did not get caught before.
In Discord, the Vietnamese newspaper VN Express would interview some players in the Arena of Valor community, including the team captain Give Me a Kiss, to try and understand Tokyo Girl's insane story a bit better. The article would say, Tokyo Girl had long been a prominent name in Thailand's Arena of Valor community. Team captain Jomkon Pomsino, known as Give Me a Kiss, said she was widely regarded as one of the country's strongest female marksmen and jungle players. Her live streams and TikTok videos regularly showcased high-level gameplay, leading to her inclusion in the national squad without a formal tryout. Head coach Jakapon Pom and several teammates said Tokyo Girl appeared to be the strongest player on the roster during preseason practice matches. However, they noted that she rarely attended in-person training sessions and mostly played with the team online.
Of course!
Surprise, surprise, right? Tokyo Girl's reputation was further reinforced by Chicken V, a well-known Thai Arena of Valor streamer who had previously helped introduce her to a wider audience. I played solo matches against her and lost badly, Chicken V said. But in hindsight, there were warning signs. She always had someone beside her when playing online. When I asked her to play in person, she often made excuses. Looking back at her old videos, none showed her hands or the screen, only her forehead. So you see, there were signs, but these people
I want to
chose
see
to
those
give her the benefit
videos.
of the doubt. And yet she completely used their trust and
Yeah.
threw it in the garbage.
Yep.
However, one question remained. Who the hell was behind her gameplay?
Yeah.
Who's this insane player that allowed her to fake her entire career? Well, and you won't believe this, but it just so happened that Tokyo Girl's boyfriend had been an ex-esports player for Arena of Valor.
No.
I know, absolutely crazy. No one would have guessed that. So people theorized that it was him. However, no one had any concrete proof, and no one had come out to reveal this. That
It's
would be,
him.
of course, until a couple weeks would pass by after the incident, because on January 2nd, the remote player would finally confess. To almost nobody's surprise, on
It was
January
him.
2nd, Cheerio would come out and confess that he was the player playing remotely for Tokyo Girl. He confessed this by posting a statement on his personal TikTok account, an account that still, even after posting the confession, has a donation link in the bio. I mean, how shameless can you really be? The statement would of course be in Thai and would comprise of 2 pages. Here's what it had to say. Hello, I'm Cheerio, and I want to clarify the issues that occurred during the SEA Games 33 and other tournaments where there were suspicions of substitutions in many matches. I acknowledge that this is true as reported by the press. I've had time to reflect. I regret what I have done and I want to offer my sincere apologies to society. Okay, this is a bit roughly translated, but you'll get the point, I'm sure. I take responsibility for what happened and accept all criticism and consequences without any justification. I apologize to those affected by my selfish actions. I apologize to all Thai people for bringing shame to the country. This incident is an important lesson in my life. I will use it to reflect on myself, improve, and make amends. I promise that I will not let anyone else be harmed or let the country lose its reputation because of my actions again. Finally, I would like to apologize to everyone once again. I apologize to Mr. Santi Lotong, president of the Thai Esport Association. I apologize to the Talon women's team. I apologize to the other women's teams that lost their chance. I apologize to everyone involved in all the tournaments I participated in. And I apologize to everyone who was disappointed with the results. I decided to speak out late because the public outcry was so strong and so rapid that I wasn't prepared and didn't know how to respond. I apologize to everyone. I'm currently in a place where I'm not ready to live stream. When I get home, I will live stream to apologize and again explain what everyone wants to know. So look,
It's true, like all the teams that have lost against him retroactively, like they also got cheated of a potential win.
already way better than the statements that Tokyo Girl made.
Yeah.
But still, a lot of questions remain unanswered. And I guess when he eventually live streams, maybe we'll get to know. And according to this article by the Vietnamese publication known as Bao Moi, Cheerio is highly regarded in the Thai esports scene. Specifically for Arena of Valor, he's seen as a very skilled player. Interestingly enough, someone of his skill and playstyle stood more to lose
Yeah.
than Tokyo Girl by doing this. So that's one of the questions that's unanswered. Why did he do this? Purely because he was her boyfriend, or was there something else at play? Either way, in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't matter because the Thai Esports Association immediately would announce that they're taking action not just against Tokyo Girl, but now against Cheerio.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Like for sure they're gonna fine him or they're gonna ban him from playing ever again.
After he admitted being the remote player. This is where Santi Lotong would confirm that he'll be pursuing legal action against both individuals to the fullest extent,
God.
saying that Cheerio's admission will expedite the investigation process by allowing communication companies to check the IP addresses of the offenders for evidence, with authorities affirming that legal proceedings will continue until fully resolved. And by the way, just as an update, yes,
They
they've
done
confirmed
fucked up.
that the IP address was different. So it doesn't take a genius to understand that this couple will be facing a lot of headaches in 2026, and the year has barely just started. But speaking of headaches, the ones who actually have to suffer through them for a long time now will be anyone, more specifically any woman looking to compete for Thailand. Or you know what? In esports in general. This is well explained by Frozen Kiss, one of the biggest Thai female content creators who also used to be an esports athlete. She'd make this post on Facebook saying, I'm speechless with disappointment. Why would someone cheat to make the national team? Even in smaller tournaments, it's unacceptable. Other women's teams that are serious, dedicated to training and competing have been developing for so long. This Southeast Asia Games was watched by many, and there was a growing desire to see a proper women's tournament established, and then it all fell apart. The problem of substitutions never goes away no matter how many years pass. Honestly, I'm so ashamed that a player we used to compete with is accused of cheating at a national level. How will people view Thai female players now? Why would someone dare to ruin our country's reputation and the dedication of others? It feels so unfair. I feel so sorry for the other teams that worked so hard but lost like this. It's such a waste of opportunity.
This is sad. I mean, female women that are gamers are always accused of cheating anyway. Nobody ever believes them, and you know, women's esports are basically a joke. So this is not gonna help the reputation at all, and it sucks because there's some hard-working women out there. There's some very talented women out there, and there's a place for them. But people like this, they drag the reputation in the gutter. This really sucks.
So as I mentioned before, this wasn't just about this team in particular, or Toka Girl in particular. This was about all Thai athletes. And I mean, think of how demotivating it is to be a team that had lost to Talon in the national qualifiers. Like, you lost out on the opportunity of representing your country because someone on the enemy team had their boyfriend playing for them. That's crazy. It's so unfortunate. And based on Frozen Kiss's post, she said the problem of substitutions never goes away no matter how many years pass.
What does that mean?
This isn't the first time that a female athlete faked her entire career in esports. It's just that no one managed to fake it until they had reached the national team. It's only normal to be furious if you're Thai, and I mean, it's only normal to be furious if you're a woman in general, honestly. I hope that the country's reputation can recover, and I hope that better measures are taken to make sure that everyone's playing fair in the future. This was an...
Make them play in front of you. You know, it's like that Twitter post where apparently some Japanese companies are like hiring animators and artists, and they're making them draw right in front of them. Like, that's what you gotta do. Make them play right in front of you.
Absolutely crazy incident, and I hope that this is the last time we hear of it. And for you watching, yes, you take this as a lesson. You can fake being something that you're not. Hell, you can probably do it for a long time, but eventually it'll catch up to you one way or another. The best you can do for yourself is to live a life full of authenticity while also making sure that you have no regrets. Don't take out a $50,000 loan to show off to people that don't matter on Instagram, and definitely don't somehow convince your boyfriend to play for you on a pro level. I mean, what the fuck? Anyway, thank you so much for watching until the end. I really appreciate it. And don't forget to use the code Muujin on Gamersubs for 10% off. You can do this on any of their tubs, and soon they'll be releasing their own version of Creatine.
Oh yeah, this one. They sent me that. I received a package like yesterday. It's like they have this new hydration flavor. Anyway, use code CLOP for 10% off. Or Muujin's code. I'm sorry, Muujin.
Bro, this packaging looks insane. I'll see you in the next video.
I opened this and I was like, what the fuck? I never ordered sex toys. And I was like, oh, thank God, it's only the Gamersub stuff. I was like, what the fuck?
It should be soon, because I'm going to have a big sponsor announcement in that one. Stay tuned. I love you so much, and please take care. Mwah.
I was like, they look a little sus. They look a little sus. Hey man, I would love to play for Thailand. Let me know when. Great video by Muujin. I love the way he built the story and told it. How does he find these stories? That's crazy. I had no idea what I was getting into watching this. Great video. Loved it. Okay. Thank you, Ow. Yeah, use code CLUB 10% off. Easy. Easy. We've watched so many good videos today. I'm shook by the quality of every single one of them. All right, what a great stream. Stay tuned for my next stream on GG Headed. Oh my god. GG Morin. I'm gonna go over GG stuff. I'm sending you guys to news channel. And I'll see you guys very, very soon. Thank you for hanging out. I